Welcome back to Las Vegas. Super High Roller Bowl 8, Day 2, about to get underway. Are you ready for some high roller tournament action? $300,000 buy-in coming at you from the Las Vegas Strip. 20 of the best in the world gathered here at the studio to battle it out for a first prize of $2.76 million. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman are on the call on PokerGO.com. If you want to listen to them, they're going to be there all day. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me for YouTube coverage all day long. 4 places will get paid. 12 return here for Day 2 action. The structure is deep. The action will be hot and heavy, and we're not going to miss a single elimination. We got bowl cards on both tables, and there's a look at chip leader Nick Petrangelo. 887,000 chips is what he takes into Day 2. But of course, Donnie, it is all about potentially one of the most exciting table draws in the entire universe as we look at second in chips, Andrew Lichtenberger. But Donnie, it is all about the feature table today.
It is. Daniel Negreanu trying to go for back-to-back Super High Roller Bowl final tables, and then of course, if he makes it to tomorrow, back-to-back titles.
Yeah, and the table draw is no joke. Isaac Haxton, Jason Koon, Kristen Foxen, Bryn Kenny, and Paul Yeager all playing at this feature table. And there it is. Last year, Negreanu winner of $3.3 million in Super High Roller Bowl 7. He's looking confident, as is Kristen Foxen. She was involved in many big pots last night. Did not close out all that well, but hey, if you're in it, you can win it. She has 41 big blinds, and the 3-time Female Player of the Year is looking for some good run today. Here's a look at the leaderboard presented by StormX. All 12 players on the board. Bryn Kenny is our current short stack. You can see if your favorite player is doing well. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to be among the final 4 who will ultimately get paid in this event. There's so much poker left to be played. The average stack at the feature table is 71 big blinds, so we're going to see plenty of crazy action. And there's the ring and the cash, all the stuff that these guys and Kristen Foxen are playing for.
And
Donnie,
so, like, at the end of the week, they bring in barrels and barrels.
On paper.
On paper. Just bring it in there. After, like, a couple months, you're like, yeah, I don't think we need that anymore. They wanted a paper printout to show. You know, this guy won a 5-cent, 10-cent game. He won 37 cents. Okay. Give me a record of that.
I guess we're done talking, Donnie.
I'm fine with it.
Atmosphere already casual here, as on the very first hand here, Kenny raising it up with Jack-10 suited. Isaac Haxton finds pocket aces. Once again, Remko Rinkema on the call here, along with Donnie Peters.
Must be great to look down and see 2 aces on the first hand of Day 2.
By the way, shout out to everyone in the chat. We'll get to all your questions. We'll do shout outs. I want to know where you guys are watching from, all that good stuff. What's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? We're going to be here all day. Let's have some fun with this. But while you're at it, don't forget to hit that like button. Let's get to 1,000 likes as fast as we can. We'll give away an annual PokerGO subscription when we hit 1,000 likes on the video.
Oh, baby.
And that means you're right on time to play or to be a participant in the raffle for a chance to play in the $1 million free roll. Shout out Bryn Kenny. Shout out his glasses.
I mean, his glasses are worth 1,000 likes.
Donnie, you are the king of Google. You can find people's sweaters all the time.
Good luck with that.
Can you find these glasses on the internet?
I have no idea. I need to do like a reverse image search or something.
7-4-3 on the flop here. 2 spades. Nothing out there for Kenny. I mean, I'm getting a Janis Joplin vibes from these glasses. If anyone can find these glasses on the internet, let me know in the chat.
10 seconds.
Action on Haxton after Kenny checks.
20. 20,000.
Yeah. You could hear a pin drop.
Poker, a big thing in Canada?
That's a good question. Daniel, how would you answer that? Is poker a big thing in Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say it's pretty big.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cold there,
Thank
right?
you
What
very
else can you do in the winter?
That's true. Yeah, it's funny how there is.
The water,
a
yeah.
season.
Thank
like
you.
in August, the casinos are pretty empty.
Yeah.
But then,
When the NHL locked out
yeah.
years ago,
Oh, yeah.
poker blew up because they didn't have anything to put on TV, so they just put
Yes.
poker on 24/7 on the sports channels. There was a repeat of me wearing a Maple Leafs jersey, like all day, every day.
Really?
On Sportsnet. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Because I won. I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Closest thing they can get to hockey.
yeah.
So.
Was a guy wearing a
Yeah.
Leafs jersey at a poker table.
Oh, thank you so much, and this is great.
14.
Shout out to Canada. Speaking of Canada, where are you guys watching from? Do we have any Canadians in the house? Haxton continues picking up hands here. Hand number 2, King Queen offsuit. Negreanu finds 9s. It's going to come along.
Ever told you the thing that was replayed about me on TV over and over again? Tell you after the hand.
Oh, Jason Koon with a bit of a story coming up here. Look at all the kings and queens and 10s in this hand. I can think of a flop, Donnie, that would be extremely exciting for the cards that are currently in play.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get it. One time.
Ace,
God,
4,
man,
5.
We always just miss.
About as far removed from what I had hoped for. Now the power of aggression might be able to take this one down. Negreanu's 9s, of course, still best. Perhaps Negreanu gauging that the likelihood of an ace being involved here not too great. But another low card on the turn would be helpful. And there it is, the deuce of spades. Donnie, not a lot of 3s to dish out to these ranges. Negreanu might be feeling okay about his 9s here.
Might be, yeah, but also I'm not sure how much money he's going to be willing to put into the pot. Might just be willing to get to the cheapest showdown imaginable here. That said, 3 others are involved, so they could certainly spoil this party.
It's almost a matter of whoever's first in the pot might be able to take it down. We do see another round of checks onto Jaeger, who checks behind. 10 on the river. That changes things. Kenny now gets the check mark. He also needs it the most. Even though there was lots of chatter and banter prior to cards getting in the air, all of a sudden things getting really serious here. Kenny going for some small value here in this 4-way pot. I hope Koon doesn't forget to tell his story when this hand ends. Negreanu saves himself some money. Oh, look at this.
King 10.
Jaeger calling it off with the Queen 10. And Kenny getting that value that he was looking for.
Yeah.
All right, let's swing on over to our secondary table here. Petrangelo and Chitwick involved in a hand here. Full house jacks over aces for Chitwick. Petrangelo with the ace 5. Chitwick all but all in, leaving 1K behind. And Petrangelo finds the correct laydown here. Chitwick chipping up here to start the day. Up to over 500,000 chips.
One time.
MG saying Daniel gonna get quads again against Kenny. Well, it'd be a fun bit of drama if that happened again. By the way, Charger T, welcome to the rail. Shout out to everyone who is part of our community on YouTube, which is called The Rail. If you subscribe to our YouTube community. You get a badge next to your name. You get a special color. You get custom emojis that you can use in the chat, and you also get access to some member content. We've made WSOP 2003 and 4, as well as Poker After Dark Season 1 and High Stakes Poker Season 2 available on our YouTube membership. So a little bit of a different twist on things, and if you guys enjoy that, we might look at expanding that.
Ike, we're going to get a bin sighting.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's going to come.
You can come play PLO?
He's going to come play the 100K and hang out.
Sweet.
Meet the babies.
That's
Ben
exciting.
Tollering?
Ben Tollering.
Wow.
Into the 100K.
Played the Super High Roller Bowl last year.
Maybe 3 weeks.
On the
doing it?
Sounds like we're going to be getting him for Super High Roller Bowl PLO coming up in 2 weeks.
I'm very excited.
Foxen raising it up with ace-jack of hearts.
Me too.
Kenny finds aces, 3-bets to 42K.
Halo really draws.
It really does.
Yeah, it's going to end up being half of the Triton schedule, I think.
Yeah, they got rid of the short deck.
Yeah, this might end up being a bad spot here for Kristen Foxen, depending on how this flop rolls
Yeah, I
out.
think it's 3 of...
Oh, wow.
Could be a good spot.
Royal flush draw for Kristen Foxen. We joked about the quads versus full house. How about aces versus a royal flush?
You live in Vegas too?
Yeah, I live in Summerlin.
If you're going up against aces,
Yeah.
Donnie, this might be
I love it here.
your best chance.
Oh, it's nice.
This might be your
For me,
best
I can only
chance.
come. I mean, I got 2 kids, so.
Just needs that 10 of hearts, and
But I don't like it.
she'll be home free.
46.
I'm lucky enough to come as
46,000. Squeeze out and play this thing.
Donnie, this
Good time to move
smells
here.
like a shove to me.
A lot of stuff popping up.
where you from.
You might just want to
West Virginia.
get all your money in here.
How about you?
You know, maybe apply some fold equity or fold pressure here. And if you do get called, obviously you get
Kansas.
both cards, turn and river, to
Well, I
try
thought
and
they said Missouri. I was like, no.
realize your equity here.
They got that wrong.
It just looks so pretty.
Oh, my God.
I know,
There it is.
one of my
All in
really
a
good
call.
friends is,
Snapped it off.
yikes.
Oh, wow. Royal draw. Gosh.
One of my really good friends is from a poker
Kristen
player
Foxen
from
with the
Kansas
royal
City.
draw, as pointed out by Negreanu as well.
Jeremy.
Let us know in the chat. Do you think the 10 of hearts
Kansas City?
is going to be in there?
That area, yeah.
See the percentages on your screen. About as much of a flip as you can get.
Also, whoever wins this hand, the other player is going to either be
I
out
have a
or
perfect
almost out. Turn card, 8 of diamonds. That is going to swing things in Kenny's favor percentage-wise. Foxen down to the river, 12 outs once. Can she hit and send Bryn Kenny to the rail? It's a Gucci. It's a pair of Gucci sunglasses, Donnie.
It is Gucci.
River card, king of clubs. And Kenny's aces
clubs, yeah.
hold up.
188.
Wow, what a massive hand between Bryn Kenny and Kristen Foxen.
Foxen going to have just 6K remaining. So one big blind. She was on the button on that last hand, so she'll have a couple of free
Kenny
ones
picking
here.
up the aces.
Here we are, back in time.
Defend here with the pocket threes in top set against a wheel draw here.
Looks like Daniel toying with raise comes with call.
Neither player with a spade,
Oh,
and the
man.
3 of spades is very bad news for Daniel. But he comes out swinging.
Goes for call.
Quad threes, runner, runner. This is a 990 to 1 shot. And that's going to be it for Sensei Kenny.
My goodness.
All in.
Raise, all in.
Call.
This is
Gonna beat
disgusting.
hammer. Jeez.
Yeah, they got it.
Go down. Girl, that's sick. As soon as you said that, I'm like, oh no, I think he has the aces.
Little throwback there
This is an interesting spot.
to the epic clash
Seen this one much?
of last year's event. Kenny here with a double up right away to give himself a real shot at perhaps some redemption versus Negreanu. Meanwhile, Kristen Foxen all in for a tournament life for just 6,000. Isaac Haxton giving it some thought there with the ace-9 offsuit.
20.
Nah. I just fold, I think.
Haxton is going to make the call, putting Foxen at risk. She faces a crazy uphill battle. If she wins this one, she's up to only 24K.
Seems likely? Like a favorite?
My deck reads.
Likely means favorite, right?
Likely on my deck reads.
Not really.
What, likely? What do you consider likely? Over
Depends a
50%?
lot on context, right?
Yeah.
Deuce, Queen, 8. At this point, it seems likely that Kristen Foxen is going to double up here. Haxton with 3 outs. Turn card, Deuce of clubs. Haxton, 3 outs to send Foxen to the rail.
Ooh.
Yeah, he saved you.
Mike would have only
That
colluded.
stupid hand, ace 9.
Yeah.
We're only like right on the bubble, too.
River card. It's the 5 of hearts. All right, Kristen Foxen, not out yet. If you're enjoying what might become a Kristen Foxen comeback, please hit that like button. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're going to be here with you all day long to find out who will make the final table. By the way, we're combining for a final table of 8, and then we'll
You've got like 6.
keep on playing until we get as close as we can to the money.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of money, Kristen Foxen, 14th on Canada's all-time money list. 3 bracelets, 3-time female GPI Player of the Year, and recently got married to Alex Foxen. 4 big blinds right now for Kristen Foxen. We'll keep a close eye on her progress. Jaeger here. Ace, King of Spades.
Raise.
Comes in for the raise. If you're just tuning in, 4 places will get paid in this event. 20 of the best players in the world all put down 300K. This is a freeze out, so no re-entries, no funny business, no big-time gambling to get your second bullet in. I must say, Donnie, looking back at yesterday, the freeze-out element created a very different dynamic in this event, one that I really enjoyed watching.
Sorry, just correcting something. Kristen has 4 bracelets, Remko.
Donnie, don't even get me started.
And heart, right?
None of those count in my book. None of those that you were referring to count.
So then 2 of hers don't count.
Fair enough. I should have then
Wow.
Jaeger here picks up some chips.
Drawing hand not needed.
But yeah, what I was saying, Donnie, as you were deep into your text messages,
Apologies.
the freeze-out element created a different dynamic on day 1.
Of course. I mean, the freeze-out element combined with the ultra high-stakes buy-in that we have here in the $300,000 super high roller roll is just, it creates something, like, you don't want to go broke. You know that the other players don't want to go broke, so it's just, the whole thing is crazy. I mean, I think the biggest example of it, likely from this tournament, is the Negreanu hand that happened in level 1 against Justin Bonomo. He shared it on his Twitter, where he ended up folding 2 aces. Maybe if it's a re-entry, he fires in the call. Maybe the hand plays out differently. I'm not exactly sure. But still, I mean, you don't see many freeze-outs these days. It's kind of great to see. Bit of a throwback.
Hearts here for everyone. Foxen looking to double up again, but it's going to be tough against Bryn Kenny. Ace-8 versus King-6. And by the looks of it, this might even go multi-way as Haxton looks down at King-Queen offsuit.
It's been a fair amount of action at this table, which is good to see.
As I mentioned before, average stack at the feature table, 71 big blinds. We're playing 75-minute levels. The goal today is to play down as far as we can. And my best guess is that we're going to get down to either 6 or 5 players and then start out tomorrow's final table coverage with some bubble play. The same way we did it last year when Orpin Kisakcioglu was the unfortunate player to go home empty-handed.
49,000.
Oh, wow. Some isolation here from Isaac Haxton as Foxen is likely going to commit that final 10K she has left behind there. Kenny also lets it go, and Kristen Foxen all in again, this time dominated.
Where are they?
King 6 versus King Queen. She would have much rather been up against
Like I
Ace
said,
8.
The only thing I use for is counting.
I was, as you were thinking, I was like, that's what he's doing. He's counting. He's just counting.
All right, awaiting the flop here. Can Kristen Foxen take another step in the right direction as Jack 7-3 rolls off the deck? She's going to need a 6. Unless she catches a 6 or running straight cards, Kristen Foxen's tournament will end right here. That potential backdoor heart draw now also dead. 3 outs for Kristen Foxen, or she will be our 12th place finisher. It is the 4 of hearts. Kristen Foxen eliminated in 12th place. Goes home empty-handed. We are down to the final 11 players. And now there are 11 men battling for the top prize. The top prize, by the way, $2.76 million. Not too shabby.
Ghostbusters suit on.
Looking forward to hearing from
How many people
Kristen
have taken
Foxen.
the
She's going
Eight.
to catch up with Natalie Bodie soon, so we'll hear from her
Looks like it.
in just a minute.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
F in the chat for Kristen Foxen.
Not in a bad way.
No, it's dope. But she definitely got the Ghostbusters jumper on.
I agree.
They're commenting on Natalie's attire.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
It's like a dark green full like jumpsuit. Looks like exactly what the Ghostbusters wore in the movie.
That's amazing.
I'm sure we'll see it at some point today.
We're going to see it in less than a minute.
Well, let's go.
Kristen Foxen and Natalie Bodie about to
Hope they play the music.
catch up on the rail. That'd be really funny. Jaeger and Kenny going head-to-head here.
Check.
Action goes check, check. Jaeger with a pair of deuces. Ahead here. 6 on the turn. All right, Kenny lets it go, and that gives us a chance to go on over to Natalie Bodie, who caught up with Kristen Foxen after she just got eliminated.
Kristen, you came in as one of the shorter stacks today. How did you see things play out from your perspective?
Well, hopefully not the way that they did, unfortunately. I knew it was going to be a long day and a battle. The hand that I busted on, I think it kind of plays itself. Unfortunately, didn't get the run out I wanted. And yeah.
You've played at a couple different tables. You got a feel for the play. If you had to guess who's going to take this thing down, who do you think?
Good question. That's a good question. I'm going to go with Bryn.
Bryn. All right. Thank you, Kirsten. Ali.
I had 24 instead of 14. in
Natalie
front of
Bodie
him.
with the little update there. And yes, you can listen to Nick Schulman and Ali Najad. They're doing commentary on PokerGo.com. If you don't mind being stuck with us, the least you can do is like the video and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Glad to see you so much
Constantly.
Bunny, where's your coffee?
Not about.
I already had one.
Like one or
Like,
multiple?
No, one.
I did
One.
Facebook, but I had like 5.
So,
Me and you again.
you know, we're in
I
this
said on TV
closet,
last night that they didn't know if I liked you. Or
the
not.
ice box,
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
as we're going to call it now. So once I get nice and cold,
Don't worry, guys.
probably in a
I like
level or two, I'll go
like
get a
this
hot
flop.
one.
So,
Also depends on how this goes. I mean, we'll see. If it's going fast, then maybe I don't get a coffee. If I think it's going to go long, then I just don't like the coffee to mess up my sleep later on tonight. Yesterday I knew we were going long till
Right.
like 10:30 or 11. So
Negreanu here open-ended. Jaeger, the only player with the pair so far. Jaeger and Negreanu, Donnie, they have quite a bit of history, some jovial banter at the table all
Yeah.
of yesterday.
and going all the way back to last year because
Yep.
they were at some tables together last year when Negreanu made his run, when Paul Jaeger made his Super High Roller Bowl debut. So friendly with each other. You love to see it.
Negreanu picks up a flush draw to go along with the straight draw. Jaeger's pair of threes shrinking with each card that hits the board.
We got a 40.
Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Jaeger. Donnie, I'm just going to call it right here. It's a Jaeger bomb.
I love it.
It's a Jaeger bomb on the turn.
The first of what hopefully is many today.
The issue with this Jaeger bomb is that it might cost him 2 Jaeger bombs, as Negreanu has both a straight and a flush draw. Could see Negreanu just coming along here to see what the river brings.
Fold.
Oh, Negreanu lets it go on the turn here, Donnie. Probably thinking that he might not have as many outs.
I didn't see that playing out that way. Nice hand.
Nice hand, Mr. Jaeger. Jaeger bomb paying off. Well done, sir. Well done indeed. Donnie, the question I wanted to ask you is that you never make coffee at home?
I do.
Because I always hear you talk about your first coffee and then you're having it as we speak. So don't you start your morning?
Oh, like today you mean?
Well, in general. Or do you usually have your morning coffee?
Well, it depends. If I'm going to be at home, then yeah, I'll have coffee at home. But if I'm going out, then no. I mean, it just depends on how my schedule sets up. But I'm generally of the belief that, or I like to wait 90 minutes to 2 hours after I wake up to have my first coffee.
That's ridiculous.
No, I think it's better for you. Studies say.
I don't believe in those.
About 350.
It's the routine that matters the most.
Well, then this is now my routine.
It's you wake up. I have my coffee usually within 6 minutes of waking up, and it's lovely.
25.
My fiance always has the coffee ready when I wake up because she wakes up like 3 hours before me.
My favorite hoodie they make.
Yeah.
I love that hoodie.
Straight.
It's just super cool. Simple. Yeah, but it's also like it's stylish. I asked them for a couple of those and they didn't have them anymore. I was sad.
Swinging over to our outer table.
95,000.
Petrangelo and Brewer going at it. Petrangelo this time on the right side of the battle of the aces. Earlier we saw him lose a big one versus Chidwick. This time he has 2 pair. Brewer in trouble with ace queen.
Can I get my usual?
This one was raised pre-flop to 14,000 from Chris Brewer out of the hijack seat. Petrangelo called out of the big blind.
Oh, okay. Well, you gotta
Going
get
to
one.
the flop you see there on your screen, ace 8-5 with 2 spades. Petrangelo checked, Brewer bet 15,000. Petrangelo check raised to 48,000. Brewer made the call. And then here we are on the 9 of hearts turn. Petrangelo leading for 95,000.
10 seconds.
Brewer coming along here.
This is a big
Yeah,
pot.
I was just going to say, growing this pot to over 300K. River card is the 10 of clubs. Donnie, might look scary, but does this card affect the action a lot?
Might cause Petrangelo to slow down a bit here. I mean, there are some combos that you're going to be worried about.
Seconds. Time.
Both players pulling up the shirt, trying to hide whatever might be visible.
You can't give anything off. Quick check behind from Brewer.
Brewer showing those cards with confidence.
Yeah, I think he might have misread or saw something different out of Petrangelo's hand. Maybe thought he had ace-7, something like that. and then turned his hand over as if he had the best bet, but then quickly turned it back over. It's like, oh, I hope you guys don't see what I'm playing with here.
I mean, the rich get richer. Petrangelo up to almost 1 million chips. Brewer down now to 371. If you're just tuning in, 11 players remaining. We're playing a full day of action here, streaming it live on YouTube and Twitch, as well as on PokerGo.com. PokerGo.com, by the way, has Nick Schulman and Alina Jad on the commentary. The best in the business. Donnie and I here providing you the free coverage. If you enjoy the coverage, please hit that like button. Let's get us to 500 likes ASAP. When we hit 1,000 likes on the video, we're going to give away a free annual subscription, and that will enter you into the raffle to maybe win a seat in our $1 million free roll.
Petrangelo yesterday picking up a big pot when he KO'd both Bill Klein and Dan Smith on the same hand, scored that double knockout. Ended up finishing day one with the chip lead. Last year's second place finisher in this event. Could see a rematch. Him versus Negreanu again. Both are still alive. So is Lucky Chewy, the top three.
I wouldn't hate it.
Go 1, 2, 3.
All right, let's do a little prediction then, Donnie. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Who do you think is going to be the top 3 finishers? I'll let you go first.
Andrew Lichtenberger.
You're sticking with your guns from yesterday. I like that.
I am. I have to. Because I feel like I thought about it when you asked me the question. If I said someone different, someone in the chat might call me out. So I'm going to stick with my prediction, Andrew Lichtenberger. Number 2, I'm going with Daniel Negreanu.
Wow.
He's going to get close, but ultimately fall a little bit short. And then I'll go with, I think I got to go with Jason Koon.
Right.
I feel like he's kind of like, I don't know, in a way due. I know obviously it's hard to be due if you're Jason Koon, but
That's 16,000.
I'm going to go different here. I'm going to go and stick with my guns. Go Chitwick number 1. I'm going to go Petrangelo number 2. And I'm going to go Negreanu 3.
Okay, okay.
All right, chat, let us know. Top 3, who do you got? This event will conclude tomorrow night. We'll be streaming it live on YouTube and Twitch. Petrangelo and Chidwick constantly battling as Chidwick lets this one go.
You get 90 back. Okay.
$10 tip there from Petrangelo. Well done, sir. 19th on Poker's all-time money list. This is one of the few events of the year where you can really make a bit of a jump on that all-time money list. Yeah. The earnings of these guys have gotten so big that any old 10K doesn't do a whole lot. Donnie, questions in the chat coming about Jaeger. Only has $82,000 in career tournament earnings, but, you know, doesn't do this for a living.
He
Just
does
loves to battle with the tough guys.
Yeah, he spoke to Natalie Bodie yesterday and mentioned, you know, this is kind of that one tournament that he loves to play. You know, I think I'm safe to say that he's well off in the rest of his life. He's handles some private investments, is also an avid sports bettor, so making some money off the felt, but then gets the chance to fire it in here in one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world against players like Daniel Negreanu and some of the other top players in the game, which he loves so much. So kind of in a way like a bucket list item once a year for him, which is really cool to see.
I mean,
Jaeger is 38 out of Kansas City, Missouri.
You and I and everyone in the chat is basically Paul Jaeger if we had the funds.
Yeah, of course. Why not? I mean, that's what you do, right?
Yeah, I mean, 100%.
It's a dream. I mean, everyone always talks about it, how poker is that competition where, you know, you don't necessarily have to qualify by being like a certain level or get invited or whatever.
Chris, last time I saw you, I presented you your first bracelet. It was the biggest score of your career. You went on to get engaged and then win a second bracelet. Is this the run of your life right now?
Yeah, it's been a very good past few months. I don't think I have any complaints.
What were your emotions like throughout that run? Are you still a little bit in disbelief? Has it kind of set in?
I mean, like, when I won the 250K, that was emotional. Since then, it's mostly felt normal. Like, I things have continued to go well, and I think I show up expecting things to go well a bit more than I was, but I don't feel like in disbelief. I just mostly feel the same pulse and just show up and play.
I saw that you tweeted out that you get a little bit more excited to play in this event. You play in so many high rollers. So what does this event have that brings a little bit extra excitement for you?
It is still the biggest buy-in. I guess there's $1 million at the end of the year, but consistently 300K is the biggest. It's also the structural's so slow. It's a freeze out. There's something that, like, the whole production of it, I think there is like a feeling that this is like a very elite level tournament, and it's cool.
Thanks so much, Chris. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Checks in the mail, Chris Brewer. That's what we like to hear.
You heard him mention the freeze out
The freeze
format.
out. The freeze out. Yes.
It's all about the freeze out.
I mean, all joking aside, Chris Brewer is right. There's a special atmosphere surrounding this event. We know it's been bigger in the past, but those that show up for this, they clearly have, you know, special sentiments towards this tournament. Donnie, I don't think I've missed one as far as the ones in the U.S. You and I were there doing live reporting back in 2015 when this event was first hosted. Back then, strict dress code.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, a little bit more lax, but still classy affair here at the PokerGO studio. If you are in Las Vegas, you can quietly walk in, tiptoe, get a bit of a taste of the action here as play will be ongoing all day long.
Second.
Petrangelo and Chewy going at it here. Chewy with the monster flop
60,000.
has not been able to extract any value from his opponent. Donnie, if this hand had played out differently and Chewy would have taken a more aggressive line, this might have become quite the crazy hand. Now, meanwhile, we're on the river with very little in the middle.
Yeah, Petrangelo does have that ace of spades in his hand, so
10 seconds.
a little bit interesting. I mean,
nice overbet here from Chewy, 60 into 37.
Time.
I don't know. Petrangelo's interested. I mean, he hasn't folded yet.
Ace-high call here from Petrangelo. And Chewy shows the flopped king-high flush. A bit of a stank face there from Nick Petrangelo, who loses a chunk of chips here, leveling the playing field just a little more. So we're heading back over to the main feature table. Jason Koon raised before the flop. Negreanu called from the big blind. Negreanu checked the flop. Koon bet 26K. Negreanu called. We're picking the action back up on the turn as Koon decides to bet, and into the muck it goes. Negreanu off to a bit of a slow start here. The shortest stack at this table, Donnie, but still 56 big blinds, now down to 49. Not too much to worry about.
No, still plenty deep, plenty to work with, especially Daniel, who has made quite the career playing the small ball poker that he's always loved to play.
Who would have guessed?
You were like, wow, I don't think that deuce was the one. What if it was? I just had king
King
deuce.
deuce. That would suck.
There's my gin card, the random deuce.
That would suck.
Kenny off to a good start today. Ace-9 off, comes in for the raise. I really miss kimono Kenny. Ace-8 off for Negreanu. Oh, look at this. Going to see a 3-bet here from the small blind. Koon lets go of Queen Jack. Action back on Kenny. 42K is the raise. Can he show some discipline? Decides to let this one go. And Negreanu picks it up. Natalie Bodie, prior to play getting underway, had a chance to catch up with Daniel Negreanu. Curious to see what he had to say, and maybe we'll get an answer on whether he'll go back-to-back.
Good to catch up with you again, Daniel. How would you evaluate day one here at the Super High Roller Bowl?
I'm really happy with it. I'm stoked, honestly. I felt like I played a really solid day one. A lot of my new material was very effective. Last year, you know, limping was pimping. This year, we're coming with a little bit more of what I call nuisance raises. But yeah, I'm really happy with how day one went, and I'm ready for a long day today.
What does a successful day two look like for you?
A successful day two for me is, you know, being in the top three as far as chip goes, because I think like what you'll see with this, with only 4 spots paying, when we're six-handed, like the ICM pressure is going to be significant. You know, there's going to be a lot. So having a big stack in that moment is really valuable.
Thanks, Daniel. Good luck.
All right, Donnie. Negreanu, as always, likes to declare his intentions and his goals, going for top 3. I mean, top 3 at the end of the day would be a terrific result. Long way ahead still, though.
Oh, yeah, long way to go. We'll see if those nuisance raises, as he's calling them.
What is this? What is that?
I guess he just wants to be a nuisance, be a pest to everyone. Here he is battling with his buddy, Paul Yeager, once again. Yeager flopping a flush draw. Negreanu's got the 2-7, so only one overcard to Negreanu's pair, and he's going to bet at it after checked 2, half pot. Queen pairs the board on the turn. Negreanu's hand still best. Negreanu going to try and milk some more out of Yeager. 27,000 is the bet. Don't chase flush draws on paired boards, Remko.
Hey, man. Some rules you should never break. Negreanu picks up back-to-back hands here. Closing in again on 60 big blinds. Very nice to see him trending in the right direction. By the way, 1,000 likes on the video, and we will give away an annual subscription to PokerGo. Meanwhile, a 4-bet here from Lucky Chewy, making it 92,000 to go. He's going up against Justin Bonomo. Curious to see if Bonomo is going to fight back here. He does not. Lets it go and pays off the time bank.
When did you become such a bully over there, Chewy?
Who says I'm a bully?
Your chip stack.
It's a compliment.
I believe that hand,
Who says
albeit not too much action, gave
Make sure it's not you.
Lichtenberger the tournament
I'm
chip
saying
lead.
that you're quite the bully today.
You don't know what kind of consequences you could endure for saying such things. Wow, that is the most. You all fucking bully, Jesus. Just trying to keep Kerry in his place.
He's keeping me in my place.
You say that again, you fucking walk your back. I just had some good hands. So you say. So I'm saying, okay.
Raise 14,000.
Bonomo raising it up. Queen 10 offsuit. Kerry Katz has been quiet so far on day 2. Donnie, when he entered yesterday, he went on a tear right away. And since then, I feel as though he's back in his shell.
Well, yeah, they took the cameras off of it. No need to play it up. Yeah, he played a lot of hands yesterday. He made a lot of hands. Ended up finishing the day
Check.
pretty healthy, like in terms of where the blinds are going to be coming into day 2. And as we talked about yesterday, today is moving day, but so far for Kerry Katz, hasn't really done too much moving just yet, but long way to go, of course.
10,000.
11 players remaining right now. 4 places will get paid. We're trying to get down to as close as the money as we can. All, of course, depends on the rate of eliminations. Chidwick here with a very interesting looking flop, Donnie.
Raise 40,000.
Oh, here we go.
Rabbit hunt? Deuce of clubs? Rabbit hunt?
We have to see it. Chidwick, of course, recently winner of the Poker Masters Purple Jacket. Katz commenting last night saying, "Why aren't you wearing the jacket?" Valid point there. He said he might have to wear it to the club one night.
Well, Chidwick threw it back at him. Why aren't you wearing your super high roller bowl ring from
True.
London?
Yep.
I would add, Kerry Katz always drinking Diet Cokes. Put it in the PokerGo cup that you won, sir.
Wow, wow.
Bring it to the table, sir.
The cup table side. That'd be great.
Like, where's the cup?
I like that. I feel like at this point, we could basically have every player in this event have some kind of trophy out in front of them. Would be awesome to watch that.
Bonomo would be looking like Tom Brady over there with all the all those championship rings on his hand.
Oh man, that'd be hilarious.
$10-9-9 here between Chidwick and Petrangelo. Chidwick's 8s remain the best hand. Check to the turn.
Speaking of 9-9, Donnie, what's the best nickname for that hand?
No idea.
The Germans. 9-9. I just can't help myself sometimes.
I don't blame you. Gotta keep it fun.
Check.
Doesn't look as though Chidwick and Petrangelo are having fun. Intense battle here as Katz with perhaps a little tableside nap.
Check.
We're going to keep on checking. It's funny, the action is slow going, even though there are time clocks. Players using the most of their clock on each street here. Stoic as ever, Chidwick keeps checking. Petrangelo catches the king on the river. Donnie, is there no incentive for Chidwick to bet on any of these streets, allowing himself to walk into a loss like this?
I mean, he could just keep the pot small here. Chidwick does make the call. Going to see the bad news that Petrangelo's hand got there on the river. And now it's Nick Petrangelo back into the chip lead. So Petrangelo and Lichtenberger going back and forth on top of the super high rollerbowl leaderboard as we
I
move
don't think
back
that long
over
about it. I think you have a
to
good
the
hand.
main
I'm gonna
table.
fold.
Aces for Bryn Kenny.
So bad.
Wow.
That's a crazy
Gets it
fold.
done.
People are gonna laugh at me for that one. They're gonna get laughed at for that fold. I promise.
That hand was
They're gonna
open
laugh.
from
They're like,
Negreanu.
"What? That's
3-bet
100%
from Bryn
ball."
Kenny.
They're going to say you're a genius.
And
What do we
Negreanu
do?
just folded the ace
That's
queen
not
off.
good poker. What I just did, like according to the
It might not be
very
good
bad
poker,
folds.
but sir, you look
Like,
like a genius
one of the
because
worst.
Kenny had it.
You have tens?
Yeah.
No,
Not bad luck.
not king, but it was a really theoretically bad fucking thing.
Ace jack suited.
Better.
We know it wasn't 5-4 suited.
Better.
Ace
Strong
queen.
fold. Suited.
No, not that good, but still. Fuck. Suited.
You're in bad shape.
Suited, suited. I'm not folding. It's fun. Flush.
I thought maybe the ace jack suited because you had like the deja vu.
Yeah. I don't
You're
I'm
like
not
the same one.
I'm
you're
not
like,
going for it.
Nope. Not me.
I believed you. That's all.
You were right. I was in bad shape as you could be.
Oh fuck. Then I feel really good about it. Was that 13?
Now you've got like free chips.
I was
of
about to
course,
use
like-
this, and I'm like, why? Just throw it away.
Poker can be so simple sometimes. If you just fold, there's no more pain in the decision making. It's one way to look at it.
I'm going to guess Negreanu's not going to be folding this one, though. Middle set? No. At least not yet.
Kenny, though, with the flush draw, backdoor straight options as well. This could get interesting.
Oh.
And there's a flush on the turn for Bryn Kenny. Potential disaster looming for Negreanu.
Will he get some revenge after last year?
The question is, will Kenny mention it if he is able to apply some damage? $29K is the bet from Kenny. Don't see a reason for Negreanu to raise here, Donnie.
No, I don't think he needs to. Negreanu does make the call. And Negreanu fills up on the river.
Oh my God.
He just has Kenny's number in this tournament.
Daniel Negreanu has the upper hand over Bryn Kenny for over a year now, as this is a disaster for the sensei. Negreanu, Donnie, checked to Kenny.
74.
Ooh, about 74K. Will we see a check raise all in? Is this going to be for Negreanu's entire stack? Let's hear it, chat. What should Negreanu do? Small raise, big raise, all in shove? I feel like all the options are in play here, Donnie. What a sick cooler.
Call.
Flush.
Wow! He just calls with the full house.
Full house.
I thought so.
Oh my God. Donnie, what do you think about this one?
I think jacks, I think ace jack are certainly within the realm of possibility for Bryn Kenny to have there, so might be a little bit more on the conservative side, but this event, I mean, I don't totally hate it.
Wasn't thinking about folding.
Nope.
Do you think you're going to get called by worse? I mean, even a flush.
You're relieved to hear that?
I don't know.
That's a
I
good
kind of feel
one-liner
like
right there. It was, yeah.
Kenny could find
I
that
thought maybe
fold,
raise,
so
you know, full house is a good hand.
what worse calls you?
It's a flush.
It does. It does.
I mean, I think we even saw it going way back to last year. When Kenny ultimately got shoved on with those aces full, he like knew that he was not good, but he couldn't fold also. You know, this one, I think it's more acceptable that he finds a fold or easier to do so. So
Yeah.
there's that historical aspect as well at play.
But the final three from last year still in too.
Wow. Negreanu up to 470K, and to your point, Donnie, a check raise of any kind might have gone either uncalled or might have solicited action that Negreanu did not want. And of course, we can see on the screen that Kenny had a 10 high flush, but what if indeed he had a combination that would beat his full house? Definitely interesting. And chat is going wild, calling it tight, calling it a nit.
I think it was tighter for Negreanu to open and fold the ace-queen off to a 3-bet than just call there with a full house.
Right. Yeah,
if that makes sense.
I'm with you on that one. A lot of people saying
so if you want to blame Negreanu for being tight, he shouldn't have folded the ace-queen.
Yeah, and the question I'll post to the chat is, which hands
What are you, somewhere close to there?
is Kenny calling with
8 or something?
that Negreanu beats if he check raises?
I think like
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard.
Be top 5 within the next
Carry
2
somewhere in
years.
the top 10 too, or no?
It's close, yeah.
I just hit 40.
Nick's in the
close
top
too.
10?
No,
I mean,
I don't
maybe
think, but he's like
No, I don't
really
think he
close.
is.
Maybe pocket
definitely-
threes.
I
The
mean,
3 was on the flop
To
as
get the
well,
top
so maybe
5
an
at the
underfull.
final, it'll definitely be the most earnings for probably. I mean, how could it not be?
Oh,
the
yeah,
most
by
earnings
far.
for any TV ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like our earnings are going down.
And maybe the only time ever that the top 5 have all been at the same like final table.
Yeah.
Like 3 people away.
Yeah.
They ain't hatched yet.
It's a good point, Donnie.
14.
Yeah, I'm jinxing all of us except,
Yeah.
except Ike.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
chip
keep
leader.
talking.
Yeah. Keep talking about how you're all gonna make it.
Players referencing there the all-time money list. Bryn Kenny currently the top dog. Justin Bonomo second.
It's so funny. Nick Petrangelo is 19th on all-time money list. If he wins this event, he's going to move up 1 spot.
It's wild.
1 spot. Win $3 million, move up 1
I could
spot.
make a prediction for
Those top 5 in order: Kenny, Bonomo,
10
Chidwick,
years will be the
Negreanu, and
all-time
Koon.
money leader. It won't be you because you won't play enough.
Is it gonna be you?
No, won't be me either. I'll probably won't even be top 20. I doubt it.
No, but you'll play every Triton for the next like maybe 3-4
A
years.
couple of years, yeah. But it'll be Stevie or Ike because they'll play every fucking tournament
Forever.
Forever. They're going to be 90.
It's hard to be up there without
Justin too. Justin might be playing it forever.
He kind of comes in and out.
Yeah, but, like,
Whereas,
still
Ike
hopping
and
in.
Stevie love it more than anybody, and they play all the time, and they play every game.
I just got to come in and win the biggest tournament. Like
You might
usual.
do that for sure, yeah. Yeah, I was just creeping up on you on the Triton list. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get Bryn, and then it's like, oh, where did Bryn come from? Oh, he just won another one for $10 million. I'll go back to my little.
I need to win 7 more events to make up for that
little
one.
dinky cashes too, you know. One of my biggest all-time scores is only 3.7. Isn't that crazy?
I mean, that's bigger than my 3rd biggest. Not so crazy.
Might be 3.6 or something. Not that big.
You probably have a
Mine's
lot
under 4.
in the like 2 to 3.5 range.
I have a lot in, like the 2.
Yeah.
1.5 to 2, like a lot. But yeah, nothing really big.
You might be favorite to be #1 all time in the next like 3-4 years. No?
No, I have kids too. Kids, and I play too much cash, and yeah.
You still play every tournament?
All the
Every big
only,
one.
Only Triton.
But that's the
That's
one
all
where
that
all the
matters.
money's at.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I play.
When you play all the short deck, well, now short deck's probably dead. So actually, yeah, if short deck wasn't dead, you'd be favorite to be a #1 still in 3-4 years.
Yeah.
But since they might not run another short deck tournament again, I don't blame them either. PLO gets 4 times the field.
I know. Yeah. It was good while it lasted.
Yeah.
Flush here
It was
for
amazing
Paul
time,
Jager
yeah.
as Isaac Haxon tries to figure this one out,
4
faced
months.
with a bet of 50,000 on the
Everybody
river.
who played those short deck tournaments played on the same app club together in tournaments, and we would play like.
Like 3-4 a day or something.
It was
or more.
like I think at max it might have been closer to 6 every single day. It was awesome.
Had the sicko of all sickos in there every game.
Yeah, couple.
Who's not with us anymore.
No, rest in peace.
Yeah, love that guy.
Who?
Ivan.
Ivan played it. You know, he was a big. He won in those tournaments that we played on the Fun Ocean tournament. Short deck. Yeah, he was like a medium winner.
Sick.
Yeah. Yeah, he played pretty good in those games.
He did. Yeah, he wasn't just getting lucky. I think he was supposed to be winning.
Yeah, he was. He was playing bubbles really well, and he learned really quick.
And then, yeah, you can't really gauge like the 25 since he was just getting cheated every game.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he did good in the short deck.
Donnie, when these guys talk, we just listen and soak it up. Interesting conversation here about
well. He had like a sick
online
game.
games.
Yeah.
When he didn't care.
He was so much fun to play with. He had almost like tan vibes, you know? Like, he was always willing to play a really big paw.
Yeah.
But, like, had some moves. Yeah. So much fun to play with.
Just loved it.
Loved it.
Would play like whatever stakes. Would go and play like the 25K Triton tournament.
He was the most fun guy to bluff because he really liked it when you bluffed him. He would give you so much shit about it.
A rare personality trait.
Yeah,
I don't know many people who enjoy that.
He loved it. He just like, oh, you guy, you know.
You guy.
And then he'd always have to bluff you back.
It's like a game of tag.
Yeah.
The guys are talking about Ivan Liao, who sadly passed away last year. Big time player on the Triton series. Good friend of Jason Koon. It's funny how these guys go from
That might have been a really bad fold. I guess I'll find out soon.
they go from laid back casual conversation to straight back to high level play. I love the balance of that.
It's not a full house.
Oh, yeah.
I did not flash. I mean, the queen high flush.
Flush. I had an ace.
Funny thing is, you can't even lie because you can.
Yeah, they see
Yeah,
it
see
anyway.
it. 45 minutes anyway. You keep me in suspense for 45 minutes.
Shout out to Mihai in the chat. He says, I'm a bit delayed, but the 9-9 joke was hilarious. Greetings from Berlin. But there you go, Donnie.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
All right, we're still having fun here. Day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl 8. So much action still to come. But while you're watching this, don't forget, this is one of your last chances to become an annual subscriber to PokerGo. Use promo code DREAM20 to save $20 on your annual subscription. And by doing so, you are entered into a raffle giveaway for a chance to play in our $1 million PTT Championship free roll. Scan the QR code on your screen for more information. And get in there right now because we're doing the draw tomorrow. We're announcing tomorrow who's going to be battling against some of these guys in our $1 million free roll championship event. 4 places will get paid in today's event. We're down to 11. Payouts are in the description of the video. My name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. We had 20 entries in the event this year. Really been enjoying the all-time money list talk from these guys. And Donnie, just for some context on how insane Brent Kenny's tournament career has been, in the past 6 months, he only has a few scores, one of them being 6.8 million. He's won $7.5 million in the last 6 months. That score alone would put him in the top 200 all-time.
Crazy.
It's just absurd how much money these guys have won. That's more money than Faraz Jaka has won in his entire career. That Marvin Rettenmeyer, Adrian Attenborough, recent main event runner-up from last year, Huck Seed, like, that's just the last 6 months for Brent Kenny.
It's wild, man. It's absolutely wild.
We are drawn live to have the top 5 of the all-time money list all at the same final table, which would be pretty epic. Haxton 11th on the all-time money list in this event. Petrangelo 19th still in this event. Haxton versus Jaeger here. Bill says, commentary is great, guys. Thanks, Bill. Very much appreciate it. We're trying to keep quiet when the geniuses are talking, or as Negreanu calls them, the tough cookies.
Ace high, no good there for Isaac Haxton. Paul Jaeger takes this one down. Jaeger doing well for himself today so far. Up, over 500K.
Petrangelo and Brewer here involved in an interesting hand. Pot bet here on the river from Petrangelo with King Jack. He has made Broadway on the river. Brewer made top 2 pair.
Yeah, raise pot pre-flop from Brewer, called by both Petrangelo and Chidwick. Action checked through on the flop. Brewer bet the turn only. Nick Petrangelo made the call, and then on the river, Petrangelo led out with this bet of 80,000.
Look at all the time extension chips Brewer is using. Big decision here for him.
Yeah, I believe he's on his like 5th or 6th one.
Brewer vocalizing the hands that he might be up against, or that he might not be able to be up against given the way the hand played out. Hard to hear what he's saying, but he's clearly running through the combos. Wow. Well done, Chris Brewer. Let's go of ace-queen there correctly. And here it is on the screen. Nick Petrangelo, the first player to hit 1 million chips.
Use after threes. Ace queen.
Did he say he got 4s?
I think he was asking, it was one of the questions, or one of the hands, a couple of the hands that he ran through, 4s, 3s, meaning 4s or 3s of the diamond. Those are some good bluffing candidates per the solvers these days.
Exactly right. These guys well studied up. Here's a look at the chip counts presented by StormX of our secondary table. Justin Bonomo now the short stack on this table. Both Brewer and Chidwick with 69 big blinds. Shout out to them. Kerry Katz on 75 bigs, Lucky Chewy and Petrangelo up over 150. Those guys looking very comfortable for a spot at the final table. We're combining at 8. There are 11 players remaining. Tons of play left here on day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl 8. Chat very impressed with Brewer's fold. Giorgio says, they are constantly reminding me of why I'm not there, and they are. Phenomenal stuff.
It's very true.
Thanks, Giorgios. If you guys have any questions in the chat, please send them in. Luis Felipe asking, is Negreanu in the game? Yeah, please stick around. He's on the main feature table. We're bouncing back and forth between our first and second table.
Heads up.
It's going to be a long stream today as the stacks are deep. Average stack at the feature table, 85 big blinds. Very different than your average PokerGo stream where, you know, there's more talk about ICM and shoving and reshoving. Right now we're talking about flop, turn, and river decisions, which is very exciting for us to commentate on. Buy-in today, $300,000, as you can see in the title of the video. By the way, if you enjoy the content, please hit that like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. When we hit 1,000 likes, I'm going to give away a free annual subscription to PokerGo, because that's what we do.
Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't see it. I mean, you kind of can, but yeah, he's a heavy metal dude.
Could put on Dave Stam's playlist.
What is that like?
EDM,
When he plays
all
poker,
EDM music.
No way.
really?
Yeah.
Dave is hilarious because when he plays poker, he goes 38,000. He's got those. He doesn't realize it. He's just screaming, top of his lungs. And then people look at him. He's like, "What?"
Yeah,
What are
he
you
loves
talking about?
EDM music.
David Stam.
Oh,
Kills it.
Stam.
It's funny,
Well,
I would not predict that from him.
Yep.
Yeah,
This
for
goes back to our
He
Bill
doesn't look
Klein.
like a Burning Man guy.
He is a Burning Man guy too, for sure.
I would guess Burning Man way before EDM. Those are not necessarily
Sure.
quite the same
More of
thing.
that like kind of deep house. Like, you know, it's like the kind of more mellow. Yeah, exactly. It just goes forever.
Yeah, the trance music. 2-hour track.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of good shit, to be honest. Like, I don't listen to it very often or if ever, but like, I can dig it when I hear it.
He used to send me, because he would send me some, like, because he DJs. He'd send me these tracks like 2 hours long. I was like, I don't know, let me try this out. And then I've been sitting there and I'm like, I've been listening to this for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Kinda like,
it's not bad. You get, you
sort of, you get in a trance. Like, and I don't do drugs, but like, imagine if you're on drugs, it'd be like a really fun vibe.
Yeah. I mean, all music's a fun vibe on drugs, but.
Negreanu raising it up to 12,000 with ace-king. Jaeger finding the very playable 10-9 of hearts. And ever since this talk about music, all I can think of is I need to make some new playlists for my workouts, Donnie. There's something different about having the right tunes when you're pushing yourself.
Of course. Of course. Both players whiffing on this flop. Negreanu's ace-king high still best.
What do you mean whiffing? He has a backdoor straight flush draw.
I mean, whiffing.
Jaeger with a gin flop here. $10K bet from Negreanu. Jaeger correctly assessing that he has that backdoor draw. Well, it might not be the jack of hearts, but the jack of diamonds will do just fine.
Negreanu going to make the call with just ace high. Queen pairs the board on the river, so Negreanu gets this check mark as long as this goes to showdown. Will Paul Jaeger bluff at this one once more?
Oh, go ahead. How much? 35?
35.
Okay. See if I have any. 35.
Jaeger once again putting the screws to his opponents.
Even if you're bluffing, you might have the best hand. That's kind of a problem with me. I ain't gonna fold. Get in.
Donnie, Jaeger has pulled off the most bluffs so far
with the best hand.
at the feature table.
Yeah,
You ever do
he's
that?
going for it. He ain't backing down.
You're like, I'm bluffing, but I actually have beat.
Did that yesterday.
Okay. Go hold up.
Hold up. Who has been slain?
Why did like 2 people back?
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're zooming on over to the secondary table for some action, perhaps? Curious to see what's going down there as the players at the main feature table might be thinking there's something big going on here. Actually, there is not. Chewy raising it up to 14K. Action on cats with 5s.
Didn't Katz call him a bully earlier?
He did.
Yeah, so he's not going to back down. He's going to call those 5s from the big blind.
You got to stand up to the bully.
That's right.
A6-3. No set for cats.
Check.
Top pair for Lucky Bully. See, he just rebranded his nickname.
Check.
Jack of hearts on the turn.
Check. $27,000.
Quick and easy there for Lucky Chewy. Donnie, explain this to the viewers, please.
Yeah, so that is tournament director Paul Campbell coming to the table. So what happens in these high roller events at the PokerGO studio is when the clock for the level reaches 5 minutes, they pause the clock, they draw for a certain number of hands to be played. This prevents players from using some clock management, aka tanking and stalling, using those time extensions maybe to try and line themselves up on the button, or maybe line up a short stack in the big blind, that sort of stuff. All that extra gamesmanship that can go on. So there we saw Chris Brewer pulled the 4, so 4 more hands at this level.
I call it the countdown to coffee. 4 more hands before we go on our first break of the day. Short break after every level in this event, 75-minute levels. So, get your own coffee or beverages going, maybe some snacks. It's going to be a long day of poker, as you can see.
I'll say this. We better get to 1,000 likes before the break.
Oh, yeah, please.
We better get there, okay?
Please.
Because if we don't, we might not come back, okay? I mean, that's just, those are the rules.
I might trip on a cable.
Yeah, we might just leave.
3-way action here. Ace in the window here right away. 9 and a 10 behind it. Petrangelo flopping an ace.
Check. Check.
Facundo, just to be clear, 4 more hands in this level. There'll be a short break. We'll come back. We'll continue to play on. We're taking this one all the way till the end of the day on the live stream.
Check.
Action checks around here. 9 of hearts on the turn, pairing the board. Petrangelo is still best here. He's got 2 pair now. Boom, up over 1,100 likes. Love it. Thank you, everyone.
Donnie,
we don't have to go home.
Threats work. Bullying pays off.
That's right.
Check.
4 more hands probably means about 10 more minutes of play, just so you all know.
That jack on the river, straight, 4, carry, cats, El Jefe. Taking a stroll down Broadway. 10,000 is the bet. Just about 1/5 pot. 10,000 into 48. Nick Petrangelo is going to make the call. Stephen Chidwick folds, and that straight's going to do it. Little tiny smile for Petrangelo, maybe thinking, I'll let you get there, buddy. What do we think Kerry Katz is listening to?
Slayer.
Slayer.
No, I think Kerry Katz probably, I don't know. That's a great question. This might be harder to gauge than Bill Klein.
Pulled an ace 10 pre-flop.
How about some 80s rock?
Yeah, I mean, I
classic
think,
rock.
I think classic rock, you know.
I was closer to 3-betting than I was to calling. Yeah, you get Nick out of the pot. You just get a nice, easy cooler against me.
Sticking here on this secondary table, Chris Brewer coming in with a raise. He's got the ace-10 off, makes it 14,000 to go. Brewer acting under the gun. Kerry Katz interested with the 8-5 of diamonds here.
Donnie, that's a wonderful hand.
And just very delicately places the chips on top of the button. Oh, now he kicks them in. There you go. It's your house, Kerry. Splash the pot whenever you please, okay? We got the Mallards. Where's Brent Hanks? Let's go.
Well, flop with 2 diamonds and some deuce and a deuce would be a welcome sight here for some action. Instead, it's 8-5-7 all hearts. Katz flops 2 pair. Brewer with the overcards and the hard flush draw.
the fastest check around I think we've ever seen.
I mean,
3 hearts here on the turn, so Brewer makes a 10 high flush.
Check.
for those wondering, we have a stats screen that shows us the hands from the main table. I can report that nothing has happened. It's been an exchange of small pots.
16,000.
Negreanu and Kenny are down 1 big blind since we left that table about 4 hands ago. We're going back and forth all day, making sure you don't miss any of the big hands from this event as Katz decides to call 16K.
What?
16.
It's 16. Oh, can I still fold? All right, there we go.
I think you can, but you're going to forfeit those chips.
6 of clubs on the river. Brewer's flush is the winner here. Look at this.
Small bet.
Very small. Begging for a call with this one. Katz correctly lays it down and Brewer chips up. You know, one strong fold from Brewer where the ace-queen hit the muck, then picking up a few small pots and all of a sudden looking very comfortable again in this event.
It's on 13.
I believe we are heading back over to the main table, where this will be this table's last hand of the level. See if anything exciting happens. Not for Haxton or Negreanu. They're up to take their break. So is Jason Koon and Paul Jager here in the small blind. He's got an ace-5, so that's playable from this position.
We got 18,000.
Little 3x here against Bryn Kenny, who's got him dominated, ace-10.
Little squint there from Kenny, looking over at Jager's stack. He's going to come along for a bit of a blind battle here. And as everyone is leaving the room, we still got a hand going on here. Queen, Jack, Jack. Ace high for both players. Kenny, of course, in the lead. By the way, I promised an annual subscription to PokerGo. When we hit 1,000 likes, I will give away that subscription after the break. So just so you know, have not forgotten about that. Action goes check, check. 3 of spades on the turn.
No, yeah, that's right, yeah. I think that's true. What's up, guys? Good, thank you. Hey, could I order...
Food orders being placed here on the break. Jaeger betting 18K. Kenny not looking to get rid of this one just yet. Comes along to the river with ace high. River card is the 5 of spades. That is exactly what Jaeger was looking for.
Oh, yes.
Oh, look at this. Check, check. Kenny getting rivered here. Jaeger chipping up to 610K. Great start for him today on day 2 of this event. Very impressive showing by him. Still a hand in progress here, going back on over to the outer table.
Who do we have in action here? Stephen Chidwick up against Chris Brewer.
Board completed here with the King of Hearts. Brewer 7 is best here. Excuse me, Chidwick 7 is best. Brewer whiffs on his club flush draw.
Yeah, Brewer going with an overbet on the turn, 40,000 into what looked to be about 30,000. Chidwick made the call. King pairing the board on the river here. Check, check, and Stephen Chidwick takes it down.
Chidwick rakes in the pot here as we approach the first break of the day. I believe we have perhaps one hand remaining as the players are still seated here at the outer table. By the way,
if they're not getting up, they're not on break.
Exactly. If you're just tuning in, please like the video and subscribe to our channel. Hit the notification bell if you want to be in the know of whenever we go live. The final table of this event tomorrow will also be streamed live on YouTube and Twitch. So wherever you are watching from in the world, please know that these will also be available on demand on our YouTube channel as well later on. Now we are indeed watching the final hand of the level. Petrangelo raising it up.
14,000.
Yeah, Petrangelo, the chip leader, he's going to attack. Kerry Katz is off to take his break. And Brewer's got a nice one here. King, Queen of Hearts.
You know, you got to watch out for the bully in the big blind.
You do. Got to watch out for that. Got to watch out for the fact that you're you're in the small blind. So if you do go to a flop, you're going to be out of position. This looks like we're going to get a 3-bet. 70,000. Lichtenberger in the big blind and Petrangelo both give it up quickly, and it is time for a break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, going on our first break of the day. Still 11 players remaining. The stacks are still very deep. This is anyone's game here at Super High Roller Bowl 8. Only 10 minutes on the break, so refill those bevies, get a snack, maybe some fruit for a change, put away those chips for now. We got a long way still ahead of us. Don't go anywhere. Coming back in just 10 minutes.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
Give me a record of that.
15K in orbit with the blinds at 3 and 6. And
said the fact that he can have the 3 in a variety of ways gives us leverage to make an ambitious value bet such as this. Very nice, Bryn. Take it down.
Yeah, so the 9s find the bin, but the Queen 10 does not. As Jaeger starting on a bit of a sour note and bringing it over to the outer table for the first time. We find jacks full of aces for Stephen Chidwick, who's fired 286,000 on the river. Path to this point, a Petrangelo open from the cutoff to 14. Chidwick flatted the button. C-bet of 25,000. Flat from Chidwick as we see Petrangelo folding. He checked the turn. Chidwick bet 75. Petrangelo called. And then he was convinced by the river that the ace-5 lacked hope. Correctly so.
Nice fold from Petrangelo there. That's a typical hand class to hero call. One can fold it, of course, with the flush present, but nicely done and a great pickup for Stevie.
Very playable close that hand. Wonder if I would
He
have
didn't arrive on the chip lead coming into day 2 by accident. Sound decision making, that the sort of stuff that we can count on from the likes of Petrangelo, Chidwick, and truly all of our remaining 12.
Possible for sure.
Respectfully, perhaps Paul Jaeger, the candidate to do things that we might not expect. Yesterday, we thought that we had him profiled as maybe being a little bit passive, a little bit tight, and then he really impressed us with some deviations. Midday, late day.
I like that, Ali. Oh,
Mike, we're gonna get a
this.
bench sighting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna come.
You can come
Kenny
play PLF.
He's gonna come play the
looking
100K
to
hand
surge
now.
as he 3-bets the button open from Chrissy B. She's got ace jack of hearts. I suppose we can't call her Chrissy B. Her
in maybe 3 weeks.
name prior to marrying Alex was Bicknell, now Fox.
I think Chrissy B is okay, fairly grandfathered in, and obviously a dire start for her for Bryn to just stone have aces, button small blind 3-bet.
Yellow really draws.
It really does.
She is in.
Yeah, it's gonna
You
be
know,
an
Kenny's
active
reputation precedes him
Yeah,
a
I did
bit
like
in
that really
terms of
quick.
fearlessness and aggression. These things swirl.
This all permeates.
This one, and you're gonna
Yeah, I think it's 3.
Oh, and just like that, it's a flip.
Or whatever.
King, queen, 6 with 2 hearts. The royal flush draw against the overpair. 96 in the middle, but we're going to play for more than
Yeah, I
that.
live in Summerlin. Yeah. Yeah, I love it here.
Oh, it's nice you did. And for me, I can only come. I mean, I got 2 kids, so.
I got 2 kids too. I just
But I don't live here. You know what I mean?
46.
I'm lucky enough to come as
Sub half by a skosh. The follow through.
It's a good time to move here. A lot of stuff popping up.
Fairly level stacks coming into it too, Nick. Just
West Virginia.
a small margin in favor of Foxen, but
Kansas City.
Oh yeah.
this is sort of an all-in situation potentially for both of these
Kansas side. On the
combatants.
broadcast yesterday, they said Missouri. I was like, nope.
Nope. Kansas City.
They got that wrong.
Yeah.
There's kind of a rivalry between the
All
two
in?
sides. You know?
Call.
I
Jam,
know, one of
snap.
my really good friends is.
Good luck, ladies, gentlemen. Wow.
Oh wow, royal draw.
To have
One of my really good
46%
friends
equity
is
up against aces with
poker player
ace-jack
from
is a
Kansas.
real delight,
Of course.
Jeremy off.
but help needed.
Driven's from Kansas City?
Well, the other half of the
that area. Yeah.
Foxen duo is going to be left with just 6K.
Take a hard coming.
I'm not killing sweats.
I just have a
I have
feeling.
perfect deck reads.
That's
Maybe
not
not.
the sort of red Foxen is in search of, as an 8 of diamonds keeps it clean. Kenny with real sweat. Got to fade. 12 outs to avoid elimination here early day 2.
Go on, Bryn.
And everything's Gucci.
Everything is Gucci. I saw that on the shades. And for Foxen, highly deflating.
188.
Well, this is exactly how Bryn drew it up during the morning meditation, no doubt.
See if she can spin the big blind. The one big blind, that is.
Would be ambitious, obviously, and Nick the only other during the 50K Poker Players
Yeah, I should look
Championship,
now.
of
See what
course,
we got.
young Bryce Yaki with the pat number 2, induced to 7, and Josh Aryeh
Yes,
backing into the wheel.
the running quads joined Yaki in the Hall of Fame of Bad Beats. Haxton, Foxen, of course, Foxen's tournament life on the line.
Refund issued to the Haxton Rays as it's only 6K
Flopped.
Like to me.
for the spin.
Seems likely.
Notably, it's
Like a
kind of a quadruple up opportunity for
Likely
Foxen.
means favorite, right?
Likely on my deck reads.
Not really.
What likely? What do you consider likely? Over
Depends a
50%?
lot on context, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
King Queen's a nice hand to wake up with when your back's up against the wall, and
Gut shot.
Queen High Flop has made things even nicer. Ace 9. Flapping in the wind.
Oh, that was all me. 8 deuce.
Turns clean.
Yeah, he saved you.
Mike would have only
That
colluded.
stupid hand, ace 9.
Yeah.
We're only like right on the bubble too.
River stays clean as well, so a little nod of affirmation, but obviously the bulk of the emotion that is
Big blinds.
being experienced by Kristen is not elation over hauling this up. Quadruple up.
No,
in.
but 4 bigs is 4 bigs.
Have I seen the vanilla and tangerine combination?
He's got the creamsicle sweats going. It's, I hear that, Ollie. Legend. And he has this t-shirt with...
8-bit.
Yeah. And he
I
has
was
a very
blowing on-
playable one on the button.
I was blowing on cartridges last time I saw those sorts of images.
Yeah.
That might be Atari 2600 territory, actually. Graphics package on that shirt is, yeah. You don't need quad-core processing for that. So the ace-king suited's got company from the button of 8-bit Ike. Ace-queen jack. Top pair Broadway draw for Jaeger. Nothing really to speak of for Haxton other than backdoor diamonds. And we see Paul on his feet a little bit leaning over, Nick. We observed him do this on a couple of occasions yesterday in pots. I didn't establish any sort of correlation in terms of it being only when he has a strong hand, but rather a genuine desire to clarify what he's looking at.
There's an eyesight issue as well confirmed.
Okay.
So he, he's just making sure 300
Yeah.
buy-in.
It is a real accomplishment to overcome something like that. Hasn't overcome the sports betting disease, it would appear, yet, though, and that is also, a diagnosis to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Interesting from Chrissy. She goes for 14K off of 24. Kenny giving her a look next door. Would imagine Haxton is coming along as well for at least a call. Perhaps likely a call, although let's see what Ike gravitates towards. It's really a great result to 3-bet, get Bryn out of there sometimes, and go heads up against the range of Foxen. Calling seems nice as well.
$49,000.
Does go for the 3-bet Ollie.
You suspected that might be a foot.
Of course, Chrissy puts a remainder in. Bryn is gone. Good luck.
Yeah, bad news for Chrissy as she shares a card.
Yeah.
So the man who was part of her quadruple up equation.
The only thing I use for is counting.
I was, as you were thinking, I was like, that's what he's doing. He's counting.
One pot to go.
He's just counting.
Now seeks to finish Foxen off. Backdoor hearts. Part of the 18% equation for Foxen, but dire straits in this 77K pot. And now things are truly grim as a lonely 6 seeks company to prevent her elimination.
Look, guys.
Good game, Chrissy.
Good game, Chrissy. Was hoping to see her play a little bit more today. Bloody start for her. The ace-jack aces.
Not in a bad way.
No, it's dope. But she definitely got the Ghostbusters jump.
So with Foxen's 12th place elimination, now 11 remain.
Oh, du Fantasy. Oh.
I raised to 15.
15,000.
King Deuce offsuit has ambitions for Mr. Jaeger as he takes it up to 15,000 from the small blind note. Sizing appropriately, blind versus blind. And flopping bottom pair more than we can say for the Jack-8 as Kenny promptly came along.
Check.
Welcome back to the PokerGO studio for day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl 8. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. We got Aline Ajad and Nick Schulman on the call on PokerGO.com. We are here with you all day until we crown a winner in one of the most prestigious events of the calendar. 300K buy-in, freeze-out format, 11 players remaining. We're playing down as far as we can today. The estimation is that we might get down to the final 5. Donnie, what are your thoughts?
I think we're going to get down to 6. I don't think we're going to quite get to 5. I know we lost Kristen Foxen pretty early on in the day, but since then, there have been some bigger pots, but ultimately, you know, no one has been willing to get all their money in, and certainly no one else has gone broke today. So I think kind of the grind of it is going to continue, and then I think it's going to get even slower once we get down to a single table.
Yeah, payouts are available in the description of the video. 4 places will get paid. Tomorrow we will crown a winner who will take home not only a massive payout just shy of $3 million, but also that diamond-encrusted super high roller bowl ring.
550 PGT leaderboard points
there it is.
As well.
Yeah, Donnie, do some digging for us.
Yes.
For who would these points mean the most, given the context of the upcoming PGT Championship events? I know that someone like a Paul Yeager won't be chasing those to begin with. You know, he's not a regular grinder. But for some players, this might be the difference between being in or out of that event.
Yeah, so if you were to come into this event with 0 PGT leaderboard points and then you win it for the 550, you're going to be right around 68th, 69th place on the leaderboard. So still outside that top 40. That top 40, of course, is important because that's what gets you the automatic qualification for the PGT Championship $1 million free roll. But someone like, I believe, Isaac Haxton is sitting kind of right outside. If I can find it here on the leaderboard. Obviously I can't, but, you know. Anyway, Daniel Negreanu, I think, because right now he's within the top 40, right? Daniel Negreanu is currently in 35th place, but that's right there at the bottom and on the verge of getting knocked out. Justin Bonomo, similar spot. Justin Bonomo is 40th.
Huh.
So Justin Bonomo and Daniel Negreanu could, of course, use the points just to really solidify themselves within the top 10.
Yeah.
Isaac Haxton is third. I don't know why I thought Isaac Haxton was way down below. I should know that.
It's the year of Isaac Haxton.
That's silly of me.
I agree. I like hoodie. I like rooms that you can wear hoodies in.
You got a good collection of colorful hoodies.
Thank you.
I think Jason Koon is an interesting one. Jason Koon, of course, the reigning PGT Championship winner. He won it last year. Steven Chidwick was the PGT Player of the Year last year. He finished the season with the most points. And then Jason Koon went on to win that championship event. Last year, the championship event, $500K prize pool, and it was winner take all. This year, we'll have the same $500K first place prize, but there will be some additional payouts for the final table. 32. Jason Koon comes into this event with 129 points, so he's outside the top 100. But with everything that's coming up, most notably WSOP Europe, there's some big stuff there, and a lot of guys that are going to be going to Triton can then make the swing to WSOP Europe. And then also WSOP Paradise. Jason Koon has talked about going down there in December to play those really, really big buy-in events that they have there. Those all qualify for the PGT, so,
they don't know why.
You know,
oh, because they don't know about your eyes. Yeah.
129 points. Jason Koon adds a nice chunk here, if that's ultimately what happens, and then can just kind of solidify himself within that top 40 later on in the season.
Giveaway coming up for a free annual subscription to PokerGo. All you have to do is make sure you have liked the video and subscribed to the channel to be eligible. I'm going to ask one of my magic questions in the chat, and I'll pick a random winner from all the submissions. It's a foolproof system, Donnie. It's never backfired on me.
Not until, or not so far, I should say. I mean, it's
whenever Brent Hanks tries to do it.
Well, yeah, then
it becomes.
I mean, that just is user error. Like that's or human error. That's what that is.
It's a tire fire.
Daniel Negreanu here going to limp the small blind with the ace king of clubs. Jason Koon's got queen 6 off. He's going to check behind, and these two are going to go heads up to the flop. Battle of the GG Poker ambassadors here. 9-5-3, all red. No player here with a diamond. Negreanu's ace high is the best of it, but could be some tricky proceeding on this type of flop. He checks. Koon comes with 8,000. Negreanu gives it up. 4,000, 8,000 now. That is the level we are playing. Of course, that 8,000 big blind ante.
And it hasn't been hitting so far today.
Drawing hand.
It is the biggest drawing hand in all of poker.
No. Boomby. Top. Oh. Suited.
Jason Walthall saying 7,100 watching, only 1,400 likes. I'm with you. I know Remko's with you as well. Hit that like button. Hit the thumbs up. Let's go, people. Come on.
John says, already subscribed and liked. Would love the prize. Thanks. Appreciate it, John. Question coming up in just a second here.
Well, if that's happened and you're here and you're going to talk in the chat, then you're entered.
Yeah.
You know?
The question for the giveaway is, who do you think will go heads up in this event? I need two names. Two names. Who will go heads up in this event? There's no right or wrong. I will pick a random submission anyway for a free annual subscription. So there it is. Who's going to go heads up? Give you guys a few minutes to send in your submissions, and I'll pick a random winner. Bryn Kenny started the day as one of the shorter stacks, now sitting comfortable on 50 big blinds. It's a good reminder of how this event is so different. The structure is very slow, giving us the ability to watch some incredible plays throughout the day. The play of the day, Donnie, yesterday was probably Jason Koon's King 10 of clubs. Phenomenal hand versus Kristen Foxen. Not your average poker hand, probably way above the rim for all of us.
Oh, yes. Well above the rim.
Negreanu here raising it up with fives. Jaeger calling with sevens. Kenny in the big blind with ace-9. Tons of submissions in the chat already. Love to see it. I wonder what Kenny's thinking about here.
62.
That's what he's thinking about, baby.
Wow.
Here we go.
How do you like this, Donnie?
I would expect nothing less than a guy wearing those shades. This is what you do.
Are you saying those are 3-betting shades?
I mean, yeah, not just like perfect squeeze play shades. I don't know. Jaeger doesn't look too happy. He might give this up as well. He does. Bryn Kenny getting it done.
I will always say that the favorite type of way to win chips is to just get it done without showdown.
Oh, yes, of course.
Seeing lots of Negreanu, Koon, and Kenny in some form of combination of people thinking who's going to get heads up. Kenny, of course, is sort of the all-time, I guess, you almost want to call him like a pinch hitter. Not always in the game, but when he shows up...
Designated hitter.
Or designated hitter. Not always in the game, but when he shows up, he just goes for it. Has amazing results on small sample sizes. Is that decaf, Donnie?
No. I hope not. Dear God, no.
Cracking open a cold one here in honor of Kerry Katz. Going with Diet Coke right now. If it works for him, it might work for me. All right, at the end of this hand, I will announce the winner of the free annual PokerGo subscription. We'll give away our next free sub at 3,000 likes. Also annual subscription, so
let's go.
That way you guys at least know what's coming later on in the stream.
32. Let's go.
32.
Blind battle ended prematurely as Haxton raises it up. All right, a hand win real quick. I'm going to give you guys a final little 30-second window to submit your guesses on who's going to go heads up. There's a look at our huge LED monitor on set. Check out PokerGoPlay.com if you want to play a little free poker yourself. All right, I got the winner, Donnie.
Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?
Winner is Paulin Tegu. Paulin Tegu. Well done, sir.
Tell him what to do.
Congrats, Paulin Tegu. All you have to do, send an email to social@pokergo.com. Include a screenshot of you logged into your YouTube account so we can make sure that it's you. And then we'll credit you with a free year of PokerGo. Negreanu back to whistling, like he did last night. Caitlin Jeffers says, it's never me. Well, there was a lot of losers in this giveaway because there was only one winner. But thanks everyone for playing. We'll do another giveaway later on in the show. By the way, we had a new merch drop, Donnie. Shop.pokergo.com. Really cool new super high rollerball merch. If you're into that kind of thing, go check it out. Thank you, Teddy and Christy in the chat, our moderators.
I even thought about it.
Anthony P. Yes, this would be back-to-back for Daniel Negreanu if he is able to do it. Daniel Negreanu did win Super High Rollerball 7 last year. Right here in this studio. $3.3 million was the victory for Kid Poker. The player that finished second, Nick Petrangelo, is currently the chip leader. He's on the outer table, as well as the last year's third-place finisher, Andrew Lichtenberger, also on the outer table.
I remember I was thinking, I wasn't exactly sure if I was going to make it 16 or 17. I don't think I ever had to decide.
Is Drake going to change the lyrics instead of going back-to-back like I'm Jordan 96-97? He's going to go back-to-back like I'm Kid Poker 22-23.
Yeah, let's go. Put Kid Poker in some lyrics. Interesting one here between Negreanu and Koon. Blind versus blind once again. Similar to the last time around the table. Negreanu limped the small blind. Koon checked his option. Koon flopped top pair in a straight draw. Negreanu flopped the lower end of the straight draw. Negreanu with a minimum bet on the flop, and Koon made the call. Turn here, pairing the board with eights. Negreanu's going to size up more. 28,000 now. Jason Koon making the call once more. To the river we go. 6 of clubs. That completes the straight for Daniel Negreanu.
Just the well-hidden 7-5, Donnie. Not really a hand.
Okay. I have straight. Didn't have it very long, but I got it now. When it counts, I have a straight.
Check, check, and that's going to do it for Kid Poker. He takes it down.
Yippee, straight. Nick Schultz said when I win a bottom, worst winner ever. That's what Phil Ivey says. Yippee, straight. That's what my wife said last night watching it. Yippee. You had me before then, I think.
You were in very, you were in very, very, very bad shape.
I was running without the ball, you know?
You were dead.
I was running. I didn't have the ball with me.
I had top pair and open. You did.
Yeah, I was not happy when you called the turn.
Negreanu betting when he doesn't have it, checking when he does.
I mean, maybe this is his,
new strategy.
Yeah. Last year was limping as pimping. This year is just bet when you don't have it, check when you do.
Kenny here, King 9 of diamonds. He's coming in with a raise, 17,000. Negreanu with the Queen 7 of clubs there. I want to say that was the hand he won the tournament with last year.
Wow. Sharp mind there, Donnie Peters.
Pretty sure it was the Queen 7. I don't know if it was clubs, but
James in the chat says, has anyone figured out yet what the nuance raise is?
No.
No, we have no idea. Oh, sorry, nuisance, right?
Nuisance raise.
Nuisance
yeah, but
raise.
we really haven't seen too many raises in general from Negreanu
Right.
today. I mean, even when he had that full house, he elected to take the conservative route and just call. Koon here calls from the small blind with Jack 10 of clubs, and Jaeger calls from the big blind, and Kenny just flops the nuts.
Wow.
Well, the nut flush. there is a steel wheel available. Not sure he's going to get any action here. I mean, Jaeger just has a little taste of this, and Koon completely whiffed.
If Jaeger just had the 7 of diamonds, he might have tagged along there with this pair of 5s, but nothing out there for him, and Kenny takes this one down, making only a little bit off his flop flush.
Made it too. I was betting the queen.
Queen would have been a good one.
Yeah.
Amanda says, checking is flexing. I guess that's the new t-shirt. Here's a look at Brent Kenny's bio sheet from Long Beach, New York. First on Poker's all-time money list, and they had a discussion about that earlier. And they were saying that Chitwick and Haxton probably going to be 1 and 2 at some point in the future as they grind the most of any players. For now, though, the top 5 seems to be pretty solid because the gap they have on the rest is pretty sizable.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to a volume game, to be honest. I mean, I think Negreanu probably has as good of a shot as a Steven Chidwick or an Isaac Haxton because Negreanu still plays a very high volume. Plays all these events here in Las Vegas, the high roller events at the PokerGO studio. He plays a huge World Series of Poker schedule every single year. We know he often goes to the big WSOP events that happen outside of the U.S. This year is going to be WSOP Europe and also WSOP Paradise. He's for sure going to go down to the Bahamas for WSOP Paradise. So if Negreanu keeps this volume up, he could certainly challenge first Justin Bonomo, who's second, and then Bryn Kenny up on top. Dark horse in that race, by the way, Timothy Adams.
Oh, I like
Plays
that.
a pretty high volume on the European circuit, Tritons, EPTs, all that sort of stuff. Plays the highest buy-ins, will play as high as it goes, and just honestly absolutely crushes. So
yep.
I could see Timothy Adams being a guy who, you know, kind of puts himself in that conversation over the next couple of years.
The undercover crusher, as I love to call him. Probably the one of the last names that players would think of if you're naming players in the top 50, I'd say, of the all-time money list.
Super chat coming in from Marco Giordano, $1.99. Thank you, sir. Coffee fund it is. Said another giveaway at 1,500 likes. Kind of, but no. 1,500 more likes?
Right.
Because Remko said 3,000. And
Yep.
when he said that, we were at about 1,500. So another giveaway is coming when this video hits 3,000 likes. So if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up, smash that like button. Let's go.
Brent Kenny, meanwhile, nut flush draw this time. Flopped the king high flush last time around. Or I guess the ace high flush with the king of diamonds.
Eight.
Can't imagine Bryn Kenny's going to be folding this one here. It's going to be between call or raise, and he does elect to call with his flush draw. Going to a turn. Jack of spades pairs the board. Kenny on that flush draw, but also still has the best hand with ace high. He checks.
Just so you know, Daniel, that's my change, I think.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
why it
yeah.
was here.
Yeah.
She's definitely not mine.
Yeah,
8 on the
she
river.
put that-
Oh, it's not my cup.
Giving
You
Haxton
can have it.
a
After
winning
stealing my
pair of
lines, you
8s.
Steal my money too. It's just,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
This guy's an animal.
Pot stayed small, but Haxton
Running
now
without
in
the ball.
command.
21.
Saved by the deck. Keith later one.
Bet of 21K here on the river. And Haxton now has a real hand. Haxton makes the call, and Kenny
Yep.
loses a chunk here.
Fair fight on the flop.
Let's look at the ring. Some of the cash there on stage. And our chips in play. Yellows are 1K, blues are 5, and greens are 25,000. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Closing in on 10,000 viewers at the moment on YouTube alone. Love to see that. Please know that day one coverage is also available on YouTube, as well as after tomorrow you'll be able to rewatch the entire final table. So in case you're not able to watch it all live, it's going to be available on demand as well. Still 11 players left. Only lost 1 player so far on day 2. Kristen Foxen finding a royal flush draw versus Bryn Kenny's aces. That did not go well for Foxen. She was left with very little chips and eliminated shortly thereafter. Donnie, the stack sizes at this feature table are running so close that one major pot could completely change this tournament.
It could, it could. 2 chip leaders are on the outer table. Nick Petrangelo and Andrew Lichtenberger. Top pair here for Haxton, but Kenny's going to continue as the aggressor.
Haxton leading at this table with 76 big blinds. Kenny the short stack with 51 big blinds. Feels like we're just counting down towards a big hand developing. Chris Harris asking,
45.
Is it considered tacky to walk around with your bracelet or ring, or is it cool to show everyone? I mean,
408.
depends how cool your friends are. As we swing on over to the secondary table, Chidwick facing a shove from Chris Brewer. All in for 408. Chidwick has Brewer covered by just a little bit. He does let it go, throws 9s into the muck, and Brewer now up to over 500,000 chips. Going back to our feature table. Meanwhile, Negreanu has folded. Haxton raised it up to 45K. Action back on Kenny. Kenny has the ace of clubs. Important card in this hand. Kenny does make the call. Turn card, 7 of spades. Very clean looking so far for Isaac Haxton.
$110.
No new possibilities here for Kenny on the turn. A club would have, of course, made him eager to keep playing, but at this point, no real future for him in this hand. Unless, of course, he wants to get fancy here. Kenny does let it go. All right, here's a look at our feature table chip counts. As I mentioned, it's a very, very closely fought out affair so far. Negreanu and Kenny, the shorter stacks at the feature table, but, you know, I've been in many games where 43 big blinds was the big stack, so no reason to worry just yet for these guys. If you're tuning in on YouTube or Twitch, let us know who you're rooting for. Perhaps let us know who you're rooting against. Who's your favorite player and who's your least favorite player left in the tournament?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's the button.
Yeah, the button is clear.
That's all good.
High stakes action here underway at the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas. If you happen to be in town,
21.
come on by.
Finally. 21. Come on, bro. It's annoying doing this all by myself.
Finally playing the rush.
I'm impressed, Donnie, with Jaeger's ability to pick his spots. You know, don't get carried away. Take some stabs every now and then. And not try to make these pots bigger than they have to be.
Yeah, I mean, he's done well for himself. You know, it's certainly not an easy spot playing against this caliber of competition, but he's doing his thing.
$40.
Haxton bets 40K. Koon comes along with top pair. 9 pairs on the turn. Haxton still sitting on that flush draw. Koon decides to take charge here, lead out. Donnie, how do you feel about changing it up like that after check call on the flop?
I think it's good, given his specific holding here. I mean, that hand is a bit vulnerable on this type of texture, so a little bit of protection here. Also can deny some equity from your opponent, not just allow him to see a free card if he just wants to check behind with some draws, maybe some overcard, stuff like that. Haxton does make the call. King on the turn. It's red, but it's not a diamond, so Koon gets the check mark if this one goes to a showdown.
Koon indeed eyeing a potential showdown, perhaps hoping that Haxton wants to use this
95.
king to bluff on. And The bet is 95,000. That's a serious bluff there. Half pot almost. Koon gonna look back down at his 10-7. Donnie, is this a believable bluff from Haxton?
I mean, Queen Jack gets there. You don't have any of those cards to be blocking them. I know that the diamonds did miss, but you know, is Haxton going to do this with a hand that includes the king of diamonds in his hand? I mean, I don't know. These guys are so far above the rim that it's like scary to even try and think about what they're thinking about or what's going through their mind. Of course, plenty of experience playing with one another do these two. I'm sure in addition to playing with each other, you know, being friends, coming up over the years, they've talked a ton of strategy, so there's that whole like next level thought to everything.
Wow, Koon lets it go.
Give it up.
Good recognition there by Haxton. Donnie, how much does the jack in Haxton's hand play into him wanting to make a bluff there?
Well, you know, it helps him remove some combos from Koon's hand. You know, I mean, not that Koon would necessarily check a hand like Queen Jack there with the nut straight. You know, he probably goes for a bet. But you know, it helps to some degree. On the flip side, I wonder how much that 7 played for Jason Koon, because if Haxton has a hand like 7-8 that ultimately doesn't connect and then wants to bluff, well, you're removing a combination of those bluffs because you have a 7 in your hand. So very tricky spot there, but you know, well-timed bluff, well-executed bluff, I should say, for Isaac Haxton. That's why he's won this event before. I mean, that's why he's
one of the greatest of all time, right?
Top 20, top 15 on the all-time money list. I mean, yeah.
The rush is real.
Isaac Haxton is a crusher, man.
Might have any too here.
Hope you didn't have any 2 last hand.
I call.
10-5 deuce on the flop here. Jaeger flops top pair.
I check.
Donnie, no real coolers so far today. I'm sort of surprised.
No, I mean, the closest one we got to was Negreanu making the full house against Bryn Kenny, who had the 10 high flush. But ultimately, Negreanu elected to check call with the full house.
Wait, so you're saying we are owed a big clash?
Yeah, I mean, not that Negreanu wasn't right to take a conservative approach there. I do lean with him in what he did on that specific hand, but you know, that is also a hand where, you know, had it gone check shove, had Negreanu bombed the river and Kenny made a big call, like you could certainly see that pot playing out that way. Also on the outer table, we did see Chris Brewer make a big laydown with top 2 pair with the ace queen against the Broadway straight for Nick Petrangelo. So, I mean, these guys are just playing super, super well. What do you want to say? Eventually, though, I mean, there's probably going to be a cooler unless the deck doesn't cooperate. But also, like, this is part of the really good things that you see when you don't just watch final tables, 5-6 players left, is you see a lot of poker. You see what goes into getting down to that final, you know, 3, 4, 5 players in a tournament. It's grinding, but it's also super, super, super high level play.
Jaeger checks the Haxton, who has ace high. Third club comes in. Maybe Haxton will try to bluff at it again. Checks behind. Okay. Jaeger going to take this one down. Well done, sir.
Going back to what you said not too long ago, I mean, Paul Jaeger just continues to hold his own. Continues to do well, and now he's up over 600,000 in chips. So, second in chips here at this feature table, one of the bigger stacks among the final 11. There you see the little bio board. Married, 2 children, avid sports bettor, also does some investing work out of Kansas City, Missouri. Big Kansas City Chiefs fan.
Big Taylor Swift fan, I guess, too.
Yeah, he spoke highly of Travis Kelce for sure yesterday when Natalie Bodie interviewed him. He also said that he's on board with the Swift and Kelce relationship that's going on.
And he said that it was legit.
Yeah, he said that it was legit. You know, I think there's a lot of skepticism out there. I'm not sure if I'm personally willing to feel right now if it's legit or not. I'm still holding out. I could see it going either way. But it's certainly great entertainment. I'll give him that.
King Queen for Negreanu, raising it up. Koon calling the button. Jaeger with a King 10 off in the small blind.
He's coming along with a call. Bryn Kenny's also going to come along. 9-7 off. We got a little 4-way action here. Let's go.
Someone give Haxton his cards back.
This could be a fun one. Queen, Jack, 10, 2 spades. Negreanu flops top pair, king kicker, also open-ended straight draw. Jaeger's got bottom pair, also an open-ended straight draw. Koon totally whiffed, but Kenny's got the lower end of the straight draw. And we've already seen lower ends of the straight draw come home before, so could certainly happen. Action checks to the defending Super High Rollerball champion, and he comes with 36,000. Koon's out of the way. Oh, Jaeger's just going to give it up. Look at that.
I think I'm happy everybody folded.
Well done,
Yeah, everyone gives it up.
You don't want to just
Wow.
see somebody go all in and then you're like, oh no. I didn't have a straight.
1 pair or 2 pair?
King Queen. That hand, that's when everybody out.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. You're like, okay, I have a good hand as long as
go
everyone
away.
folds.
Go away.
You could take like 1 call. You're happy with like 1 call from the small there.
Yeah, in position.
Yeah.
He calls it.
Yeah, starts getting dicey.
Yeah.
Guys, reminder again, you guys be away from table if you're using a phone.
Yeah, sorry. So is that 6-round penalty or what was it?
6 rounds. Some outer table action here. What do we got? Nick Petrangelo's eating. Seems par for the course for him. Kerry Katz is listening to, what'd you say, Slayer earlier?
Slayer, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Kerry Katz is listening to Slayer.
He's grinding Slayer.
Or Bon Jovi.
Bonomo and Lucky Chewy have dollar bills in front of them.
Pretty likely one.
Nick Petrangelo still the chip leader at this table and also of the tournament. Kerry Katz looks like he's getting a little short over there.
Race 18.
Ace-9 off. Petrangelo coming in from the cutoff seat. Ace-Jack off for Stephen Chidwick to his direct left. Chidwick on the button here. Don't think we've mentioned it. Maybe we have. I can't remember. But Chidwick coming off a Poker Masters victory, won more than $1.1 million at that series. Won the purple jacket. He 3-bets here and takes it down.
Guys, reminder, guys.
It's a 5-full suit. I'm like, okay. So like 5-full suit. I don't know. But I got half the pot. Hope for the best.
Chidwick third on that all-time money list. The casual $52 million in career tournament earnings. Just saying those numbers makes me go crazy.
If you need to use your phone, you have to step away from the table.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Do we need to take it off the rail then, too?
I truly don't know.
Queens for Chris Brewer. on the button. Raise coming.
18,000.
The Lady Gagas, as Renlin calls them. By the way, Renlin, would love to have seen him in Super High Roller Bowl. Maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe next year, man. Start saving up.
Cool. Heads up.
Ace Deuce 4, not the flop you want to see when you have pocket queens. Eric says in the chat, 11 poker players left, still anyone's game to win.
35,000.
You are 100% correct, sir. This is going to be a thrilling battle all the way down to the very end. No one's running away with this, and even if they were far ahead, the structure is so slow that it can easily sway in a different direction. Bonomo gives it up here. Brewer wins, or at least he profits. It doesn't feel like winning when you take down a small pot, but you will feel pretty good about it, given the fact that you did not run into someone with some wonky ace. Let us know in the chat. Are you enjoying the coverage so far? Any standout performances or players? Who were you most intrigued with? And a reminder, when we hit 3,000 likes, we're going to give away a next annual subscription to PokerGo. Oh, wow. Huge pot here, potentially. Jaeger folds the river after getting raised. Haxton hitting 2-pair on the river.
Not really anything for either player, but still quite a sizable pot there as Haxton takes a chunk off Paul Jaeger. Jaeger down below 500,000 again, and Haxton continues to climb. This table, I mean, it's really Haxton up on top and then everyone else. Negreanu, Koon, Jaeger, Kenny all bunched together below Haxton on the leaderboard.
Back on.
Caitlin says, I'm an Isaac Haxton stan. Isaac Haxton's playing style makes him one of my favorite players to watch. If you pay close attention to the way he plays, he is always trying to think, is there a way that I can win this hand? As we saw in that hand recently versus Koon. Does not shy away from making a sizable bluff. Negreanu and Jaeger here going heads up.
Pair queens.
Got it.
Pair queens will win this for Negreanu. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Divided and Conquer says, loving the stream. Rick says, I'll enjoy it more when they increase the blinds. Rick hoping for some shoves and all-ins. Can't hate on that. Who doesn't love a good big all-in? Amanda saying, looks like the outer table saw more action. Yeah, we're bouncing back and forth. Bit of different dynamics there on the outer table. And as I said not too long ago, stacks very close. Well, now Haxton running away with it at the feature table. And look at this. Combined live winnings, Donnie, I'm going to say it, just shy of $500 million.
Incredible.
Chris Brewer, the youngest at age 30. Kerry Katz, the oldest at age 53. Negreanu has the most bracelets. And Brent Kenny has the biggest single live score, that Triton Million a couple of years ago, for $20.5 million. Donnie, we're going to reach a point where this sort of graph will have $1 billion on it.
Yeah, pretty soon it will.
It hurts my feelings. You're more excited to play against my button raise than Jason's random 2 cards?
I don't know. Oh, yeah. You're so lucky. You're so lucky.
Haxton raising the button. Queen 3 suited. Negreanu coming with the 3-bet with ace 9.
Best card in the deck.
I didn't have one of those.
I did. See, that's why I read race. Best card in the deck, race.
I knew you had that. I'd have called though.
Yeah, if you knew my hand, you probably would call. A lot of bad flops.
Hard to play with one card face up.
Yeah.
Donnie, YTS Party says, D-Nex says he doesn't play ICM because he plays to win. Seems like he's playing ICM today. Donnie, ICM not really coming into play. We're still so far away from the money, and these guys just keeping it cool, right?
I mean, I think ICM is probably in play pretty much from the start overall in this type of tournament.
My opponent's cards were face
It generally comes into play a lot earlier than I think people expect or want to believe. That said, I mean, listen.
That's special.
Negreanu, like, I don't think he's playing ICM. I think he's playing to win, and right now, this is what he's doing.
And I don't this time, so I guess I'm all in.
He called you?
Yeah, instantly.
He's like, screw you.
And I don't think we've seen anything really different from Daniel Negreanu in this tournament, and especially today, that is anything different than we've seen from him every other time.
To play on the river.
He's certainly not just like a crazy blaster. Never has been. He loves just small ball poker
I could possibly get
and the grinder. That's what we're seeing here.
Check back, I'm sure, if he doesn't table his hand. That's the sickest. Was that the last Triton, or where was it?
That was the 10K mystery bounty in Monaco, the first tournament of the trip.
Set the stage for the trip.
Yeah, it did.
Queen.
Koon gonna take this one.
Me too.
Jeff Marta asking the real questions. Who's the best at manifesting a place in the money? Well, it has to be Negreanu.
Looks like the floppy might have something on.
Yeah.
What's up?
Dana Craven, welcome to the Rail. The Rail is our YouTube community. You get your name in a cool color, you get a special emoji access, and you get members-only content on YouTube.
Let's go.
Blind battle here between Jaeger and Kenny. Jaeger limped. Kenny raises it up to 22K. And Jaeger made the call. Only the flop top pair here. Nice scenario for him developing. Jaeger check call the bet at 14K. Checks again on the turn. Kenny checks behind. River is the 4 of hearts. Kenny left with just a pair of deuces. Looks as though Jaeger is going to come out swinging here. Trying to get some value from his top pair. Wow, Kenny makes the call with the deuce. Jaeger shows the king and rakes in a very nice pot here. It's important to get the most out of these hands. Jaeger chips up back over $500,000. Now second in chips at this table.
Oh no, it's good. Thank you very much. I'm okay right now. Thank you.
Jaeger following along with the chip flying through the air there just before rolling over top pair.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, look at this. A call on the river for 115,000 chips. Chidwick chipping up through Petrangelo. 2-pair versus 2-pair. Donnie, these are the kind of hands that'll make or break your tournament. In this case, it's going in favor of Stephen Chidwick.
Does go in favor of Stephen Chidwick, but that's part of the advantage of building up a chip lead like Nick Petrangelo has, that you can take some blows, you can take some hits, you know.
To the big blind when you have a chance. Thank you.
Oh, lunchtime here at the poker table.
Raise 18,000.
Donnie, what's this dip that we get with our apple?
That's a good question. I asked what it was as well, and no one could give me an answer. I think it's some sort of yogurt, but its consistency is a bit thicker than what
tastes
I
like
would
crack
get for yogurt.
cocaine.
Yeah,
Okay?
I mean, it's so good.
It tastes like crack cocaine. We get these apple slices with cinnamon on them and then a dip on the side, and it's kind of like a sort of a sweet cream yogurt type thing. And it's just the best thing in the world. Speaking of food, as Chewy is enjoying his lunch, what are you munching on? It feels kind of like a good day for some popcorn. I'd love me some popcorn. You kettle corn guy, Donnie?
No. No.
It's got to be kettle corn for me. Kerry Katz stack dwindling, 165,000 chips in front of him right now. Action folds over to Brewer on the button.
Raise 18,000.
Kevin Sanders already having pizza right now. I have a suspicion, Donnie, that we might be getting a slice tonight.
Wow.
Heads up.
It just
Really?
feels like it. If I say it loud enough, it might actually become a reality.
It's got to will it into existence.
Yep. By the way, just shy of 10,000 viewers on YouTube. We appreciate you all. When we hit 3,000 likes on the video, we're going to give away our annual subscription to PokerGo. Also, some love here for people on Twitch. Almost 500 of you out there. Appreciate it. Follow along with our channel. If you want to watch the on-demand version of this stream, on-demand version of some Poker Masters action, it's all available on our YouTube channel. Ace on the turn here, Donnie. This could make things interesting.
It could. Bonomo's also got that 10 of spades. Doesn't come in.
You have 150 chips on you. It's in BTC.
Brewer.
10 seconds.
Action on Bonomo, excuse me. Bonomo thinking here.
50,000.
Comes out with the bet.
Cool.
Brewer with the call immediately and throws his hand into the muck. Crucial one here for Bonomo, chipping up back up to 355K. Petrangelo was up to 1 million chips earlier, now down to 781, which means that Lucky Chewy is the chip leader here at this table, and he is just below Isaac Haxton's stack on the main feature table. Haxton now the overall tournament chip leader. Bonomo, runner-up in Super High Roller Bowl 6. Of course, most notably winner of the Super High Roller Bowl edition of 2018. Back then winning $5 million. Jesse Wilkins pointing out that Chris Brewer looks like Jim Halpert. What are some other good lookalikes of poker players? That sounds like Brent Kenny's music. Kimono Kenny. By the way, gtow.pokergo.com. Go there right now. Get a free entry into our giveaway raffle for a chance to play in our $1 million free roll, or scan the QR code on your screen. This drawing is happening real soon, so don't hesitate, don't wait. Get in there right now. gtow.pokergo.com.
That was the first.
Tens here for Jaeger. I was going to say the first premium holding in a while.
That's a good one. That's it.
You're doing okay without having a decent pair. You don't want to waste it. You don't need to worry about those.
Jaeger back up over 500K.
Speaking of poker lookalikes, the Isaac Haxton Harry Potter one gets thrown around in the chat right now. Koon looking like an MMA fighter, says Herbs. I mean, you could cut your steak with that jaw. No problem.
$42.
Raise. 42.
Donnie, we don't get to see many 3-bets, so whenever it does happen, it does pique my interest.
Of course. Interesting spot here for Bryn Kenny. He's not the deepest. I mean, he's deep, but relative to the field, I mean, he's one of the shorter stacks. He's for sure the shortest at this table. Kenny starting this hand with a little bit over 30 big blinds. And there is the 4-bet jam.
Right.
Yep.
I think Haxton might have to call this.
Yeah, call.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Big all-in and a call here. Bryn Kenny's tournament life on the line. All in for 32 big blinds. And as I was saying earlier that we were just waiting for a big clash, well, there you have it. Over 500,000 chips in the middle. Can Bryn Kenny survive this? Let us know in the chat. Do you think that Kenny can hold up here? Here comes the flop. Jack 3 deuce. Clean looking flop for Kenny. No concerns about a backdoor flush draw. Backdoor straight still possible for Haxton, of course. He's got some outs here. Turn card. The King of Hearts bringing to life that backdoor straight draw. 10 outs now for Haxton to send Kenny to the rail. If this doesn't come in, we got about as even of a battle as we could possibly hope for here at the feature table. And it's the 7 of hearts on the river. Bryn Kenny watches his pocket pair hold up, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you win poker tournaments. You got to win your coin flips.
That's right, baby. You got to win those flips. I'm sure Bryn Kenny has won his fair share of coin flips over the years, and this is another big one here at Super High Roller Bowl 8. As I just mentioned earlier, in regards to Nick Petrangelo, Isaac Haxton had a nice big stack, so he's still the chip leader at this table. He can take some blows here and there. Haxton now on 615,000. Kenny doubling up to almost 550,000.
Here's a look at our updated feature table of chip counts. Not at the final table just yet, presented by Storm X. That double up shoots Kenny up to 68 big blinds, brings Haxton down to 76, and it really is anyone's game. The importance of some good fortune continue to increase here as we are cruising along on day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl 8. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. Love to get that adrenaline going with a bit of a coin flip as Jason Koon looks down at pocket jacks. Jaeger with 6s.
Jason, like 450 total about?
Yeah, under, I think. Just like...
somewhere between 4 and 450.
Yeah, I think this is 4, so yeah, roughly.
440. Thanks.
Yep.
Kenny's going to come along here. 3-way action. Button versus both blinds. King, Queen, 4.
That's it.
When it's me, Donnie, in a spot like this, holding pocket jacks, what goes through my mind right away is, of course there's 2 overcards. Damn it!
That's often why people say they hate playing pocket jacks.
Action gets checked around. Queen of spades on the turn. Looks like everyone is totally okay with checking this one down so far.
Koon's jacks, do hold up as long as he gets to a showdown here. Is Jaeger going to stab at it? Another bluff from the man from Kansas City, Missouri, 25K. Bryn's out of the way.
Quick call there from Koon with jacks. That's also sort of like a best case scenario for Koon. If someone else bets out, he knows that he can just call that, and that is probably also the best and safest way to make some chips here.
Yeah. Jason Koon now up over 500K. Down on the day though. Down about 100K from where he began day 2, but sitting second in chips here,
Redraw
just ahead of Bryn Kenny.
Redraw.
Oh, full redraw. Yeah, that's.
Oh, I like that. That's
better.
That's
kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's more fair.
Yeah. I like that a lot.
I believe the players are mentioning that there's going to be a full redraw coming up at the next break. I like it.
Yeah, that is a good thing. Of course, then the luck of the draw will decide whether we get our fan favorite Negreanu on the feature table. But the good thing is we got both tables wired with RFID readers, so we won't miss any of the action.
trip aces here for Haxton. Action goes check, check on the flop. Jaeger's got nothing here but 9 high.
Haxton thinking, how can I look as weak as humanly possible?
I mean, we know Paul Jaeger's been throwing some bluffs in the mix, so, you know, not totally out of the realm of possibility that he takes a stab at this one at some point. If Haxton knew Jaeger's hand, he'd likely just check this on over and see if he can get his opponent to put a little taste out there and pick it up.
You're waiting till both hands are over, then drawing? Okay, I got like 1 minute to go to the bathroom.
121.
Wow, 3x pot here. Jaeger gives it up.
It had me for a lot less.
How many hands? Oh, we haven't drawn yet? We haven't drawn yet?
We're about to draw for the final remaining hands in this level. And this might be confusing because this is not a common thing in tournaments, but every level they draw for the final remaining hands just to avoid players from stalling to get down to the break.
Why are we drawing?
Right, 60,000.
Oh, wow, look at this hand. Top set for Bonomo, over pair, and also a gutter for Nick Petrangelo. Looking like this one went check on the flop from Bonomo. Petrangelo comes with 16,000. Bonomo makes it 60,000 on the check raise. Nick Petrangelo making the call. 9 of spades on the turn.
Oh,
the
wow.
straight comes home.
And the spade is in play as well.
That is right. The straight comes home for Nick Petrangelo. He's got that 10 of spades working for the straight flush. Bonomo, his set currently right now, second best. 176,000 in the middle. Bonomo's got 293,000 behind. He's the shortest stack of these two players.
Wow.
70,000.
Bonomo betting 70K here. Also, could have an interesting ripple effect, Donnie, because this gives Petrangelo a chance to really charge him to see a river card. Donnie, plenty of incentive here for Bonomo or for Petrangelo to raise, right?
Yeah, I think Petrangelo might just want to just rip this one in. I know you do have that 10 of spades in your hand, but
Time extension. Owen?
There is the shove.
Yep, there's the shove.
Justin Bonomo does not look pleased. Quickly starts counting his chips. Little shake of the head, little scratch of the head. Looks like the 3-time Super High Roller Bowl champion is going to be thinking this one over. You guys can see
10 seconds.
Those tall little square plaques, those are time extensions. Bonomo looks like he's got a whole ton of them, so we'll see if he wants to use any here.
Donnie, how do you feel about Bonomo's bet here? It's a 4 to a straight, like a clean 4 to a straight, not like a gut shot to a straight with 4 cards. And also there's 3 spades out there. Bonomo has to know, okay, I'm not drawing dead. But then the question becomes, am I making it too hard for myself to even see a river card by betting out here on the turn?
10 seconds.
No, I mean, I think it's kind of a natural progression on this hand after check raising the flop. You know, Nick Petrangelo can have some overpairs like he does. Unfortunately for Bonomo, he has the one overpair that right now has him beat, the 10s. But, you know, what if he's got jacks or queens with, you know, the queen or jack of spades, aces or kings with the ace or king of spades, stuff like that. You know, so betting on the turn after you check raise the flop, not allowing your opponent to get there for cheap.
10 seconds.
But of course, It's the lowest overpair, and the one that now makes it straight that Petrangelo has.
That makes sense.
And as we say so many times, these players often know, Bonomo knows Petrangelo is capable. And the more capable your opponent is, the better they are, the more experienced they are, the more out of the box thinking that they do, and apply it to the gameplay. You know, it can be different situations. Could he be bluffing here? Maybe. You know, could I have the best of it? Sure. Am I dead? Like, that's probably the worst case scenario, right? So
Bonomo not worried about a hand like a set of nines, right? No reason for Petrangelo to shove that here on the turn.
Probably not, no.
10 seconds.
Petrangelo might just go call with set of nines. Bonomo here really in the blender. He's figured it out correctly so many times over the course of his career. We'll see if he can figure this one out here.
What do you think, chat? Is Bonomo going to let this one go? He's doing some math here on his time extensions.
Looks like he's
10 seconds.
might have used 5 already.
Wow.
Bonomo's also, he's not dead. I mean, he can hit a full house here.
Right. What is Bonomo hoping here for best case scenario? Like a naked ace of spades? Is that even a possibility?
I mean, he's probably hoping for like kings with the king of spades. You know, like.
Right.
Cool.
Makes the call. Bonomo's tournament life on the line. 20% equity. 760K in the middle. 9 outs just once. Petrangelo with a straight and spades. And while the spades won't come into play, Bonomo looking for a board pair. River card is the 4 of diamonds, and that is it. Justin Bonomo eliminated. And that is how poker goes sometimes. The one moment you're cruising and comfortable, the next moment you're headed for the exit. Justin Bonomo eliminated in 11th place. We are down to 2 tables of 5.
Nice to see you fade the
As he said yesterday, as soon as he busts, he's going to hop on a plane and fly to Seattle for an acro yoga festival. But I'm going to bet that he much rather would have been in this tournament still.
5 hands. 5 hands.
All right, 5 hands left here in the level.
Human hearing over there.
Probably about
Didn't you say you actually have
another 15 minutes of play
I don't know,
before the next break.
Dog hearing over there.
I have 2015 vision.
I believe that pot might have put Nick Petrangelo back up over $1 million. The current tournament chip leader with 10 players remaining.
Small and big one, please.
I can't spell shit though. I can't
On the big one, right?
I can.
Yep.
Julian's awesome. I have no clue.
All right. As I said before, full redraw at the end of this level, in fairness of the game. I like that. I like the redraws in these smaller fields.
Oh, yeah.
I had figured that out.
Kerry Katz, meanwhile, the short stack in the event.
So quick.
Jack 10 offsuit.
I thought you were going to lose. Bonomo, he runs good, man.
Where did all Kerry's chips go? What's been happening?
I feel like folding a lot, mostly.
No, I thought he was definitely ahead.
He's only got 145K. What's he been doing?
I know.
I didn't think it'd hold, though.
Shout out to people in the chat. Over 10,000 of you watching. Much love to everyone.
Yeah.
Henrique says, Chidwick never talk? Well, he had some fighting words on the broadcast yesterday.
Nice getting to watch you guys play.
Heads up.
Queen 10-5, 2 hearts.
Courtesy check. Yep.
Winning percentage.
You guys going to be able to do that?
100%.
What is Octopi going to do better than a GTO Wizard?
Well, they don't have poker face.
They don't have what?
They don't have poker face or forum.
What we're talking about, GTO is
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it's different.
As far as the study tools go, I mean, the social component's going to be huge. Study groups and stuff.
That's okay.
All integrated into the platforms.
Oh, okay.
32.
Will GTO Wizard be allowed to sell on the poker forum?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, cool. Oh, so you guys are just contemporaries, huh?
We're Switzerland.
That's good.
Yeah. It suits my personality too, right?
Yeah, of course. Libertarian Switzerland.
Yeah. Except for that earlier outburst I had when I...
Check.
You mean when you were bullying? I liked it.
Yeah. I did actually poke him a little bit.
Huh?
Brewer here turns the king high straight.
Yeah, you were. It was like, nice to see.
Got a stranglehold on this hand against Nick Petrangelo.
Don't blow up my spot.
Ten seconds.
But at that point, to the victor goes spoils already.
108.
Yeah. I don't understand that.
10 seconds. Time extension.
Owen.
Owen.
Damn, you were gonna get it all. Must have saved me 300.
Maybe. There's a lot of bad riddles for me.
That was all I went everywhere.
Hey, I can get my text.
That was probably
Big shove there
And no, what's up?
from Brewer. Picking up some chips there, much needed.
Oh, fuck. Jack 9? That's what I was running.
All the way from left to get
Little money drop off, no big deal.
Jonathan Jaffe.
Yeah, after you're done, just come down the hallway.
Yeah.
Remko and I are in the little side closet. We'll take some if you're handing it out.
Hey, Jonathan. We'll take about
You know what? Give me a stack of yellows.
Check all the glory.
I mean, no. That'd be a hell of a check call.
Yeah, they starts.
Ace 9 with a 9 of hearts.
That's one that makes sense.
It sure does.
I had Jack 9 of diamonds. Seems like a sensible hand of poker.
King 4
18.
suited. For Chidwick, raising it up to 18K. Staying with our secondary table here as I'm watching the stats feed from our main table. The last few hands, they went as following. Check, 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 check. Not missing anything from our main feature table. Still headlined by Negreanu, Koon, Haxton, Brinkema, and Paul Yeager.
Nick, you be the big blind when you have a chance.
All in on every river is a tremendously fun game plan.
What is?
He said he was all in on every river. That's good times.
You bought,
Raise 18.
Chidwick 18K. Under the gun here with King, Queen of Spades.
I'm cool with it. If I knew the level, I'd take that. Maybe. If I knew it was like a 7 of spades. And then
Cool.
Andrew Lichtenberger is going to make the call on the button with a dominated King 9 of hearts, and Nick Petrangelo's got Queen 10 of clubs in the big blind.
Three players.
9-4 deuce, 2 spades. Chidwick with 2 spades, 2 overs.
Top pair for Lucky Chewy.
Hey, Candace.
Petrangelo.
I could borrow from his
Check.
account.
10 seconds.
Chidwick. He's going to bet. Makes sense right to bet here, Donnie,
20,000.
with the way his hand looks.
Yeah, being the pre-flop aggressor. Connected enough with the 2 overs and the flush draw to be able to continue here. A lot of good turn cards for him.
Ten seconds. Raise 60,000.
Lichtenberger going up with the raise. Nick Petrangelo folds his hand.
Ten seconds.
Is that the one? That's not the one we gave you. That's different, right? No, I like the one you gave us.
Chuba going to come along here, creating a very big pot.
That's
Chewy
a-
also has those backdoor hearts.
That was
Let's see if
pretty
they come in
sweatshirt.
play, and the spade hits
The
on the
hoodie-
turn.
hoodie's good. How you like that? Seems your style. Yeah, that's good stuff. Too. Very nice.
Donnie, if you're Chewy
First
here,
was 2015.
do you immediately sort of, I don't know, half give
Yeah,
up
seconds.
because there's so many flush draws in Chitwick's range?
How many hands do we got left?
Check. 2 more.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of flush draws for Chidwick to have here, so
This hasn't been fun.
you know, you did try and apply some protection to your hand on the flop. Not the best turn card for you. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's also not exactly something you're super happy about. And Lichtenberger does check behind. We'll see if Chidwick here now wants to
10
go for
seconds.
some value.
186 in the middle.
Check. Check.
Chidwick checks again. Of course, Chewy happy to get the showdown here, and Chidwick showing down his king-high flush. Trying to get a little trappy there. Oh, big pot brewing here on the river. Jaeger versus Haxton. It looked as though Haxton put Jaeger all in on the river.
Wow.
We missed that hand here, but Jaeger folded.
And he's down to 350,000 now.
Yeah,
Shortest stack at this table.
There was 140K in the middle when Haxton moved all in on the river for effective 356. Guess we're going to have to ask Haxton about that hand. Jaeger now down to 356. What do you guys think in the chat? Was Chidwick too greedy there, checking to Chewy, hoping he would get a bet out of him, or would you have played it the same, hoping to get a check raise in?
One more hand.
I guess we are getting one more hand.
Yeah, one more hand up on this main feature table here at Super High Roller Bowl 8.
You were
Getting
counting
into
all
the
in?
middle of day
That's
2, 10 players
How much was
remaining.
all in?
Almost exactly double pop.
Big bet.
Next big bet.
Had a good pocket there on that hand.
Yeah.
Obviously wasn't good enough.
2 5s for Daniel Negreanu.
The whole chat thinking that Chidwick should have bet half pot or at least something small to get some value potentially on that river.
Oh, pocket kings.
Wow.
For Paul Jaeger here on the button. Negreanu had come in with the raise under the gun, made it 16,000.
Oh, tricky play here.
Oh, trappy. Kenny's got the ace-jack off in the small blind. Okay.
Donnie, you know what I was about to say.
We got something cooking.
You know what I was about to say before he called?
What's that?
Jaeger bomb.
Not yet.
Not yet, but
we're waiting, but it's probably coming at some point.
I mean, this sets itself up for a 3-bet from Kenny.
Yeah, we've seen him take some similar spots before.
62.
And there it is. That 3-bet announced to 62,000 is absolutely music to Paul Jaeger's ears. Haxton out of the way with the ace-3. Negreanu quickly folds his 5. Jaeger shoves. There's the bomb.
Wow. Jaeger bomb. And
Look at Kenny's face.
Oh, my God. account. Yeah, not happy at all. Donnie, was that shove too fast?
It was
lightning fast.
So fast.
Also, the fact that we haven't seen this yet today from Jaeger must make Kenny very suspicious. Brent Kenny torn by this decision. Donnie, is there any method to the madness to call here, or is this just one of those I know I have to fold type situations?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think you could probably just level yourself into calling here, but obviously we can see the hands, but it would just seem that Jaeger would be kind of at the top of his range. We haven't seen him. I know we've seen him bluff here and there, but those are little stabs, not putting your whole stack in the middle, right? It's a totally different thing.
Kenny probably thinking, is he gonna have tens and nines here?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kenny would probably take a flip here, all things considered. That said, I mean, is Jaeger ever doing this with a king queen, an ace 10? I mean, I don't think so. Not from what we've seen from him over the past 2 days, even going back to last year when we saw him playing super high roller bowl. So,
right. Also, can't really see him make that, frustration shove. Although we have to take into account that just 2 hands ago,
true, very true,
he was put to the test by Isaac Haxton, and he had to fold on the river. Kenny, however, does lay it down here.
Is he going to show it this time? He's been showing some hands all tournament.
Quietly taking it down.
All right. Well done, Jaeger.
Paul Jaeger raking it in, sitting on 466. Kenny now down to 398 as we head on over to our secondary table again. Brewer and Chewy going at it, 70K in the middle. Pair of nines for Brewer, best here. Still 10 players remaining, 2 tables of 5.
22,000.
We're combining at a final table of 8, and we will continue streaming then as well. Lets it go. All right, a little bit of a heads up here. There is about to be a break and a full redraw. 2 tables of 5 in play still, in fairness of the game. We're doing the redraw for the 2 final tables here. So, 20-minute break coming up. Get yourself a beverage. Maybe time for some chips or popcorn right now. I'm going to have an apple, get myself a coffee, and get ready for some more epic action here from Super High Roller Bowl 8. Be back in 20.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
In front of him. Should have used 2 time banks.
Back to the feature, absent Kristen, as we'll play 5-handed here, 6-handed at the outer.
Glad to see you so much better.
Jaeger
about
flatting the 5-6 suited
like,
open.
Luckily, I didn't mislook, but I had like 5 misses.
Me and you again.
Firing.
Yeah, they said on TV last night that they didn't know if I liked you or not.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Stomach flu.
1-3 into the muck.
Sorry, guys, I like them.
Making it that much harder to
I
flop
like
the
this
set,
flop.
but this board texture here is not awful for pocket threes. Negreanu, though, a lot of speech play with Jaeger throughout day 1, Nick, and they're picking up where they left off here today.
See it, Ollie.
I'll play with you.
Fair enough.
12 a man to the turn. Now, if we're not going to get there, let's pick up equity. Heart draw for D-Negs.
Something of a quintessential type barrel card for Negs. As you said, picking up that, he goes very small, 12 into 63. For Jaeger, still 7s and 3s. Naturally, many hands we fear.
I got a 40.
Oh, go on, Paul. And for Daniel, very awkward now. We have to fear we're drawing dead from time to time as far as a 4 or a heart not being good. As we can see, Jaeger has his cape on, but very nice from Paul.
Doesn't know he's raising with the best hand, but he knows enough to recognize that this is a raise from a player in position that can give a wide variety of Daniel's opening hands fits.
Things like this, and also the 12,000 into 63. Obviously, Paul had a sense that this was some kind of a very nice. Bravo, Paul, clearing out that 45% of Daniel. Beautiful.
10 a little bit pesky in terms of the 9 now putting a 4-liner on board.
Nice,
Jack makes the bigger straight. Might like him a little bit more.
You know, you might, Ali. That's all right.
Okay.
But I like him, you know?
Right.
Hexton D-Negs, eyeing the stack.
About 350. About 350.
You know, this truly feels like it may have been decommissioned Boogie Nights fanfare here. I mean, this is from the Diggler collection, maybe? The 70s, you know.
The Diggler collection.
My favorite.
I can do the scene again if you want.
Super cool.
Raise and take it there for Mike.
Also, like, stylish. I asked them for a couple of those. I didn't have them anymore. I was sad.
Outer table action. Petrangelo involved. Brewer, hijack open. Nicky P defended the big. Check raised this ace-5-8 two-spade flop with top 2. Up against the ace-queen. 15 became 48. Brewer called the extra 33 after following through for 15, and now faces this 95,000 on a two-tone texture.
Naturally, with ace queen, one of our fears here is occasionally we're drawing dead. But then again, so much hand. And note, he does have the queen and the 9 as an out. Very slippery spot for Brewer.
Specifically pocket 5s, pocket 8s, and then the 6-7.
That's
the
right.
draw dead.
From time to time, this 5, 8, 9, we do feel a bit naked with ace queen. And it's a very guessy kind of spot. He is in, big river coming.
Fortunately for the ace-queen, it isn't drawing dead. A 9 would counterfeit Petrangelo. Queen would do the trick as well. Instead, it's a 10.
And although if we're in Petrangelo's seat, we fear ace-10, perhaps a jack-queen of spades or hearts. Aces and 8s, still a lot of hand. 323 in the middle. See what speaks to Nicky P here.
Is ace-10 retained on the turn?
Sure, it's possible.
Time.
As is ace-king and ace-queen.
Right.
And ace-jack. And ace-x of hearts in any capacity. Does go for check. Brewer checks as well. 323 going Petrangelo's way. See a little frustration there off of Brewer? Catch that? He remarked he mixed a turn fold as well. That's what he said. Meaning that he randomized the turn and sometimes he would fold. That was the claim that he made for us. Just to himself, you know, but.
Keeping it here at the outer table where El Jefe's got the headphones working. Nick, very strictly business from Kerry, who generally doesn't like to check out of the social aspect, you know, among the most prolific speech players. in these high roller series, but it would appear not today.
Yeah, he goes headphones every once in a while. Bottom pair for Chidwick.
Check.
Blind v blind limp.
Check.
A nice guard for Nick.
That's 16,000.
Naturally, the open-ender after the check back from Chidwick.
He goes for roughly 90% of the pot. For Stevie, a pair is still a pair. A very unclean 2-pair out does lurk in the deck.
Beginning to murmur, and he kind of proved everybody, I've still got it kind of deal with that win.
Spades working for Jaeger. I hear all of that, Ali. You know, when you're at the top, you deal with a lot of riffraff, and he kind of, you know, he embraces it. He's a, I don't want to say a polarizing figure, but you know how it is. You have a lot of haters when you're, and you have a lot of fans. So he's here for it all.
What you don't have are a lot of concerns about the Queen of Clubs complicating this matter when you've got the 2 7s evidenced by the 27K second barrel.
Obviously, Daniel has an inkling these queens and 7s are good.
Jaeger just releasing the spade draw.
That he was.
Are you an advocate?
I think it's okay on the paired board. Jack high, out of position, although continuing does seem enticing as well versus button in some capacity. Not so clear. Outer table action. 4-bet from Chewy.
Yeah, it's Chewy the opener to 15,000 from the cutoff. Bonomo 3-bet to 40. Now here we are with that 4-bet to 92,000. Extra 52 on request. Ace-8 of hearts.
Beautiful from Chewy. Take it down, my friend. Look at this handsome devil, Lucky Chewy.
A bully over there, Chewy.
Lean in on him a little bit.
Who says I'm a bully?
At the table. It's a compliment.
Who says that?
Huh?
Who says that? Make sure it's not you.
He's saying
it.
I'm saying it. You're quite the bully today.
You don't know what kind of consequences you can endure for saying such things. Wow, that is the most. You all fucking bully, Jesus. Just trying to keep carrying this place.
He's keeping me in my place.
You say that again, you fucking watch your back.
That was a bit menacing. You know, not since early seasons of Dexter had I gotten those vibes.
You got early Dexter vibes there from the lucky one?
The lack of blink, the enlarged eyes, you know.
I know what you mean, Ali. Bonomo back at it.
Raise 14,000.
You've had good hands and dubious hands?
Call.
Chidwick defends.
Bonomo's Queen 10.
What a flop for Stevie, Ali.
Yeah, not improving in near the same way that Chidwick's has with the double gutter and the club draw. He's behind in a vacuum now, but 65% to win the pot from here forward. These are facts not lost on Stevie as he sifts through the possibilities.
Raise is 40,000.
Feels very sensible.
Indeed it does, and does do it.
Just performs so well against such a wide variety of hands. Larger clubs are really the true concern. Hence, I live kombucha free.
Pour something into your mouth. Interesting way of describing taking a drink. Big slick for Nikki P on the button. Looks like 15. Snowmen for Chidwick. Quite deep.
No, Petrangelo's one of those stacks that you want to be mindful of.
Stevie agrees.
He is the overall reaper. Has actually fallen behind Chewy by about 40.
Check.
After that 4-bet exchange, Chewy leapfrogging into the overall chip lead. Now a paired flop, kind of texture that the 8s can get behind.
Check.
To the contrary, they are in front of the ace-king, which checks back, and now we pick up an open-ender with these 8s. In the presence of the check back from the pre-flop aggressor, obviously there is merit to barreling should we choose, but Chidwick will take the more passive approach.
The interplay of our suits, or lack thereof, in regards to which ace-kings we bet and don't bet, are very interesting and quite endless. And we see the very nice king of hearts for Petrangelo on the end.
And these are the outcomes that we must be prepared to accept when we take a line such as this with
Indeed,
these 8s.
And a highly awkward situation is about to unfold for Stevie. Suppose he's weighing a block bet or check.
Check.
Quite hard when they check twice. Of course, Nikki P can have a king. Can also have a variety of bluffs. It is possible Chidwick considers drawing raises from a hand such as this. I don't think so.
36,000.
Goes for 36 into 42.
This isn't shy.
It's not shy, and again, a bit of a pesky spot for Stevie to navigate. One feels they're getting taken advantage of if they just fold every time here. But, you know, we're folding a fair amount.
The spot is, of course, made peskier by the 2 streets of checking. Nevertheless, Stevie will ensure that the head lays a little softer on the pillow this evening with respect to that pot as he pays to see it and is shown the ace-king.
If you have to think that long about it, I think you have a good hand. I'm going to fold.
Back to the feature.
I saved this thing because I need it so bad.
Aces against ace
That's
queen.
a crazy fold. People are going to laugh at me for that one.
Negreanu opened to 12,000.
I promise.
Kenny
They're
3-bet
gonna
to
laugh.
44.
They're like, what? That fucking is 100% call.
Or they're going to say you're a genius.
One of the two.
It's going to be the latter.
Good poker, what I just did. Like, according to the, that's very bad folds. Like, one of the worst.
Just want to hear him out, very much so.
No,
Not back.
not king, but it was a really theoretically bad fucking fold.
Ace jack suited.
Better.
We know it wasn't 5-4 suited.
Better.
Ace
Strong
queen.
fold. Suited.
No, not that good, but still. Suited.
You're in bad shape.
Suited, suited, I'm not folding. It's fun. Flush.
I thought maybe the ace jack suited because you had like the deja vu.
Yeah. I don't
Like the same one.
I'm
you're
not
like,
going for it.
Nope. Not me.
I believed you. That's all.
You were right. I was in bad shape as you could be.
Oh fuck. Then I feel really good about it. Is that 13?
Now you've got like free chips.
I was about to
course,
use
like-
this, and I'm like, why? Just throw it away.
That was a freaky laydown with the ace-queen, but we move forward, and Negreanu promptly rewarded as he now has himself a set of sixes in a second consecutive exchange with Kenny. This one we find a flop, and Bryn's got the club draw. Follows through for 11. Daniel content to just check call for the time being. And now on the turn.
Daniel just behind somehow versus the button.
And the thing about this particular club, of course, it comes in ace form, which
very nice, Ali.
Skews us into thinking from time to time another barrel is tethered more so to the ace-x combos than the harder to manage flushes. 29K.
And in the face of this half pot, is Daniel considering what Ali was just touching upon for us? Bryn might just have an ace. Let's go for call. Daniel hunting the board pair, Ali, and it does come in.
Oh, wow.
What a card.
It is that ace. Now, this is where Daniel's hoping that Kenny would be emboldened by trip aces.
Quite a bit more flushes lurking for Bryn than there are full houses or quads. I would think if we're in Daniel's seat, we do go for the check raise here. If that's what you were touching upon, let's see.
74.
74,000.
This feels like very linear progression in terms of bet sizing across all three streets.
I would think we must raise.
74 has been cut out.
And BK knows this hand might not be good. You know, we aren't. This is D-Negs. He called fly. He called the half pot on the turn. There are vulnerabilities.
Flush.
Just go for the call. Bryn will see the bad news.
Full house.
I thought so.
Just glancing at how deep they were, there wasn't a world in which Daniel would put a raise in, then Bryn would pile, and somehow the sixes would encounter pressure that they couldn't handle, right?
No, perhaps we just pile ourselves if we're Daniel.
Okay.
It's, you know, I understand tournament retention. From my vantage point, that's a mistake to just call, but...
Wasn't thinking about folding.
Nope. You know, understood. Against the button, though, Ali.
You're relieved to hear that?
You know?
That's a good one-liner right there.
Bryn can have queen 3 suit.
Correct. Not just any button.
Full house is a good hand.
Bryn's button.
Beats a flush.
It does, it does. He's not going to call me a flush. He's too good.
Kenny's chips are not sedentary.
And what Daniel just said there, I do.
There's a.
You feel that sometimes in game. He said he wouldn't call me with the flush, so.
All-time money list, final table.
Oh, yeah.
Bryn back at it.
Same. Were you there last year? No. But from the final three from last year still in, too.
Bryn undaunted. Goes right back to work, this time off of a shorter stack and with queen 9 suited. Very defendable king 7 suited will enter the arena, but fail to connect on the jack 3 deuce board, hence the check.
Nine.
9,000.
What's the top 5? Justin, Bryn, Daniel, you, and Stevie?
Yeah.
What are you? Somewhere close to there? 8 or something?
10-ish. Or not even. I think more like 12 or 13.
Follow through barrel earns it.
Be top 5 within the next
Carry
2
somewhere in
years.
the top 10 too, or no?
It's close, yeah.
I just hit 40.
Nick's
Nick's in the
close
top
too.
10?
No, I don't think, but he's like
No, I don't
really
think he
close.
is.
It'll definitely. I mean, if you get the top 5 at the final, it'll definitely be the most earnings per probably. I mean, how could it not be?
Oh,
the
yeah,
most
by
earnings
far.
for any TV ever. Yeah. Yeah, it's not like our earnings are going down.
And maybe the only time ever that the top 5 have all been at the same like final table.
Yeah.
Like 3 people away.
Here.
Yeah.
They ain't hatched yet.
Yeah.
14.
14,000.
Yeah, I'm jinxing all of us except,
Yeah.
except Ike.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
chip
keep
leader.
talking.
Yeah. Keep talking about how you're all gonna make it.
Ike shooting it up with the ace-9. Paul defends with the queen-5 suited. King
I could make a
10-10,
prediction
2 diamonds,
for
Jaeger.
Who
Flush
in
draw.
10 years will be the all-time money leader. It won't be you because you won't play enough.
Is it gonna be you?
No, won't be me either. I'll probably won't even be top 20. I doubt.
No, but you'll play every Triton for the next like maybe 3-4 years.
Couple of years, yeah. But it'll be Stevie or Ike because they'll play every fucking tournament
Forever.
Forever. They're gonna be 90.
Hard to be up there without
Justin too.
Welcome back to Super High Roller Bowl 8. We are still inside the PokerGO studio on the Las Vegas Strip. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. Shout out where you're watching from. Let us know what you're drinking. Perhaps a little snack on the side. It is time for an epic evening of poker action. Still 10 players remaining in the most prestigious event of the year here at the studio. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman are on the call on PokerGo.com. We're keeping it lighthearted and casual while they might bring you the hard-hitting analysis. And perhaps Ali Najad will be told to stop Ali, as Nick Schulman loves to say. 300K buy-in, $2.76 million for the winner, and that ring, that beautiful diamond-encrusted ring, will come along with a victory in this event. There's been a full redraw. Paul Jaeger remains on the feature table along with Jason Koon, Bryn Kenny, and Daniel Negreanu. Donnie, we've had Chris Brewer and Isaac Haxton basically swap seats.
We did.
Now it's
Negreanu
like 9,
assumes
10.
that one hole there.
In the middle of that. Yeah. With production
Paul
stuff.
Jaeger has turned his hat around and
Production
pulled
delays.
it down over his eyes.
Well, hopefully I'm playing with you.
Yeah.
At 10:30.
Love to see it. Shout out to everyone who is chiming in. Victor Kenny, El Paso in the house. We got Pernham, Maine in the house. Bentley watching. Reno, Nevada. Matthew, thanks for tuning in. Jennifer watching from Chicago. Troy, Washington, having a cold brew. I just poured myself another coffee. It's 4:30 p.m. in Las Vegas. Still time for a coffee. Sitting on about 2,400 likes. By the end of this hand, let's make sure we're at least at 2,600. Our next giveaway is going to be at 3,000 likes. We're going to give away an annual subscription. Already gave away one today. We're going to do the same thing tomorrow. Koon and Brewer here playing the first hand post-break. Limped and lots of checks. Donnie, are you expecting play to tighten up a little bit, perhaps not over 5-handed? It's a little bit of a different dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're just going to see much of the same what we've seen so far. You know, we've had a couple clashes here and there. We've had some big pots, but not a lot. So I think we're just going to kind of see that careful treading from these players.
Careful treading indeed, as 4 places will get paid. The pressure of the money looms large. I know we're still far away from the potential bubble, but every decision matters. We already saw Chris Brewer make a huge fold earlier today versus Nick Petrangelo. He's sitting very comfortably now on 717K. Look at this. We got Marshall watching from Rhode Island as this small pot ends with Brewer winning a few chips.
6 plays.
I wasn't counting on the kickoff.
Just a funny comment. I mean, you called it correctly, but it was just funny. It'd be super ownage if he had 10-4.
Here's a look at our feature table chip counts. Like I said, Chris Brewer, the new face here at this table. Isaac Haxton moved to the outer table after a redraw. Stacks are getting a little bit shallower. The average stack now 50 big blinds. Still, of course, plenty of room to play. And as we see players eliminated, perhaps during this level, that average stack will, of course, go up again.
I'm not much of a swag guy.
You were when you rocked the mullet. I'm just saying, that's swag.
Now I'm just an old.
That's
all right.
21.
Monday night double. It's tradition.
105.
Let's head on over to that outer table. A bit of a scramble of the seats. Petrangelo now in position on Chidwick as Katz is all in for 105,000 with pocket kings.
He's going to get called here because he's so short.
Wow. Missed what Haxton said there that made Chewy laugh, but Katz here at risk with pocket kings versus 10-8. Katz very short.
Good spot, though, for him to double up.
Very good spot. Here's the flop. Jack 6-5. Haxton not drawing dead just yet. He's going to need some help, though. Turn card is the King of Hearts. That makes things official.
My only hope was to have Ike at the table.
Gary Katz with a much-needed double up, but he still remains the short stack. Bryn Kenny is the second shortest stack with 400,000 chips, just so everyone is aware. Keaton giving us the full breakdown of his life right now, Donnie. He says, I ate 2 entire bowls of chicken noodle soup and I'm drinking a gallon of Turnips Premium iced tea right now, straight from the bottle.
Bring 'em up.
Fresh pack
Crash 'em
of
down.
Newton's 100 in a box. Life is sweet.
Okay.
You've been
Wow.
around too
Build
long.
them up to crash them down move.
As if this is the guy that's going to work on. I'm saying of all the people, he gives 0 fucks. No sense. Like, butter his ass, what don't matter.
Maybe this year.
He does not give a shit. Butter him up. Trust, he'll do it if he has to. No fear.
What the calls say.
Yeah, I understood. I'm like, that's why I was the wrong guy.
Just keep going.
Yeah. Bryn knows my old school stuff. We've been around. How old are you now?
36.
A few more years. Hit the 40 mark. You're still young. I thought you were a little older than that. Feels like you've been around for 100 years.
Yeah.
58,000.
In that time, I've been everywhere.
Yeah.
You see me every place you go. You see me on the roller coaster.
Riding the
somewhere.
roller coaster. $1 million on the table. Sometimes no eat.
No, fortunately, somehow I find a way to like
You
still
always
live a
eat.
good life.
You always find a way to eat.
That's what. See, then
But even you've gone like this too with your physique.
Then it might be an issue if like that's like the worst. If you fluctuate like lifestyle because of your swings, then it's like hard on your mind. I couldn't do that.
Yeah, it's bad.
Like if I ever had to downgrade like from business class 5-star hotel eating at good restaurants, then I would have been on tilt for sure. But as long as I never had to, I could be negative, no problem. As long as I get to live like that.
Doesn't change your
still
life.
okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Crushed my will.
Things
It's just a
always
question
change.
of like, what the point total is in the purse. Like a video game.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what, when Isildur used to play everybody.
Yeah.
It felt like he was playing a video game.
Oh, he was for sure playing a video game.
He just was like, oh, it's like I got 4 million points.
Yeah.
And then they all went away.
Yeah. Oh, shit, no more points
He's
anymore.
playing all of like best players heads up 2
that
tables.
was insane.
Like 6 table, 8 table.
In the game that he had no idea about. That was the
PLO.
problem, yeah, because in No Limit, he was still playing like 4 people
But
at
you
a time.
can't play 4 different people.
And crushing them.
Heads up.
But in
Yeah.
in PLO, he just got
can you
annihilated.
not?
He didn't know what he was doing. He was just playing highest stakes first best guys.
Yeah. Points.
Yeah, for sure.
Move up the points. Play for points. Absolutely.
Those were the days.
Yeah, that was
Oh
for
my
sure.
God.
Play for points.
Those are the
Like
days where
19 at the time too.
I stayed home and rail online poker.
I had a very good hand. Just for see, I'm buttering you up now. Buttering you up. Look, see, no steal, no steal.
You got
Next time,
you got all the moves.
you know what TJ used to do? I swear all the time. He would show his hand, He'd show an ace on the button, whatever. Then he'd run one, right?
That's what Helmuth does.
He would run one, and then as he's mucking his hand, he's like, hey, remember that hand in Tunica you played? Did you win that one? Remember that tournament like that? But as he mucks his hand,
That's more socially skilled than Helmuth.
he would do it so subtle as though he would ask you something completely off topic.
And just like slide it through.
Yeah, that one he
Forget
didn't
this
show. I'm
one.
like, so I was young, and I'm like, that was shit.
Yeah.
That was a bluff. I knew it.
Yeah, when he's showing like every
he shows
like
the ace,
decent
he
one,
shows the
and then-
queens, and then he doesn't show and tells a story.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember back in the day, Amarillo Slim, and yeah, all the moves, man.
Isn't it great that we get to watch this, Donnie?
It's so great. It's so great.
This feels like we're a fly on the wall in a private game.
Yeah, got a front row seat, as do all the viewers.
Exactly. Front row seat to the highest stakes event with the biggest personalities playing for millions of dollars.
What's TJ up to?
He's old now. I think he lives in Louisiana somewhere.
Super old, huh? I played with him a few times.
TJ Cloutier once
I don't think I ever played with him.
ran me over.
I played with him a few times.
I used to play with him all the time in the late night.
Like in a scooter?
Yeah.
Whenever I started playing tournaments, he was
Of course
playing
he
World
did.
Series Still.
It's probably your fault.
Yeah, he was on his way to the craps table during a break in one of the WSOP events. He came buzzing around the corner there at the rotunda in the long Rio hallways and ran over my foot.
Lane Flack had been at my table.
Also didn't care. He just kept going.
Of course not.
Like,
He
you
had a
look
craps table to
like
go
you're
to.
lonely, like, let's chill, and then they just like talk. Yeah, just talk to me like 40 minutes.
Yeah, he's
I mean,
nice.
There's not really interaction with him, but now I think of the old like. That was a cool interaction.
He was a good dude.
Yeah, he's just some guy who saw some 22-year-old kid. He looked a little novice and decided to be nice to him.
Yeah.
TJ Cloutier, 83 years old, Donnie.
I almost said Len Ashby instead of Lane Black. Maybe didn't.
From the Doyle Brunson generation.
Oh, yeah.
I got check
Old
raised.
school.
I was going to punch myself for sure.
Yeah. No, I had a hand that could.
I had the best hand.
Well, yeah, I had
But
eights.
still, yeah.
2 8s. I was like, do something funny here.
By
Or
the way,
just fold.
Cloutier, speaking of Cloutier, played in the 1959
Wow, that's
Rose
horrible.
Bowl.
So I'm trying to value bet there versus eights, and you fold. At least I get to like not let you hit a 10 or an 8.
Yeah. 6 outs is 6 outs.
Couple of made hands here, pre-flop. 6s for Kenny, 7s for Chris Brewer. Kenny made it 21,000, and Chris Brewer is going to make the call. Koon's coming along from the big blind with Queen 4 of clubs. 3 ways here to the flop. Interesting turn card here. Action was checked around on the flop. Not much there really at all for anyone involved, but this turn smacks Brewer with a set of 7s. Koon now picks up a club flush draw to go along with that bottom pair of 4s. Brewer's going to lead here for 25,000. Jason Koon makes the call, and Bryn Kenny's going to get out of the way. Ten of diamonds on the river, so Brewer's set of 7s. The superior holding here.
Brewer's best hope here is that Koon wants to bluff at it, but Brewer's going to do his own betting and throwing out a pot-sized bet worth $125,000.
Koon says nope, and Brewer takes this one down. Kind of a similar stack distribution to what we saw before when it was Isaac Haxton at this table instead of Chris Brewer, where Brewer's the chip leader and then everyone else is bunched up. Here we go to the secondary table. I feel like all the chips are on this table.
Yeah, you're right.
Lichtenberger, Haxton, Petrangelo, Stephen Chidwick. I know
Yeah.
Kerry Katz doesn't have the biggest chip stack right now, but everyone else.
Well, Donnie, is this an
Has a lot.
advantage or disadvantage for Katz, being in this specific dynamic?
Good question. I mean, I think these players are going to maybe get in there a little bit more, so if Kerry Katz can pick up some hands, find some spots, it could certainly be advantageous for him. I think kind of similar to what we saw recently when he doubled up, you know. Haxton was getting a little frisky with that 10-8 off and ultimately had to call Kerry Katz, who had the two kings. The kings held and he got the double. So if Katz can put himself in those types of positions going forward, then yeah, it could bode pretty well for him. King Jack Deuce here between Lichtenberger out of the small blind and Haxton out of the big blind. Just so everyone is aware, we are currently in soft hand-for-hand play. So don't worry about nothing else happening at the main feature table with Negreanu, Koon, Bryn Kenny. They're currently paused. Just trying to keep everything on an even playing ground here. Make sure both of these tables play at pretty much the same speed. It's not exactly hand-for-hand, soft hand-for-hand, excuse me, is just that. Just kind of monitor both tables. If one table starts getting too far ahead of the other table, they might slow one table down and wait for the other one to catch up. So might actually work well for the coverage here. We can go back and forth a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. Make sure we don't miss any hands from this event.
Yeah, maybe we should just tell them they need to play one on one table, stop. Then we go to the other table, they need to play one, stop.
Well, currently there's a hand going on the main table that's a little bit bigger than this one.
No, that's it. That's the last hand.
Or is it the last hand that
Yeah.
just... Oh, right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So soft hand for hand. Once more, if we hit 3,000 likes on the video, we're going to give away our next annual subscription. Bojan, tuning in from Kosovo. Thank you for watching, sir. Appreciate it. And we got Macedonia in the house. A little trip through the Balkans. Why not? I've been fortunate enough to visit many of those countries down there. Beautiful in the summer. Dubrovnik, highly recommend, especially if you're a Game of Thrones fan, Donnie. That's where they filmed a lot of the show. Chewy reaching here.
80,000.
Nice healthy bet here.
See, this is what I love about Haxton. It's never a snap decision. He's always making sure that there's not some angle he's forgetting about.
Yep.
10 seconds. Time.
Axe is still thinking this one over. All right, there it is, into the muck. Lichtenberger takes it.
It just goes to show how hotly contested all these hands are, Donnie. Chewy not giving up. Haxton considering it with ace high. Every single pot has some kind of big decision in it. Brewer, meanwhile, with a nice chip lead at the main feature table.
Andrew, third in this event last year, and then you've been running hot in the studio. 4 cashes during the Poker Masters. Do you feel like you're playing some of your best poker right now?
I definitely think I am playing some of my best poker. Also, yeah, running hot. I mean, it certainly helps. The whole birthday win experience was, yeah, I can't really put it into words. It was awesome.
We heard a lot of talk about your pet birds at the table. From my understanding, you have a couple doves. How does that come about? How does someone have a couple pet doves at their house?
It's a great question. It's obviously not the most normal pet. I'm also not the most normal guy. So when we moved into the house that we're currently in, a few doves came around in the evenings, and my wife would feed them after the pigeons had left, because the pigeons are quite dominant. And at one point, unfortunately, one of the doves passed away, and she was quite sad, and she told one of her friends. And her friend said, hey, I actually know someone who, runs a bird sanctuary, and they just dropped off this dove. You should go check it out. So we drove to Arizona, and we, met Blanca, who's the sweetest female dove in the entire world, and Dovey, who is her male counterpart, was there as well. And we adopted both of them, and yeah, we're all living very happily together. It's wonderful.
The rest is history. Thanks so much for the time. Best of luck.
Long live.
Yeah.
Yes. There they are.
I feel you.
This is amazing.
Blanca and Dovey. How can you not get a little sentimental about that? Chewy.
When he talked about birds yesterday, I assumed 2 parrots flying around, something like that. No, just doves.
Doves. Just straight up doves.
I love it. 3-way action here on the 9-6-5 rainbow. All heart flop. Haxton is first. He checks. He's got a gutter. Petrangelo has bottom pair and also has a gutter. And then Lichtenberger 2 overcards. He's got that ace of hearts working. Action does check around. 8 on the turn. So that completes a straight for Haxton. It gives Petrangelo 2 pair. Still a fair amount of equity for Lucky Chewy there in the green hoodie. He's got 19%. He's still got that flush draw working. $22,000 into a pot of $86,000 from Haxton.
All I can think about since that interview is the Prince song, When Doves Cry. What's the difference between a dove and a pigeon? I don't even know.
Well, pigeons are disgusting, for one. Maybe I should send... Do you think I can send the producers the picture of the pigeon in my garage? They'll put that up on the big screen?
Maybe Chewy would adopt the pigeon. Who knows? 22K apiece here, going to the river with 3 players still in the hand. 6 of diamonds completes the board. Haxton, with his straight, has the best of it. Chewy perhaps with some bluff opportunities here, holding the ace of hearts, Donnie?
He could, but I don't know. I mean, this is going to be a tricky spot, I think, for him to get this through. And judging by the positions on these hands, and I'm going to guess this went raise from Petrangelo, call from Chewy, talking about the pre-flop action, and then call from Haxton, so... Haxton's got the best of it here, but... These guys are all super deep, too. $46,000 is the bet, so a little bit less than a third pot here. Petrangelo says no thank you, and maybe Lucky Chewy's going to get a little frisky like what you were talking about here. Nope. Folds.
Haxton takes this one down. JJ Warren is asking, is Negreanu gone? Can't you hear him cackling in the background? 2 tables in play. 5-handed at each table, 10 players remaining. Negreanu still very much in the mix, sitting on 500,000 chips right now. It's a very even battle.
You don't say.
Kerry Katz is the short stack of the tournament.
Had the ace of hearts.
4 places paid in this event. Thanks, Teddy, for sharing it in the chat. That information also available in the description of the video.
Yeah. You know, that's not the worst idea.
Petrangelo sporting that new super high roller bowl hat. Limited edition hat. We don't sell that one, right? Players only?
I don't think so. I think that is a players only special.
That's kind of cool. Action folds over to Haxton on the button. A6 off. I mean, look at how deep these stacks are with the exception of Katz. So much play left.
Nah.
Chiba going to defend his big blind. Just so you know, action is halted on the main table. They're not missing anything. We're playing soft hand for hand to avoid one table playing many more hands than the other.
On the board paired.
Haxton comes with a bet. Quick fold from Chidwick. Going to stay here with the secondary table, so it seems. By the way, we do have new merch out. Shop.pokergo.com. Some new super high rollerball merch.
5, 5, 5, 6.
I feel like we're missing out on some good table talk on the main table, Donnie.
Yeah, maybe we could just watch this table play and listen to the other table. Can we? Can they make that happen for us?
Can we just switch audio feeds? That'd be awesome.
Huh?
You're at the slow table.
Kerry's tanking unbelievable now. It's insane, dude.
I'm over here telling stories.
Yeah. See, now he speeds up because you're here.
Kerry Katz deep into the music. I'm still betting on Slayer. What do you guys think Kerry Katz is listening to? Classic rock seems like the sort of the easy choice there.
I want to know Nick's cards.
King, Jack, Deuce, 2 diamonds on the flop here. Haxton with a king. Queen, Jack for Chidwick. Haxton bets 40K. Chidwick doesn't have any diamonds. Sitting there with middle pair. Also, Donnie, it seems as though Haxton is turning it up a notch. Involved in a lot of hands recently.
I like it. Stay active.
5 of diamonds on the turn.
He's got his cards out there like they're kind of folded, but
right.
not.
Hey, maybe put a chip on top of those. We're watching this table right now because the other table played so many more hands to start the level that they're trying to balance it out to keep it fair for both sides.
Good news is you're not missing anything on that other table.
Right. Action is halted there. "30 seconds to act for the players on each street, or I guess each decision. Chidwick checks again to Haxton.
I feel like we're at that stage where every pot we see is 100,000 or more, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't take too much now that the blinds are up to 5,000, 10,000, you know. A raise, a call, maybe a 3-bet or 2, you know. And we're there.
87. Is that 87?
Real decision here for Chidwick with his pair of jacks. This is a 7-handed tournament. We will combine when we get down to the final 8 for one table of 8. But of course, we're not going to put 10 players at the same table. Haxton takes this one down, and maybe we will now finally get a chance to resume action on the main table. They've just been sitting around telling war stories from the past.
Here we go.
Dan likes fantasy sports more than poker.
Finally.
I love it. It's my favorite. I'm in a league since 1996 with the same group of 20 guys. And it's my favorite thing in the world.
I lose like 80K a year to KA in fantasy sports.
Well, that's kind of you.
Yeah. It's my donation.
You lose 80K a year in fantasy sport?
To Gary.
So far? Oh, to Gary.
I think I've lost.
Because Gary needs it.
I think I've lost the last 2 years to KA.
You help Gary, support himself.
I think I'm gonna. I might beat him this year. We'll see.
You do multiple fantasy sports or just?
I just do football. Football's the only one I find fun.
I like baseball the most.
You win. Not going to play it.
For fantasy?
Yeah,
it's the most skilled. It's so hard to keep track of the whole season.
What, football?
No, baseball.
Yeah, baseball.
I like baseball the most. Just on a fan. I don't like it the most to watch at all, but
Yeah.
There's a lot going on for fantasy.
There's just a lot.
It's the highest skill.
Yeah, it's highest skill.
If you are good at like projecting and following baseball news, you can just have a huge edge. It's just so much work to pay attention the whole season. You have to watch who's coming up in the pitching and like who's in the finals.
Yeah.
Fuck that. NFL's simple, you know.
Yep, simple.
Like the waivers, you have to watch a little, but even that, not that much. You kind of know who's going to be the top 3 guys.
Fantasy football is like playing the slot machine, really. You spend all that time preparing for the draft. Your top player blows out their knee on the first play of the season, and your season is over.
That's right. That's how it goes.
And you're retired from fantasy sports.
I'm done. Fantasy poker only. Still in a fantasy basketball league.
He's always like 400,
Nice.
right? 5. Okay.
I am excited for the NBA season to come back.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. The NBA is always great. It's
Well,
just fun drama.
I mean, the Bucks are going to win the title, so that's over.
I don't know, man. It's easy to say that.
For a while, I had like honest hope that Lillard would end up on the Raptors, on my Toronto Raptors.
Zero chance that was ever happened.
No, it was close.
No, zero shot.
That was very close.
This is going to be a fun one. All
Wow.
right. Negreanu 20K on the button, 9-8 of clubs. Chris Brewer, 3 bets, King Jack off from the small blind. Jason Koon's in the big blind with 2 kings. The Cowboys.
King Kong, Donnie. And
All in is the bet from
Actually,
Koon.
I do a
Quick
$100
folds.
fantasy football draft here in Vegas.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the NFFC. And I ended up, first time I've won it, like, I'm probably broken even now. I won like.
going back on over to the outer table, like I said. A soft hand for hand, meaning that Tournament Director Paul Campbell is making sure that both tables play an equal amount of hands, but he's not playing directly hand for hand. So if one table runs away with it, plays very fast, they might be asked to hold up and wait a little bit. So this also ensures we're not missing anything. But by the way, as the NBA season is close to getting restarted, if you're into basketball, let us know in the chat. Who's going to be in the finals this year? I really wish that Vegas had a basketball team.
They will soon enough. I mean, we have the Aces. And you just talked about them yesterday and win the title.
I know, they
you
are.
Put them in the finals yesterday. They weren't even there yet.
I went to a finals game last year. It was great. It was an awesome atmosphere. I'm just saying, the NBA.
Soon enough, they will. Soon enough, they will.
Go over 8.
Now we got aces here. The Rockets. We went from the Cowboys on the main feature table to the Pocket Rockets on the outer feature table. Nick Petrangelo here. He's got the aces. He's on the button. Steven Chidwick opened to 25K with Queen 10 offsuit. 3-bet coming. 93,000.
Eight-7 and King-7 in the muck rather quickly. Action back over to Chidwick, who folds as well. And Petrangelo, no action on his aces. Hate to see it.
Better than losing.
True.
Now we go back on over to the main set here. Jason Koon check calling a bet of 25,000 on the turn with King 7. Koon getting a little lucky with this river here because both players are going to chop now. Koon had top pair and open-ended on the turn, but he was behind the 8 high straight of Paul Jaeger, and with that 8 on the river, both players have the 8 high straight. Koon checked and Jaeger went with 35,000.
10 seconds. 100,000.
Call.
Check raise to 100K. Quick call and chop it up, boys.
Saved by the river.
How you like that river, Jason?
Lucky me.
Yeah.
What are they on hand 1?
No, they're on their last one.
Oh, okay, wow. I was thinking hand 1 probably.
Matt said,
wow, they beat us to it.
Would love to see Koon versus Petrangelo heads up. That'd be an epic match.
Mm-hmm.
Two of the best.
Be a good one.
I do wish NBA games were like first to 100 points. No clock. Played 12, 12, 12.
Like,
3 quarters.
give me chips. They just
and the
roll
last
that way,
quarter is
yeah.
just whoever gets to 100 first.
What if you get to 103 quarters?
It's game over.
Oh, okay.
20,000. You're in for 5 this game. That's 22.
Just imagine the epicness of a close game.
Oh, yeah.
Got to make the shot. Brewer and Jaeger going heads up with both players holding a jack. Brewer a bit ahead here. And Queen Jack 3 rolls off the deck. Very interesting here. Jaeger flops top 2. Brewer with just middle pair. Jaeger, however, if Brewer is keeping up to date with the hands that Jaeger's been playing, whether it's through a friend or him watching the broadcast, he knows that Jaeger is capable of more than just betting for value. So there has to be some respect given for Jaeger being able to bluff here, which might work in his favor. Let's see how it plays out.
25,000.
25K is the bet from Jaeger.
Call.
Check.
Does go check, check. Jaeger is going to rake in a nice little pot here. And Donnie, over and over again now, we've seen one player chip up and then someone take away some chips to narrow the field down again. The gap now between the shortest and the biggest stack at the feature table, only 24 bigs.
It's kind of great to see.
Yeah.
I like it, you know? May the best man win. Paul Jaeger, 38 years old, out of Kansas City, Missouri. Playing his second ever Super High Roller Bowl. Made his debut last year.
Check. That's it. Check. 10,000.
That 5 is mine.
Keep rolling just my way.
27,000.
They finished before us again. I think they finished before us again.
All right.
It's been a bit slow here this level, which is funny because the stacks were deeper last night in the final level of play, and we saw a string of big all-ins in that final level. How do you explain that, Donnie? Is the fatigue a part of those all-ins?
I think it was kind of just a clash of hands. I mean, that's how the deck cooperated at that instance. I mean, I don't think we've really seen anything too crazy. You know, some setup spots, some coolers, as you might call them, here so far today. Had a couple of things that might have been close, but, you know, I think that combined with the fact that players know they're getting closer to the final table, closer to the money, of course. So at some point, though, things got to explode in a way. I mean, it's got to happen, right?
Kenny, of course, has already been at risk today. He was all in with aces versus Kristen Foxton, who held a royal flush draw. Foxton did not hit. Kenny doubled up. Later on, he made a flush versus Negreanu's full house. Got away from it by Negreanu opting not to raise on the river. Kenny then doubled up through Haxton with pocket sevens versus ace queen. I would say he's been the most involved player so far today. The buy-in today, $300,000, as you can see in the title of the video. Jaeger holding his own here on day 2 of this event. Final table streaming tomorrow on YouTube and Twitch, as well as on PokerGo. Doing the whole thing for you. Nick Schulman and Ali Najad on PokerGo.com also doing commentary on the feed. So you got 2 options to choose from.
Carrie's the only person that doesn't have 40 bigs. But
That's
I think
correct.
it's close, probably. Still even 48 minutes. It's been slow, though. Last level was slow. But it happened right at the end of the level. So. Actually, I'm taking over.
You take over?
Yeah. I think it's going to be in the final 10 minutes of the level.
90,000. Should we bet $100?
Sounds good.
Look at this, Negreanu making it 20K with sixes. Brewer 3-betting to 90,000 with ace-10 suited. Negreanu counting out some chips here. Donnie, might we see some fireworks?
We might. I mean, Negreanu does have position here. Probably just going to lean to give this one up. I mean, I don't know. It's a tricky spot.
Sixes just don't feel like the hand.
Yeah, they really just do
I went
shrink
all
in
in.
value.
Because he called, at least I won $100.
Here we go. He's making the call.
Wow.
200K in the middle. Let's go.
Donnie, what's your game plan with sixes calling there?
Flop a set.
Rebate.
I had to win the bet.
Jack, 5 deuce, 1 club.
Thought that might be the 6 of spades.
Yeah. Brewer, quick to continue here for 50K. This is a surprise to me that Daniel calls here with sixes before the flop, Donnie.
Maybe we'll see a nuisance raise.
That'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
Make it like 125? Something.
Right.
I mean, he said he was deploying this new strategy. We haven't really seen it, but maybe he's coming with it in this hand.
Ooh, comes along for the call.
I mean, so far Negreanu's right. He's got the best of it here.
Still got the best of it, but this is going to look scary. Negreanu intently staring at Chris Brewer. Jason Koon paying close attention to what is happening here. Negreanu has about a pot bet left at this point. Very interesting hand here. Massive implications for both players.
100.
100K is the bet from Brewer.
Can the defending super high rollable champ figure this one out?
Adrenaline levels rising. Negreanu probably thinking, if I call this, what's going to happen on the river? And he lets it go. Negreanu losing a chunk of his chips here by being a non-believer. The power of aggression works for Chris Brewer, and he's now up to 777,000. All right, here's a look at the updated feature table chip counts presented by Storm X. Negreanu now our short stack at the feature table. Brewer on top here with 777. It always comes 7. Tough one there for Negreanu. He was on the right track, but did not want to commit all of his chips. Blind battle here, potentially. Koon versus Jaeger.
5,000. That's it.
Jack, Jack 4. Not a whole lot going on here.
$65,000.
let us know in the chat. Are you playing some online poker while you're watching the feed? And if you are, how are things going in your game? I'm very curious. Donnie, how's your poker have been lately? I know you're very motivated. I know you
haven't really played.
Practiced hard. Haven't really played. No.
No.
But you're just grinding on the solvers.
Yeah, just play a little bit with the solvers every night. Just trying to learn. Watch a couple videos. One of my favorite things to do these days is, because it's the middle of W Coop over on PokerStars, Patrick Leonard.
Yeah.
Over on Instagram, he pretty much puts like his whole day, I feel like, on his stories. It's extremely entertaining, but it's also extremely insightful.
Right. Raised and bet the flop.
He'll talk about hands like while he's in the middle of playing them, what he's doing, why he's doing that. He'll show some of his study sessions after his playing session, you know, going through the strategy, the solvers, trying to figure things out, all that sort of stuff. It's just really great stuff. Pretty much just sit down for like 45 minutes every night and just go through the stories. That's how long it takes, but it's just free content out there from one of the better players, and it's really cool.
Is he still using the nacho dance?
I haven't seen it in a couple of days. No, I haven't seen it. But actually, you know what? I stole a little page out of his book.
Okay.
So after his sessions, he always like goes out for a walk. He actually goes and gets a peppermint tea. That's his routine, right? In the morning, it's a coffee before his session. Plays his session, then he goes out and he gets a peppermint tea before he goes and gets food, and then usually goes home and study. Well, when he's getting his peppermint tea, he's usually walking and talking to the camera, you know, talking about his day, whatever. And recently, he was crossing the street, and I think a car might have been coming, so he started to run. So it kind of looked like funny how he was running and like not trying to get hit. So I took a video of that. I screen captured that as a video. So I'm going to see if I can use it at some point. So stealing a page out of his book like he did with Nacho Barbero.
Your favorite hand?
I like that.
10-7?
4 or 5 suited.
That's a good hand too. I'm glad you didn't cold. That bad? I don't know.
I was definitely calling if he didn't raise.
Yeah. I don't think I did.
You cannot have.
Oh, okay.
What's Pads' Instagram handle again?
Pads on Poker.
Pads on Poker. There you go. For the people in the chat asking.
Yeah, just opened it up. Looks like the first one that I have here is interesting bubble hand histories or something. So he's probably going to go through some hands as he played on the bubble. Look, here he is with his peppermint tea right there. I told you, I mean, it's Pads on Poker.
Love to see it. Negreanu and Brewer going at it again. The only difference being not a whole lot of chips in the middle right now. Negreanu on 28 big blinds. Uphill battle for him. We're streaming on a 30-minute delay today. So if you are in Las Vegas, you can come on over to the studio. Have a look quietly. It's kind of like a golf vibe in here, Donnie. Very quiet on the...
Quiet on set.
On the green, I was going to say.
Golf claps only.
Exactly. Approaching 3,000 likes on the video, giving away an annual subscription to PokerGO when we hit 3,000. So if you're just tuning in, you haven't liked the video yet, please make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. It's very much appreciated. Turn on post notifications. That means you're always in the know about what's going on. We will stream the final table live tomorrow as well.
No, I was living in Miami the past few years. I just moved to North Carolina and Asheville in June.
North Carolina, the last place I would have expected Bryn Kenny to say he just moved to.
Like bad traffic, too expensive, too many people moving there, turning into like LA City where everyone's fake. Miami. I was in like a nice quiet area of it, but still, food quality is like meh, I would say.
It's what?
Like okay.
In Miami?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. There's like few good restaurants like in the last recent years, but not great for food.
So where did you move to?
North Carolina.
That's all I know. Funny, E-Dog moved there.
I just wanted to get into the woods.
You know, E-Dog moved there too.
Oh no.
Yeah.
E-Dog,
My
Eric
wife's from there.
Lindgren lives there.
I'm not sure, Charlotte, I think, but
Yeah.
Amanda's from there.
Mm.
It's a spot,
Man,
North
from where?
Carolina.
I can't
Come on and raise up.
Wow.
Watching now. One of them cities.
Let's go with Charlotte.
Probably.
No, it's not Charlotte.
Anyways.
Maybe like
Maybe it's
Asheville
Raleigh.
place, that would
Yeah,
make sense.
yeah, that's what she was radio there in Asheville.
Also could just be like Raleigh area, like
Yeah.
like
It was
where-
Asheville.
There's so many nice places in North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina's
It's like underdog top place. in
Greensboro
the
is not
country to
nice.
live. Greensboro?
Yeah. I ran a track meet though. I wasn't a fan.
Raleigh, like Duke, UNC area is beautiful.
25.
Very different areas.
Yeah.
Elon, North Carolina is also pretty beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so really it was just like
I've heard
fresh
you've
air.
been there plenty of
Wanted
times.
some Fresher air,
Went to
better
school there.
food, better farmers markets, nicer people.
You said Asheville?
Yeah.
No way. Cool. That's where the Vanderbilt mansion is.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Vanderbilts knew all about Asheville, like, you know, the 1800s.
There's a UNC Asheville, isn't there? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the best farmers market in town's at the UNC Asheville on Saturdays.
Yeah. I just know because I've had college basketball on them.
Mm.
I always have to check that it's not UNC or whatever.
It's a beautiful place.
Yeah. Right across from a lake. Just walk the lake every day.
Similar scene to West Virginia, like West Virginia's doesn't have the infrastructure that townhouse, but the scenery is very similar.
You ever go down to Hilton Head?
No.
South Carolina, super area.
Yeah, I heard like people think like Charleston's like best place in the country to live. So I want to go check out that area sometime.
5-5-3 here. Jaeger betting his ace high in Negreanu with just deuces, raising it up to 75,000. Negreanu turning up the aggression.
Folding the best hand, but I'll give it to you. No, you didn't have a pair, did you?
Yeah, there's just big jack.
Pair of fives.
True story.
There's a guy with like twos.
He's too good.
Right.
It's a pair, though, right? I didn't lie.
There's a pair.
I had a pair. You didn't.
Quack,
so
quack.
I had the best hand. Fair game. Huh? Got to protect those little pairs.
Going back over to our outer table, as we've said before, we're following all the action in this event. Cats involved in this one, only 75K left behind. Cats with the best of it here, but this is going to run pretty close together here, Donnie. Chewy betting 10K. Cats has a big stack of those time extension chips. Cats deliberating here. With Jack 9. Carry on the tightrope here. That's 7.5 big blinds he has in his hand there. 105K already in the middle. Body language and the way he covered his face does not exude a lot of confidence. But we've seen him play this reverse game before. Cats makes the call. We're going to see a river card here. Now only 65,000 behind. river card is the 4 of diamonds.
It's bad news for Kerry Katz.
Lichtenberger hits his 4, improves to a better 2 pair. Disaster card for Katz, who might be facing a decision for his tournament life as Chewy checks to him. Oh, this is going to hurt.
Jackson folds.
Painful river card for Katz. Down to only 65K now. As I said before, we're combining at a final table of 8, 10 left right now, so need to lose 2 more before we get to that final table. 4 places will get paid. Haxton, meanwhile, up to over $1 million, Donnie. Just unstoppable, trending up the whole way.
Cruising.
If you're with us in the chat, very much appreciate everyone for tuning in. 3,000 likes triggers our next giveaway for a free annual subscription. Much love to you all for hanging out with us. Closing in once again on 10,000 viewers as Chewy and Haxton about to get involved in a bit of a blind battle. Chewy just with the limp. Haxton analyzing. Probably going to charge a little bit more here. Ten, 9, 3 on the flop here. The other table was not wrong about the fact that this table is very slow. Players taking their sweet time on every street. The main table now once again put on pause. We're not missing anything.
You can tell they're not playing a hand because you can hear the conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all yellows are fine. Make me feel like it'll make my jam look more intimidating. You're rich again. Thanks. I like it. Good for the psyche.
67,000 is the bet from Chewy, once again with nothing. To me, it always feels as though Haxton will figure it out.
I know, right? That's just how it always seems to feel. Probably even more so now. You know, you mentioned him up over $1 million, so he's been chipping up. Probably feeling pretty confident in all of his decisions. Oh, no, he's going to give that one up. Best hand into the muck, albeit only ace high. And Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger, last year's 3rd place finisher in this event, rakes that one in.
That's Stevie's fault. His 40, 55. Oh.
Lucky Chewy out of East Northport, New York. 1 WSOP bracelet. As I just mentioned, took 3rd place in this event last year for $1.1 million.
Are you calling a jam?
Founder of Octopi Poker.
Hadn't quite decided, but would have put some thought into it. I was calling a jam on the river, that's for sure.
I was too. Free roll.
I figured.
That was creative. It kind of just totally threw me out of my rhythm.
Love hearing that.
That was kind of like literally just jam the turn. I think I might have gone broke.
Isaac Haxton might just put this in here. Yep. Ace-10 of spades, good enough to put the pressure on Kerry Katz, who's very short in the big blind. Kerry, King-5 of clubs. I mean, it's a pretty good one when you're sitting there with, what, 6.5 bigs, 5.5 bigs?
Okay. Call.
Here we
All
go.
right, we're going to call Kerry Katz at risk here. 10 players remaining as Isaac Haxton finds ace-10 of spades in the small blind. Ladies and gentlemen, sit up straight, straighten those backs. We got a real hand here.
I don't like the king. I like the 5. 5 feels like a winning card.
You should just want 3 clubs. Just make, just end it. Just rip it off.
What else could I ask for?
120K in the middle, so even if Katz doubles up, he will remain as the short stack. But still, it all starts with that first double up. Is it going to be there, though? Here's the flop. 5, 4, 3. Okay. Katz flops a 5. Haxton picks up some straight draw outs.
I'm fine with a 6.
Turn card. The 7 of diamonds.
6.
A 6 would now chop it. Haxton has 10 outs to send Katz to the rail. But so far, Katz on his way to a much-needed double up. 10 on the river, and all of a sudden it is over. That 10 came out of nowhere. Kerry Katz eliminated in 10th place. Donnie, it is safe to say that it was not his day in the slightest.
Every time we went over to the secondary table, he had fewer chips than he had the last time we checked in. Ultimately gets his money in there and goes down to Isaac Haxton. But it was really that hand a few minutes ago against Andrew Lichtenberger when Lichtenberger rivered a better 2 pair that really
just down to
chopped Kerry Katz down. And
to 6 players?
I think it depends how quickly it goes.
Are we hard hand for hand or
Probably finish to the 3 and then go hard hand for hand.
9 players left now. 4 players here on this secondary feature table, and then 5 players up on the main feature table. The field will combine to 1 table when 8 players remain. So kind of a bubble in a sense. So you heard the players talking about the hand for hand and what's going on right now. They're still in soft hand for hand right now. They might go to legit hand for hand play once they all get on an even playing ground.
Right. 26.
Look at these 4 guys. Is there even a tougher 4-handed battle anywhere in the world right now? Unbelievably tough table here as we have 5-handed and 4-handed play going on right now inside the PokerGO studio.
Check.
Of course, this level being stretched out, Donnie, by this soft hand for hand play.
Yep. I know, I was just looking at the clock. I'm like, I feel like we should have a break coming up soon. But then I was like, wait, there's still so long to go because they have to keep pausing the clock in between all these hands to get these tables nice and even. But hey, more poker for us, so I'm not really going to complain.
Absolutely. Chidwick here with 2 pair. Hoping that maybe Haxton start bluffing. What is Ike doing with his cards in the middle of the damn table?
I mean, listen, the dealers here are extremely good, okay, so I understand it, but I'm not so sure I'm trusting those cards don't get swiped or something, you know. just a little error. Maybe somebody mucks their cards, they hit yours. Like,
Yeah.
this is a 300K buy, you know. I also like how the button's just, in the middle of the table.
Yeah, the button needs to make room for Isaac Haxton's cards. Chidwick gets exactly what he wants. Action from a lesser holding. Now the question becomes, can the pressure be so big on the river, Donnie, that Haxton can realistically represent a 10 in this situation?
I mean, you talked about it earlier, in regards to Haxton and always just figuring stuff out. I just feel that way about Stephen Chidwick. Like, every time, it's just the right decision. Every single time. The guy does not miss.
9 completes the board on the river. Also pairs the board.
I mean, how do you ever beat someone like that? That's just, like, he's a machine. All right, Haxton, what do you got up your sleeve this time?
It's probably going to be like 275 or something.
There's 156,000 out there. I mean, he looks like he's betting it. All right, 80K.
Half pot here from Haxton.
And Chidwick figures it out, makes the call.
Doesn't happen often, but Haxton misses and now drops back down below $1 million. And guess what? Stephen Chidwick, well on his way to $1 million. Donnie, both of our predictions still possible here.
Oh, yeah. We are seeing some incredibly high-level poker deep on day 2 of the Super High Roller Bowl. This is great stuff.
Yeah, and it's crazy that they're playing 4- and 5-handed. The pressure is so high. Playing with a big blind ante, there's so much up for grabs each hand. Both tables, Donnie, play a bit like a final table at this point.
We are going to stick here with this table.
Yeah, because they're so slow, Donnie. The other table is
waiting.
waiting.
Every table takes 3 minutes. It's great. Or every hand takes 3 minutes.
The chat is constantly wondering, is Negreanu out? Well, he might as well be because they're not playing any poker right now.
You know what we need? We need a mini, picture-in-picture in the upper right here, just showing the other table, just to show people that those players have not been eliminated. They are still in the tournament.
We just need a Negreanu cam in the top corner. Producer Aiden, can you tell production to give us a Negreanu cam in the top right corner?
I love that.
He's nodding yes, but in the inside he's screaming, "Shut up, please."
That's a good way to live.
I don't listen to you.
I believe Jason Koon has just come over to see what's going on at this table. Isaac Haxton here coming in with a raise. He made it 28,000 on the button with Queen 9 off. Stephen Chidwick calls from the small blind, and now Nick Petrangelo.
You'll take it.
I feel like we haven't heard from Nick Petrangelo in a little bit here, so King 5 of spades in the big blind, 4-handed.
No.
He's in there as well. Only player at this table sitting this one out is Andrew Lichtenberger. As it comes Queen 9 deuce, 2 spades. Bit of an action flop here as Haxton flops top 2 in position as the pre-flop raiser. Petrangelo, who came in from the big blind, flopping the king high flush draw. Chidwick's got some backdoor possibilities there as well, so let's see what happens here.
Haxton bets 24 with top 2. Petrangelo with the king high flush draw. Chidwick with the ace of spades. He's also got the jack there lingering along. Definitely a fun dynamic in this hand. We could potentially see three-way action going to the river, to the turn here, excuse me.
That looks like more than 24,000 to me.
Wow.
Check raise here from Pietrangelo. He makes it 95,000.
This could be a massive pot if Haxton decides to just call.
With Stevie in between, it makes this one a little bit more awkward to try and maneuver. There are some draws out there, so Haxton might just want to just raise this one up once more. Sorry, how much?
200.
200.
Wow.
Not the biggest of raises, but a re-raise indeed. Stephen Chidwick gets out of the way. Now it's back on Nick Pietrangelo.
Are we going to get feisty here is the question. One of the biggest pots of the tournament so far brewing here. Stacks are extremely deep.
I mean, does Nick take one off here? I mean, price is kind of there. I mean, I think you might need to worry maybe at times that you can get overflushed here, which is certainly something that he'll consider. Wow, Nick Pietrangelo giving it up.
Wow. Raising with his flush draw. Let's get the rabbit hunt. Show me the turn card.
Yeah, let's go. I want to see it too.
Donnie, give me some.
I want to see it too. Isaac Haxton is now the chip leader.
Donnie, give me some thoughts on Pietrangelo, in a way, raising himself out of the pot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a good spot for him to get in there, but, you know, ultimately thought better of it. He's super deep, so, you know, I don't know. Maybe you can just kind of take control of it with that check raise. But then you get fired back at, so, you know, what's Isaac Haxton really representing there? I'd say probably at the worst he's representing the Queen 9. He's going to have some sets too, especially on that type of texture. Isaac, you know, could certainly re-raise. Again, Chidwick was in the middle, so it was a little bit of an awkward spot there. You don't just want to let him in with some free equity. So
half a hand. So I don't see how it can be faster or more efficient. If you always catch up before you combine tables, there's no difference.
There's still an advantage to having one hand of information from the other table.
I have just under 7.
5 off the money.
5 off.
Actually, I have 701.
If I was ever seated with these four guys, I would just go to dinner. Like you guys battle it out. I can't win here anyway.
Raise 40.
It's exciting and it's fun to watch these guys play, but it's also a reminder that we all have to keep working on our game. Ooh, we finally get to go back to the main table. These guys have been sitting on their hands for the better part of the last 10 minutes. Finally back here. Paul Yeager might have taken a little bit of a nap. Can't really fault him. Action has been slow.
You guys can see the chip
Ball
counts
up there,
at the
just,
top
like,
of the
feel in
screen.
general. Like I always look away when like
Me
you feel
too.
high.
He's lucky.
But
Sam.
if it was someone else, they could like look at your cards probably.
Yeah, I just always look away, but I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as it starts getting lifted up, I look the other way.
It's hard.
Oh.
You have like 600, right?
No, I think.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, my way circle.
Like 520.
Is it like the deck of cards that's like this, or on all deck of cards?
All of them.
It's just his eyes.
Yeah, eyes are better.
Put to wear glasses?
Yeah.
But you don't want to.
Yeah. I got this damn autoimmune disease, and it's like, yeah. Destroys my body. I would have liked to done LASIK, but they won't let me.
Really?
Yeah.
Why, because of the autoimmune disease?
Mm-hmm.
So what, it's like higher risk?
Yeah.
Ace, ace 3 on the flop here. Both players with an ace.
Hello.
Koon in a potential gold mine of a situation here versus Chris Brewer. Also, Donnie, the fact that it's a blind battle, adding some extra spice to this.
Yeah, this could be a pretty big pot here. Brewer does have Koon covered.
Oh, yeah, I was looking at you. You were looking at him. I was.
Yeah.
All right, Brewer had checked, so action is on Jason Koon here. Pre-flop, this was limp from Brewer, and the small blind raised to 40,000, so 4 times the big blind from Jason Koon. Brewer made the call. Koon's going to come with 22,000 here with his trip aces and 10 kicker. Chris Brewer makes the call. Pot now up over 100,000. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Brewer does have that 8 of diamonds. Could be a little emergency saver there if it comes to it. Chris Brewer checks again. $90,000 this time. Chris Brewer taking a look back at his hand. Brewer makes the call. We got a pot here, up over 300K now.
We got a real pot brewing here. River is the 10 of hearts.
That locks it up for Koon with the full house and makes him feel even better about it. You know, had his opponent maybe had some sort of flush in there.
Does it also, in a weird way, help Brewer think that
maybe he's chopping
maybe
it
he's chopping
at worst, you know?
Yeah.
Brewer checked already, so let's see what Koon's going to come with here. Without a doubt, going to be betting this full house. He's only got a little bit more than pot behind, so Maybe he goes for that. I'll put it all in except for one chip type of move that we
Right.
see so often.
Definitely.
And there is exactly that. Koon pushes all but 1K into the middle. A bet of 367,000, and Chris Brewer knows. You heard him there. This is a lame spot.
This is super lame.
Go on?
Pretty much. I left himself 1,000. I like that.
I really believed you on the tone, to be honest.
I never get that. What's the point?
367.
Just in case if like you lose a hand, you give yourself a chance to like chip up the next one. So like the next.
Look at that. Chris Brewer, well done, sir.
Wow. Chris Brewer, on the right end of all these decisions so far today, I think he's impressed me the most. Going for the double barrel bluff versus Negreanu, being right. Full into Koon here, right again. Folding to Petrangelo earlier, right as well. Very impressive stuff from Chris Brewer. This, of course, cost him some chips. Still sitting on 580K, and he's going to be very happy when he sees the replay of that hand. Koon, meanwhile, on top here at the feature table. Negreanu at the bottom with 35 bigs, but we all know that this battle, Donnie, is far from over.
That was some great stuff right there. Ace-10 here for Bryn Kenny. Comes in for a raise, makes it 21,000. Chris will find out in what, half hour, 40 minutes or so. You know, pat himself on the back.
Right. Kenny raising it up with ace-10. Takes this one down.
This table does feel like it plays much faster. I mean, even that hand was pretty quick overall. Brewer folded the river in, you know, pretty rapid fashion given the situation.
This one, I think you just got to open whatever it is.
I think you're right.
Even if it's a fold, there's too many.
Well, he's going to open the ace-queen, I'll tell you that much.
You can only take so much.
24,000 is the raise here from Jason Koon on the button. Bryn flicks in the call with the 8-5 of diamonds from the big blind, and off to the flop we go. 63,000 in the middle. King, Queen, 6, Rainbow. Or as I should probably say, because I'm sitting next to Remko, King, Queen, 6, Badoogie.
Badoogie, indeed. One of my favorite games.
21,000 is the continuation bet from Koon. That gets it done.
Yeah, really.
You qualified?
Really.
He qualified.
Qualified for my entire
Qualify against me.
No, that one. Different one. That one.
I had a good hand to crack one of those qualify for your stack.
The other
5-8
one.
suited.
I qualified for something. I don't know if it was for.
You qualified for a button open. That's all that matters.
No. That one I qualified for the whole.
Oh, all of them. Verse anyone?
No. Ace queen.
I guess you could be in that spot where it's for all of them if you 3-bet the button versus cutoff.
Yeah,
if I 3-bet the big, you might just call probably instead of rip it in.
Yeah. Oh, you did good.
Maybe.
Yeah, you did.
I don't know if I did good.
Did you make a really disrespectful fold?
I don't know.
Trips without a diamond.
I had a diamond.
You had trips and a diamond?
Yeah, I had ace-8 with 8 of diamonds.
Holy shit, yeah, that's disrespectful.
I thought you had it. I thought you had it, P.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, action still 5 and 4 handed on these remaining 2 tables, and if you want to focus and up your game, scan the QR code on your screen and learn more about NZT 48. This might unlock your full potential. Donnie, on long days like these, it's hard to balance the diet, the caffeine intake, staying on top of things.
Someone's like, I got 7s. I'm 70%. I don't know.
Did you play it?
No matter what you have.
Good fold. A game. They did. They made him play 1 card.
What?
He folded though. Smart.
How could that happen?
Smart. I don't know.
I'm sorry, what?
That's weird.
Hit up by 1 card in the super high roller bowl?
Wow.
I mean, these guys are good, but I mean, I don't know about that.
That's just ridiculous.
15.
Petrangelo here betting 15,000 against Stephen Chidwick. Chidwick makes the call on the ace-9-4, all heart flop. 3 on the turn. Chidwick still best here with his ace-queen. He checks. The bet is 65,000 this time from Nick Petrangelo. Chidwick calls. To the river we go. Petrangelo is drawing dead unless he can somehow force a fold from Stephen Chidwick. That 8 of hearts pairing him doesn't mean anything.
Well, it might mean that he checks behind, and he does.
Yep.
Showdown value for Petrangelo might have saved him a few bucks there.
To pull up takers.
Now Stephen Chidwick joins
Just the
Isaac
theme of the
Haxton
day.
up over $1 million.
All of flush hands.
Yeah, this is a very flush-themed day.
My 1 card.
The final 8 will get moved on over to the final table. The final 4 will get paid.
3 vibes.
We're closing in on 3,000 likes.
Let's go.
Let's go, people.
It wasn't overwhelming.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Feels like forever ago. This feels like the longest level of the year, Donnie.
It would have been palpable disappointment if I had an ace.
It is the longest level of the year.
I don't think I would have realized it. I think you're savvy enough. Nevertheless, one must trust their reads.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, Negreanu on the main feature table, still holding his own, down to 35 big blinds. He is the short stack in the tournament right now, but it's still anyone's game, of course.
27. Raise 110.
Look at this. Haxton making it 27. Chitwick fighting back with ace-queen offsuit, making it 110K to go. These guys both have 1 million chips, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the phase of the tournament where the biggest stacks in the room are constantly battling. This, of course, lends itself to some fantastic action for all of us to enjoy. Seeing some cheeseburger talk in the chat. Looks like we're coming up on dinner time. And apologies for the volume at the secondary table. It's not as good as the main table. Of course, the players are not mic'd up on that table. Jaeger here on the main feature.
I've ever seen, I think.
Raising it up. 5-4.
Yeah.
Suited.
Are we already done?
Yeah, go figure.
2-hand thing is a killer.
Whew. You heard it here.
Benny says, I'm eating a McDouble and enjoying top-level poker. I watched a video the other day on YouTube about the best fast food restaurant burger. There was a few qualifications as far as what consists of a fast food chain.
What about you?
Ultimately, it seems as though In-N-Out was the best value. And I think that Steak and Shake came out on top, Donnie. I'm serious. Best burger, Steak and Shake.
I mean,
I've never been there, but
Well, or when they
no. I mean, no.
Oh, all the fast food chains?
Afterwards.
What's your favorite burger?
Out of the fast food chain? I mean, I don't know.
Condescension.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm a big In-N-Out animal style guy.
There's also all the old school guys that so like they find it like really offensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's a couple of those that like even kind of more new school of fun and defensive. I'm always so confused by it.
Yeah, I used to play PLO guys.
What autoimmune disease do you have?
Rheumatoid arthritis.
My mom has it. Brutal.
Yeah, man, it's been a roller coaster.
Twisting up any of your joints yet?
Yeah, it's just like I have to take steroids and it makes me.
You taking like methotrexate and all that?
Swinging back over to the secondary table. Haxton involved against Chewy on the turn here. Jack 8 deuce Jack on the board. King high best for now.
Over under 4 minutes for this?
Oh,
for this tournament,
we'll take the over. We'll take the over. Yeah, just to be safe. Over seems like a good bet. Even the chip shuffling is slow here at the secondary table. All they need here is Negreanu and Kenny to spice things up a little bit with their table talk, and it immediately speeds up the game.
75.
Haxton betting 75K with just 10 high. Lichtenberger has the king of clubs. This might come into play, Donnie. He might think that, Haxton less likely to have a flush here since he has the king. Could we see something frisky here from Lucky Chewy?
We've seen it before, so I wouldn't rule it out.
Clock's been ticking, bro. 19 minutes.
10 seconds.
Lichtenberger's moving like a sloth.
Doesn't know what's going on. Well, in that case, you're better off just letting it go.
Guess we're here for one more hand at this outer table.
We also hit 3,000 likes on the video, so I guess I owe a giveaway.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, annual subscription coming up.
Let's go. Let's go.
Call option. There's 42.
Oh, Chad is waking up to the idea of a giveaway.
My number before we're done.
Gotta go and figure out a question to ask here.
Got a
That's
shaman for him over there?
I can't be offering that type of stuff.
That's what I said.
No. I'm recommending Carrie's guy.
Okay, that's
Completely over the table.
No frog poison for you.
I'm the shaman anyway. How
Yeah.
can I recommend anyone else? Only recommend yourself. Plus, that's a dicey thing to recommend because it's like such a thin line of where the person's at to give. Like, they could give you the best ceremony ever 3 months ago. A bunch of shit could have happened in their life, and now today, the one that they're going to give you is completely fucked up.
I'm here for the shaman talk, Donnie.
Anyway, I got in trouble for recommending people things that I would do
Oh,
myself.
I saw that.
Gotta watch out.
No Taco Bell for you.
All in?
All in.
All right, here it is. Bryn Kenny all in with pocket nines from the big blind.
I deserve that.
Applying the pressure. Picking up the
light?
pot.
No. No, I didn't. Yeah, that one makes sense.
Had the reel.
Not really a go light kind of guy. You know what I mean? Like, there's a time and a place. But
You're good at gauging that anyway. Why change what works?
yeah. Yeah, that's
You got your mix of the GTO and the flow.
GTO and the flow.
GT flow.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
GTO flow show.
Just got to start rapping.
All right, it might be a little bit of a heartbreaker here, but we have 9 players remaining. Only 4 will get paid. My question for the giveaway, who will finish on the money bubble?
Oh.
Who will get 5th place in this event? Once again, you don't have to be right. Just answer the question. I'll pick a random submission for an annual sub giveaway.
Oh, shit.
Let me see what hand, though. I would like to pee, but sorry, I didn't mean to hit you, though. My bad. Check.
No worries, man.
Oh, you guys already finished with the hand. That's no good for us.
Oh my God. Everyone thinks that Negreanu is going to bubble this thing.
Wow. Oh, don't put that out there in the universe, people. What's wrong with you? Do you know how this works?
Oh, man. By the way, if you want to enter the giveaway, all you have to do is subscribe to our channel and like the video. And just give us a wild guess on who's going to bubble this thing. Likely not to happen until tomorrow, but it's fun to speculate on. D-Nex is getting shafted by the chat right now.
I mean, this is crazy. Everyone's saying Daniel. Chat, do you know that the bubble is bad?
Damn.
The bubble does not mean they're in the money.
Good news.
The bubble is bad.
Check with
Bad.
anyone here
I mean,
bought.
$0.
Yeah. Huh? Okay.
There it is. We got some other people chiming in as well. Jaeger being mentioned also. I would hate for Jaeger to bubble. He's been hanging tough here with the best in the world, holding his own. Would love to see him get into the money. People tell me sometimes, well, you're commenting, you should be unbiased. I'm not unbiased. I'm the most biased person in the world. I'll pick whoever I want to win. Whatever I'm feeling today might be different tomorrow. I'm on Team Jaeger right now. I hope he just crushes all of them. And having said that, he's also shown creative plays that I can get behind, so it's fun. It's a fun guy to root for.
Here he is coming in with the 7-6 of hearts with a raise.
Premium.
Oh, yeah. 25K, and Bryn Kenny's on the button with 2 threes. Kenny's going to attack. Make it 65K on the 3-bet. Play folds back over to Jaeger. He makes the call, and here we go. 155K in the middle. Ten, 3, deuce. Set of threes for Bryn Kenny.
Jaeger has to be careful here not to misstep.
Yeah, but maybe fortunately for him, he kind of totally whiffed here, so...
Right.
I don't think you were talking about like being competitive or something like that. I was like, 35,000 mix. That's funny.
Yeah, I'd say closer to a lot alike. You're just like a younger version of me.
Jaeger, no. What are you doing?
101.
Uh-oh.
Really
Oh
bad.
my God. Jaeger with the misstep, making it 110K. Bryn Kenny double checking, making sure that he has what he has.
Either one of those, really. Want to win really bad and got what it takes. Hardly anybody does. That hasn't been around for 20 years.
There it is. Kenny makes the call, hoping that Jaeger will blast it all into the middle. $375 in the pot.
Check.
And Jaeger decides to check here, perhaps giving up after trying that check raise on the flop. So many chips already in the middle. Kenny may be thinking.
Kenny getting tricky here, checking behind.
6 on the river, 3rd spade. Jaeger with some showdown value, perhaps, in case Kenny would have a missed flush draw.
Oh, no.
Set.
snap call, and Paul Yeager bluffs it all off.
Nice playing with you.
Oh, have a good one, guys.
Take care, man.
So I think we're at the final now, right?
Yeah. Want to take my number?
Yeah, sure.
Ay, ay, ay. Tough one here for Paul Yeager,
516.
who goes for it, who moves all in and bluffs off all his chips here. We are down to the final 8. I owe you guys a winner of the giveaway. Don't worry. I'm doing the draw on the break here. When we come back from the break, we will have a final table of 8. Paul Yeager, unfortunately, no longer in the tournament. But, of course, there is so much poker left to be played. Stay tuned. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Do all that good stuff. Oh, baby. We still got to check in with Table B. It seems as though there's one more hand left to be played, so I was a little bit early here.
Of course these guys still have a
Oh,
hand.
my God.
Of course they still have a hand left to play.
Can you guys hurry up already? I need to get myself a coffee again.
Oh, maybe they are done. Oh, one more hand here.
There's a hand left on this table. Interesting.
Oh, crazy.
One more hand for each table. We're playing 4-handed on both tables. I don't know, maybe some drama here? Maybe some drama to jump into this break?
Yeah. Why you cover like that's like why you're covering like with your face even then, yeah.
Figured.
Rinkema almost gave away his phone number on national TV. Negreanu protected him.
I'll take it.
Yeah, he was about to. I just verified. He started with the 516. That is indeed still his number.
Queen off.
All right, main table is done.
Good hand. Don't mind
Let's see if we have to swing on over to that secondary table. But either way, play about to go on a break. There's going to be a redraw. It's going to be a 15-minute break. All right, we are now officially going on break. Get yourself a refresher. 15 minutes. We'll be back with the final table of 8. We still got plenty more poker left to be played here. Don't go anywhere. Super High Roller Bowl 8 continues shortly.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
18,000. Yeah, most of those fall.
What is the maximum number of hands, do you know, that can be drawn? Is it 6? I mean, you've been out there.
Yeah, probably the maximum amount of
7, maybe?
No, maybe they cap it at 5. I really
Yeah.
don't know. I never pay attention to any of that stuff.
Exactly.
Paul knows better than to come ask you to draw.
He's asked me before, but you know, I just flip the card up and off we go.
Oh, I thought you might shower him. Just be like, why?
Nah.
I pass. 6s now for Chidwick.
Raise 14.
Call. 14K
What do you
raise.
think Hefe's listening to in there?
You know
if
what's
had
funny?
to guess.
Not here,
Nice one
but
for Nikki P.
during the Poker Masters, which preceded the Super High Roller Bowl, after a broadcast, I walked over,
Go
and
ahead.
Hefe was on one of the outer tables, and he was
Yes,
doing the
please.
headphones thing, and I remember I got into a conversation, and then the whole table got involved about what is in Carrie's playlist. I went with classic rock. I didn't have specific tracks, but that felt like his wheelhouse. Actually, what Hefe listens to a lot of, Elvis Presley.
Elvis Presley.
True story.
Wow. That would have been quite a lot of guesses for me for whatever reason.
Right.
Check.
Meanwhile, Petrangelo, the best of what's around with his suited baby ace. A flatter out of the big, along with Carey, who maintains the Broadway gutty. Board pairing 9 on the turn after the round of knuckles. Petrangelo, not ready to speak up. Defers to Chidwick.
Hefe hunting the jack. Stevie the 6, and
Oh.
it is the jack.
Well, hello. Cats.
And for Nikki P, 48 in the middle. Well, against 10, our decision is fairly clear. Had it been a little bit meatier, it's quite a bit tougher, but we just call the 10, I would think.
Is
Did
this a
glance over at Stevie, though, as the jack connects with Stevie's range sometimes as well. And that look about says it all. Take it, Hefe. You ain't nothing but a...
Who's the original artist on that My Way track, though?
Well, I think it was a cover from before Frank, even. Okay. You know? I think somebody wrote it, or... Not sure, Ali.
Poor guy that wrote it and performed it first. Nobody listens to that version.
He might have just been a songwriter.
Brewer sings to the tune of Ace 10. The octave or key, 14K.
Oh, Hefe playing the rush. Note he puts it on the button.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if you've ever played Asian games in a California casino. That would be regarded as daisu when you're banking in the Payouts streets, which is a bet placed upon whether or not the bank will profit in that particular
Ace 10
hand.
for Brewer, Mallards for Chidwick, and
Yeah.
Daisu for El Jefe.
It's a very parasitic wager,
Oh,
by the
top
way.
bottom for Jefe. 10 of hearts working for Brewer.
Check.
Rush confirmed. Did Cats just check back
That
the
was
eights and
three
fives?
snap checks, and the 3 of hearts does come right in for Chris.
I mean, this feels like a hand that absolutely wants to put chips into the pot with the monotone board texture, doesn't it?
You know, frankly, I don't hate it. It's cool to have some sneaky coverage on a board like this after checking, and I understand my default would be to bet small.
16.
This is an interesting spot for Jefe. We're still ahead of the bluffs, and we have outs against the flushes.
Lone green bean.
Go ahead, Nikki P. He's got the green beans going.
No, bean, singular, was that particular helping.
Carrie is keeping an eye on Chris.
What?
16.
Washed it down with the Spanish rice, I believe.
Oh, can I still fold? All right, there we go.
16 ahead to the river here. Cat's drawing live, and now the texture is even worse for 8s and 5s. Straights are possible in a very face-up way.
Interesting spot. Maybe go small. Target the 9. Target a worse heart. But it is just the 10, Ali. Yeah, he is going for the chisel. 11 into 83.
Here's the thing about those cute bets, Nick, and we've talked about it before. Sometimes they're a little too cute for somebody's taste.
No doubt.
And they get smacked up. And that would, of course, be turning 8s and 5s into a stone bluff, but...
Gets away.
Lays it down.
Last hand, right? Break.
Oh, okay. Back over to the feature here. Small blind ace for Jaeger.
15,000.
Question asked. Oh, Kenny's got an answer for him. Dominant ace 10.
That's a bad one.
Bryn comes with the flag. Broadway Gutty on the all paint board for Kenny.
That's fair. Maybe you just split. Just do greedy shit. Yeah.
Oh my God! Is someone taking a piss? Someone is taking a piss. Actively pissing. Okay, thank God. Oh, you gotta mute it for us too.
Jaeger kind of seeing where he's at, Ali. He's about to find out. Sort of. I think Bryn just calls here.
Turn it back on. I'm sorry.
There it is.
What's up, boys?
As the delayed follow-through barrel is fruitless.
Oh, it is the fever. Go on, Paul.
And then suddenly,
Paulie baby.
Jaeger blossoming into Jackson fives. How did this happen? Checks it, and of course, Kenny content to check back. Yeah, this one's not going to go down smooth. So a nice note on which to end this frame of play for Paul Jaeger, who absolutely has got his hands full, but has given the boys all they can handle.
Okay.
9-6-5, all hearts. Chewy, nut flush draw. Pre, it was Petrangelo. Shot it up to 22,000 with this 8-5 suited, feeling frisky. A flat from the ace-queen on the button by Chewy, inviting Haxton along with his ace-7 suited, which notably does have a gut shot. 2 checks now in front of Chewy as Petrangelo does not swing at this with the gut shot in the pair of fives. And Chewy with the check back. That does hide that ace of hearts a bit as the turn now gives Haxton the 9 high straight.
Highly dynamic try interaction here.
Petrangelo 8s and 5s, and of course still the nut flush draw for Chewy. 86 in the middle.
And I think for Nikki P, while we're not delighted to be in this spot, we just call. Can't have her fold here, especially to a man cut from the cloth of Mr. Haxton. And for Chewy, I suppose we can toy with raising from time to time. We do, of course, have the most key card in the deck currently. But he goes for the standard call. Big river coming. Petrangelo hunting the board pair, Chewy the heart. It's
Well,
the
the board
pair,
does
but not the
pair,
right one.
yeah.
And does Nikki P consider bluffing here? Unclear.
You know, we saw a little bit of that, and Nikki P was on the receiving end of it yesterday during day one. Brewer with 3-4 ran that one.
A different spot, but great recall, Ali. You're right. That was a 3-4-6-7-7 heads up. This one, and we'll see what Ike does.
You know, getting called in not one but 2 spots is a little weird.
If you're Nick, you almost would prefer bluffing if Ike bets than if he checks, in a sense.
Yes, I get that. Because of the strength you can convey by raising versus simply betting.
And also now if Ike checks, we start thinking of things like Ike having Queen 10, Chewy having what we're looking at. We just win. Looks like he goes for 36?
I believe that was
46.
the yeah, okay. But nevertheless, we're talking about sub-third
He's just
pot.
out. Fair enough.
Now over to Chewy.
I thought for a moment, I was hoping for a moment that was an argument breaking out on the feature, but they're just in a very particularly giddy pocket of the evening, late afternoon.
And
everyone at that table is euphoric, golly.
Yeah.
Take it down, Ike.
More flush-related adventures.
Ace Queen eventually finds its way into the mud.
You don't say.
By the way, Nick,
Go on, Ali.
Haven't really been doing much of this. We do keep our eye on the socials.
What's up?
During the broadcast.
Cut to the chase.
Shout out to Jim Villanucci.
Jim?
Who did take to Google to do a little bit of research on the properties of Ike's 3M mask. Stepped in to advise that it actually just blocks water droplets and things like that. Odors, not really in the class of things that the mask does
Thank you,
filter
Jim.
out.
Thank you, Ali.
I mean, you know, it's good work being done by the fans. Appreciate those efforts. Now we just need someone to get the crowdfunder going for the Me and Nick Go to Burning Man thing.
24.
A6 for Haxton on the button.
Nah.
Jack 8 for Chidwick. Mounds in front of him. Second overall right now, behind Petrangelo. Defense.
Yeah, fair enough.
And neither player hits this 2 club, 2 queen, and a 7 flop.
Well, the board paired.
Follow through on that texture from Haxton. With ease.
Take it, Ike.
Into the muck. Goes Chidwick's Jack high.
You don't really see it nowadays, you know, but in the old day, like Doyle sometimes would defend the big, check fold there, just be sick. Go on, Ike, take another one. You know, sick, wing them in the muck. Don't see that from the modern day game, you know.
Like a limit game, even?
Yeah, limit, but even in a tournament, kind of missed that, you know.
So,
all right, Ike, you know.
Yeah. The guys are by and large pretty polite and well-mannered.
They're pretty polite and well-mannered.
Respectful
nowadays.
of one another these days. It's a small fraternity in this kind of rarefied era of 300K.
I guess in a sense, can't argue with that.
You're at the slow table.
Carries tanking, unbelievable.
But to be fair, the
It's
fraternity
insane.
that Doyle cobbled his trade in was pretty small too.
Fair enough.
Yeah. See, now he speeds up because you're here.
King 10 for Ike, back to work.
Chidwick covering Ike ever so slightly, hopping him from the small against his cutoff open.
So you want to read Nick's card? All right.
I want to know Nick's cards.
Second pair
Check.
for Chidwick up against top pair. These are problems.
A quite nice top pair in this position as well, as Chidwick will have a lot of King X suited inferior to the 10, kicker-wise.
10 seconds. Like 40.
Note Ike gets things going right away. And for Chidwick, this is highly uncomfortable. We also once again have kicker considerations. I'm not trying to get excessively fancy as we see he's in, but this is a spot where, for me at least, you'd almost prefer Jack 8 suited to Jack Queen. We're not really ahead of Jack 10. And
Welcome back to Las Vegas, the PokerGO studio to be exact. Super High Roller Bowl 8 final table coverage about to get underway. 8 players remaining, 4 will get paid. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me, as Alina Jada and Nick Schulman are still running the ship on PokerGo.com. You can join them if you decide to do so. Tell them we sent you. We're going to continue here for the rest of the night. And how long that night is going to be, we do not know, Donnie Peters.
We don't. We'll figure it out, though. That's for sure.
Exactly. Unique scenario here at the final table. we have Bryn Kenny in the mix, number 1 on the all-time money list. And aside from Bonomo, who busted earlier, we have 2, 3, 4, and 5 also. Excuse me, 3, 4, and 5 also in the mix, as Bonomo is the only one who departed. Paxton, chip leader, closing in on the top 10 of the all-time money list. Negreanu, our short stack. Here's a look at the chip counts presented by Storm X. Donnie, so much play left, still anyone's game.
Yeah, tons of play. Negreanu, you just mentioned him as the short stack. He's still got 34 big blinds to work with, so there is plenty of maneuverability available. And if anyone's going to maneuver, it's probably this group of 8 players. Some of the craftiest bunch of players you will find around.
And here are those payouts. 600K for fourth. The ring, of course, also going to the winner. Diamond encrusted. Paxton already has one of those.
Oh, yeah. So does Daniel Negreanu.
Negreanu has one of those.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Other players have been close
fun.
before.
And have fun, yes. But of course.
So far, our picks are still in.
Yeah.
I got Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger. You got Steven Chidwick, so.
Feeling confident about our picks here, Donnie. Paxton and Chidwick, the only 2 players up over $1 million. Kenny, with that recent massive elimination of Paul Yeager, up to 968. Kenny and Koon potentially clashing here right off the bat.
Kenny just always, I mean, doesn't play the highest volume these days, but comes out for the really, really big stuff, and he's just always there, like right there, down to the wire.
By the way, winner of the giveaway, I have a name for you.
Ooh.
The name is Monica Thorne.
I like it.
Monica Thorne.
I just said something to her in the chat.
Oh, really? Well, congratulations, Monica.
I don't remember what I said, but, you know.
As always with our giveaways, send a screenshot of you logged into your YouTube account to social@pokergo.com. We'll be in touch over the next few days.
Daniel Negreanu in a little spot here, knowing these 2 are uber aggressive, especially in the late positions. All right, he's going to send that King-Queen off into the muck. Play moving back over here to Bryn Kenny. He's got the best of it, but ace-jack off, not the easiest hand to play out of position against someone as good as Jason Koon. Kenny makes the call, and we're going heads up to the flop here. First hand of the final table of 8. 10, 6, 3. 1 club. Both players missing on any pairs.
Every pot is big right now. 155 already in the middle. Action on Koon. Has backdoor clubs going. .105 is the bet from Koon. Kenny, out of position, knows that Koon might make his life a whole lot more difficult if he continues here, especially given the fact that he doesn't have a whole lot going on. Kenny lets it go, and Koon chips up. Shout out to Deke Acosta in the chat.
What's up, Deke?
No, not upset.
Good to have Deke with us.
Power of position right there.
I pulled a 10.
If you're just tuning in, please smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. Donnie and I will be with you here all night.
Backdoor flush draw?
Yeah.
2 overs? Maybe. Yeah, no, I had 2 overs. 2 cards higher than a 10. And I folded.
I just had 3s.
Huh? You just
You
have
said
goodies?
3s.
Oh, 3s? That's all. No big deal. It's just a set.
A lot of high cards around.
Queens here for Chewy. Immediately seeing some big hands developing at this final table of 8.
too many high cards for you to have two also.
Had the best hand.
Yeah?
I think, yeah.
Probably then. Maybe you have me by one.
Well, now I'm thinking maybe you had the best hand. I thought you had king queen. I was like, I have you very beat.
12 players
Not very,
started
but
today
I might have the best
after
hand.
20
you might
entered
have the best.
yesterday.
Good bet.
Thanks.
Chewy bets 15K, takes it down.
It'll be one of the most loaded final tables in history.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Yep, Justin bowed out to not make all five. It's got to be the most money cash for a final table ever. I don't see how there could ever be another one that's bigger.
Bonkers, yeah.
Mio Chewy's the least.
I gotta be the least.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. I think I'm around. I don't know. I have no clue.
I think I'm around.
I was trying to think what it was, and I was like, I have no clue.
Got to be like 20 or something at least, right?
I'm a little below. Yeah, I'm probably around there though.
Yeah.
What'd you start with, Chris?
20 already?
533.
12 to 15 range?
20 already?
15, 16.
Yeah.
I think.
This is the type of table where if someone says you got 20 already, everybody knows it's million.
Oh, yeah. Koon giving up the ace jack off there.
What did you say? 533.
Thank you.
Brewer and Chidwick. They just switch one card around. Be a battle of the 7 Deweys. Look at this. Pocket pairs for everyone.
Oh, yeah. 7-4 deuce flop.
Yeah.
One time?
Jeez.
One time for the fans?
Interesting enough, Petrangelo, Lichtenberger, and Negreanu all cashed in last year's Super High Roller Bowl.
Fuck, should have 4-bet.
Mine had the Ripper.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got it out cheap, I think.
Ace-5 suited?
10-8 jack on the flop. No sets for anyone. 7 still best here.
Ballpark. Yeah.
Petrangelo with the biggest club among these pairs. 10 pairs the board on the turn.
Curious to see if Chidwick and or Petrangelo start bluffing with this one. Both having a club in their hand. They do not.
Donnie.
Yo.
If the players at this table were to guess how much one banana costs, who do you think
like
would,
in the store?
In the store. Who do you think would be off the most? Who would give you the worst guess?
Off the most.
And chat, feel free to play along. I have a no-brainer guess for me.
I think Isaac Haxton.
I was going to say Negreanu.
I don't know. I think he's pretty in line with it.
Yeah, but I don't think
he just keeps up with it all.
I don't think Negreanu does his own grocery shopping.
No, I would agree, but for whatever reason, I feel like he's just, up with the times.
I also think that
Chewy, I mean, it could very well be Chewy. Chewy could just have a banana tree in his backyard, and we just have no idea what they actually cost.
I think Chewy is able to tell you what's on sale at Costco.
What? If they're selling birds, maybe, but
bird seed.
Chidwick there with that bluff, with the 2 deuces. The Ducks, the Mallards. Brent Hanks' favorite hand, getting it done there. Are you? I mean, you and I live in the same area, but you know they charge now per banana.
Well,
at the grocery store.
It's not by weight?
No, it's per banana.
That's ridiculous. But I mean, I guess it depends on the store that you go to.
Tim Duckworth in the chat said the answer is 100% Bryn. Yeah, I mean, I was going back and forth between Bryn or Isaac Haxton, but then it threw me off because not too long ago, Bryn's talking about living in North Carolina, going to the farmer's market all the time,
yeah.
taking walks around the lake. That feels like a pretty normal human being to me.
Yeah, we're dealing with Farmer Kenny right here. This is it's a changed man.
Yeah.
He's left the South Beach vibes behind.
I mean, he may look South Beach, but he's farmer at his core. J. Locke says, LOL, Daniel buys groceries. He said so on his... Daniel has an assistant, and I'm pretty sure his assistant has an assistant. I'm not kidding. So.
Well, maybe he's a huge Instacart guy. Who knows? Meanwhile, Negreanu raising it up to 20K with 6-5 suited. Chidwick with queens.
I mean, maybe Daniel does do his own grocery shopping. I don't know. Personally, big fan of grocery shopping. I love it.
I don't mind it either.
I like going by myself, though, because I just put my headphones in, listen to a podcast or something, get it done.
I do the same thing.
3-bet here. Chidwick with
Get off the buy table.
Ren Lynn's favorite hand.
I know O too.
Many of this series.
Yeah.
If Negreanu was in position, had Chidwick been 3-betting on like the small blind or the big blind, maybe he elects to see a flop here and take one and try and smack something with that 6-5 of clubs, but having to act out of position on the shorter side of things, he elects to give it up.
It was Bill Gates, right, who said, how much can it cost one banana? $10? Was that the quote? Oh, of course, it's the... I'm confusing real life with TV.
Nothing is real, Remko.
No, it was Arrested Development, one of my favorite shows. It's one banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10? I got to rewatch that show. So good. Chidwick, meanwhile, keeps on raising. Lichtenberger, notoriously slow. He's been holding up the action on the outer table, but now that we are down to one table, all eyes on whoever's to act. Brewer calls here from the big blind with ace-3 suited, a nice looking hand. If you're just tuning in, this is the final table, 8 players left. Top 4 will get paid, so quite a ways away from the money. Payouts are in the description of the video. The buy-in is in the title. I know you guys love asking those questions. Let me just redirect you as Chidwick hits a queen on the turn after the action goes check, check. Brewer checks again on the turn. Donnie, understandable that Brewer wants to keep things small here out of out of sort of, I guess, the risk of Chidwick having a stronger ace?
Yeah, Chidwick could have a stronger ace. He could have some other holdings that have him beat as well, possibly. Also just going to keep some bluffs in and just let Chidwick fire away if he is. Nice river card here for Chris Brewer, making trips. Backdoor flush draw does come in, but Chidwick checks behind. Trip ace is going to take it for Chris Brewer.
As we are now down to the final
Can I get
8.
a couple Perriers?
Who do we think is going to win this thing?
Couple
Who has
Perriers
impressed you the
and,
most
Just a
so
couple
far?
hot water.
I get a Fiji, too.
I'd take a Fiji.
Yeah.
Round of drinks at the table. No alcohol being ordered just yet. Big Fish says, "Why does everyone look so mad?" Well,
just focused.
Focused. Serious business. Poker face.
Focused.
Get that poker face on. Final table streaming tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific time.
Pretty looking hand here for Isaac Haxton, the old 10-9 of diamonds. Makes it 28,000. Everyone gives it up, and Isaac Haxton takes this one.
If you pump fake you, you're in a lot of trouble.
I have faith in you.
I'm not going to pump fake you. I could change my
All right, still 8-handed here. And here's a look at our former champions. Negreanu, defending champ, still in the mix. Isaac Haxton winning SHRB 5, still in the hunt as well. The runner-ups still in contention, Nick Petrangelo and Negreanu, of course, lost to Justin Bonomo back in Super High Roller Bowl 4. It's a who is who of big names. Sad to see Ryan Rast not playing this year.
Slammy.
Yeah, the inaugural.
Slammy will just like, he'll put his fucking cards
Super
in
High
there
Roller
and
Bowl
he'll
winner.
bring them back.
Yeah, he will
It's
do.
like,
He'll be
he'll
like,
just do
oh.
nope.
You're like, what are
So
you doing, man?
weird, yeah.
Probably watching right now, too.
Oh, of course he is. Hi, Slammy. We love you. But yeah, he's so good with that shit.
Him and Watts on a group text right now. Well, I guess not group text. But
We got the 2-4, yeah.
Negreanu raising it up with ace-9 suited. He is our short stack with 26 big blinds. Koon gonna come along here, hoping to perhaps catch something good.
Check.
King 8 deuce.
Nick check raised me today when I thought he was folding before I even put the chips in the pot. I went to grab chips, and he played with his call, but I thought he was just gonna muck it. Put the bets. I was like, what? And then he did it. I was so confused, and I got check raised instead.
Who, Slammy?
No, Nick.
Oh.
He was I think he was peeing him to take a check, but it was the way it was. I thought he
Yeah,
was flicking
Nick's
it.
kind of pumps fake.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're good at that
Fakes me
shit
from
too.
time to time.
Check out GTO Wizard. Scan the QR code on your screen and go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. It's the #1 app for poker players. If you want to study, get better at the game of poker, this is the right way to do it. We got a special offer on gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Don't miss out. By the way, Donnie, tomorrow, big day. We got a big draw tomorrow.
We do have a big draw tomorrow. There's a couple big draws tomorrow.
To try to get you to fold?
The final winner from the PokerGo annual subscriber giveaway will be announced. That winner will be invited out to Las Vegas in January to compete in the $1 million free roll PGT Championship. Also tomorrow, the GTO Wizard Dream Seat promotion ends. So they're going to be drawing 2 winners.
Wow.
Or did you make some sick
That's
play with, like,
gtow.pokergo.com if you want to get into that drawing. Today is the final day to enter those raffles.
I thought you would have had like some diamonds that check called and then.
Brewer raising it up with ace-10. Koon fighting back to up to 120K from the small blind.
Pretty sure it was. Queen 10, 4 king, right? And then 9 on the river.
You know who else inadvertently tricked me a few times recently? Was Byron.
Yeah.
He puts him out, but then he just keeps it there. It seems like it's kind of far out from your tips, bro, but...
I haven't seen him in forever. How's he doing?
He's playing. He played a few here.
He played here.
He was here at the beginning of Poker Masters. Mr. Byron Caverman.
Did you observe that with him? His cards are kind of far out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Byron Caverman, Donnie, is...
Those guys who have a lot of, like, play with the cards, like Sam, just, like, shuffles them back and forth a ton.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Byron Caveman, by the way, #1 pick for me
Also,
as far
my
as
favorite thing about
when you
Sam,
see
since I
them
know
versus
he's
when
watching,
you
is
see him playing
he'll be
poker
all
versus
in
when you see him
like a 250K
athletically.
for like
The biggest
600
disparity
big blind
between the
pot on
two.
River level 2, and I'll just be like walking by drinking my water, and he looks right up at me and stares me in my eyes.
And
Like, while he's all in, I'm like, this guy's so cold-blooded, bro.
Sometimes he just
He's
starts.
so
He'll
cold-blooded.
be in that spot and just be laughing.
Yeah, no,
Like, he'll
it's-
be like, I probably got nothing.
Yo, he's just all in for heaps, and the dude's in the tank, and I'm walking by, and he's just like...
195. I started with about 3.
I will say,
3 and change.
It's pretty sick.
It's
so sick.
Almost everyone I've ever played with, like,
I know there's a lot of
some
table
hand
talk
or,
going
like,
on right
a
now,
clock
but
or something.
is
Sam
Isaac
like,
Haxton thinking
truly, I
about
feel like
getting
every
a
hand
little
he's ever
crazy
played is
here?
just completely
He's
indifferent.
unreadable. He's unreadable.
Ronnie limps the ace
Like, I know he
queen.
wants to win.
Yeah, he's
Wow! Oh
absolutely
my!
unreadable.
He does shove.
Yeah, yeah. Like, he's one of the beat.
And
Ronnie
Negreanu calls.
beats him in the pot.
Negreanu at risk here for his tournament life, but in a great situation
Yeah, he is. I mean, he
to
just-
double up here.
Yeah,
Ace
he
Queen
does.
versus Ace 4. 688 in the middle.
And like, yeah, I'll just get called. with
This is
that.
exactly
Big
what
surprise.
Negreanu has been waiting for.
He's very funny with that.
338.
We were like
Quick
one
math
four
here.
handed. Yeah, we were like
Negreanu running the numbers. His limp paid off. Haxton shoved on him, and he's now 70% to find a double up.
And everybody's like focused.
I'm sorry.
Insane.
Chop? I mean, listen, that's better than
So the
losing.
thing about darts
Still here.
is
I'd rather
it's
double.
like-
Kuhn's still deep in conversation as we
Think about
await the
darts.
flop
You
here.
Start talking about darts.
Daniel
We're here to
Negreanu's
play for
tournament
fucking
life
$2.5
on the line.
million.
Yeah, he's
4,
Oh,
5,
you do.
7,
You have a heart.
Put a heart out.
3 hearts.
No, don't do that.
Haxton pairs his 4. Negreanu has the flush draw. What a crazy flop. Ace on the turn.
7, 5, heart, queen.
You got a lot of them.
17 outs. Come on. Is it going to be there for Negreanu, or will we say goodbye to the defending champion? The river card, the deuce of spades.
I hate losing.
Sorry, bro.
Good game.
What a gut punch for
I
Negreanu.
feel it in my stomach. I was like pre-flop trying to pretend I was confident that I was going to win. Damn.
Where do they hit me with those beverages? They just like hiding them back here somewhere? Or?
Someone was trying to.
I got some.
delivery for Chris.
Isaac
Well, no, I got a
Haxton
Fiji.
Blew me out. Well, we got beverages.
sends Negreanu to the rail.
I mean,
So I'm the 9 seed. I don't get any
He was like
beverages.
standing there for a bit.
Both of them?
Rough
Oh, I'm good.
way
I drink this right here.
to end it
Your
for
hot water is around
Negreanu.
here
His
somewhere.
title
I
defense
grabbed one has
over.
hot water, and I pointed at you, and then nothing happened.
More importantly, the hot water, so I can make this little tea I got to try to help my sickness.
I thought a hot water turned up at some point, but
He came with a giant tray.
Isaac, you are a bad boy.
Dude, Nah, don't do that.
I was misbehaving a little
Also
there.
entirely indifferent to every fucking situation ever.
Yeah.
I could just be all in for his net worth.
That's
and
what
he's
makes
just
the
like, huh?
That's what makes the Sam and Ike relationship so beautiful.
Give no fuck whatsoever.
They both give no fucks.
But it's not like gambling did that to you. You've just always been that way.
No, I've definitely just always been that way.
Chris, you're at 6.
Yeah.
I'm at 570, I think.
Oh, mama.
No, a little less, 552.
John Easley in the chat says poker is dumb, and you are correct, sir. It's a dumb game.
Yes, it's very, very dumb.
Much love to everyone watching right now. That is the gut punch nobody wanted to see. The question now is, who do we pick for a new favorite as Isaac Haxton running over the table here, finding queens on the next hand?
Like 900 to start?
I think 800.
8?
Jason Koon raising with 5s. Haxton.
Yeah, 803.
Again
30?
with the goods.
803.
No, and the bet is 30.
Yes.
Haxton preparing a 3-bet here from the small blind. Chidwick still to act to his left.
123.
Fighting chips there from Isaac Haxton. Action back on Koon. $2.76 million up for grabs in this event. Donnie, can I make a claim here?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. This is your show.
This is the toughest 7-handed battle ever assembled in the history of poker.
I think I would have to agree. I mean, how can you not?
Right?
Look at the names at the top of the screen.
This is the single hardest final table you could find yourself at. Just look at these names and their resumes. It's absolutely unbelievable. If you are a fan of the game, if you're looking to learn and be entertained, this is exactly where you should be. Meanwhile, Koon calls in position with 5s. Flop comes off. King, 6-10, 2 clubs. Donnie, how does a player like Koon continue with a pair like 5s on a flop like this?
Not really sure he's going to be able to. I mean, going to be tricky. He doesn't even have that 5 of clubs in his hand, so...
Hello. I have a good feeling about that.
Haxton decides to check the flop. Very interesting, of course. King is an overcard to his pocket pair.
Mischievous smile.
Goes check, check. 4 of spades on the turn. Let me know if you agree in the chat that this is indeed the toughest final table ever assembled, going off of these guys' resumes. Haxton keeping it slow here, perhaps hoping to entice Koon to bet with the weaker part of his range so that he can maybe get some value from those types of hands, while at the same time losing the minimum in case Koon has a hand that connects well with this board. So far, all we've seen is checks after the pre-flop 3-bet. 68. 68,000 is the bet from Haxton. Dutch Schaefer says, it would be a nightmare to dream about being at this table. Well put. Koon trying to figure out whether there might be some ace, queen, ace, jack type nonsense in the range of Haxton. Some hands he can beat. Koon giving it some serious thought. Does decide to let it go. All right, we have Natalie Bodie, who caught up with Daniel Negreanu after he got eliminated from this tournament. Really curious to see what Daniel has to say. Natalie, take it away.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a different number, I think, but that was the pill. Oh, really?
Daniel, not the finish you wanted, but how would you sum up the last 2 days?
You know, I thought I played good. I had fun. I enjoyed the super high roller ball. I like playing against the best players. I like, I like the mental challenge. And, that last hand, the run out was just like, it's the pain of poker. Like the most painful possible run out, right? Give him the 4. But, also give me like 8,000 outs just to win with the hand that I was supposed to win with, So I feel like this year in a lot of these big spots, like I've not had a good year. But listen, over my career, the last 20, I've been very lucky. It just hasn't happened this year.
Now that you're out of contention, who you got to take the ring?
I don't care. Really, what the hell do I care? I'm out. Oh, I only care about...
There's nobody you'd like to win at this point if it can't be you.
I'd like a rebuy is what I'd like. I'd like to jump back in there and play. No, I can't wait to play the next one. I love these tournaments. I feel very strong. I felt very strong about the way that I played. I feel like I put myself in contention. You can't do better than getting in with ace queen against ace 4. If the guy hits a fucking 4, sorry, he hits a fucking 4.
Thanks for the time, Daniel. Ali.
Daniel Negreanu gracious in defeat, of course. A huge blow to him. Was not too fortunate at the World Series of Poker.
Not to give truth to Daniel's feelings, but I didn't think he was going to win that one either when I saw the called flip oval.
Really?
I was like, I said, like.
I actually didn't know.
Kenny here. Ace 10 offsuit, Koon with king 10 suited.
I can't see that iPad.
Okay.
So if you could just make sure to tell me 5 seconds whenever.
Yeah. You got 5.
You got 5.
The glare's a little rough from down here.
Yeah, well, like we can't see it at all. We can't see the shot clock at all. I mean, it's literally, to me, I see Bryn's shirt. That's it. Like, I don't see anything.
Okay, we're good.
Koon called Kenny's race, and so did Petrangelo from the big blind. Ace 4-4. Nice flop for Kenny here.
17.
Kenny bets 17K. Koon comes along. Of course, has that backdoor royal flush draw on. It cannot be underestimated as he pairs his 10 on the turn.
Kenny checks here.
Clever play by Kenny, Donnie, opening this up for some potential value to be had from lesser hands in case Koon feels like bluffing.
$174.
Over bet.
Gotta love it.
We need like an over bet siren. We just press a button and it's like
some orange like alarm lights
yeah,
go off.
You know, we need to make this stuff happen. And when people win a pot, I want the old like party poker, like the little fireworks.
Fireworks.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Koon hasn't folded yet, so
I mean,
what's going through his mind?
He knows that Kenny is capable of just about anything. Koon does lay it down correctly. Very well done, sir. Kenny, meanwhile, chipping up to close to 1 million chips. He was one of the late entries into this tournament. Among the chip leaders right now. Always impressive to watch him play. As I said earlier to the people in the chat, who are you rooting for now that we've lost Negreanu? Of course, he was the fan favorite, but this event still has so many top players to choose from.
Current chip leader right now, Isaac Haxton. 7 players remaining. You guys can see the leaderboard at the top of your screen in table order. That leaderboard currently presented by GTO Wizard. That chip leader, Isaac Haxton, coming in with a raise here out of the cutoff seat. Makes it 28,000 with the ace-5 offsuit.
You're doing a bunch of stuff with the talk.
A little over 600 behind.
I'm just gonna advise all them. I'm have a few shales in the company and get on the phone and talk ideas with them.
What is it like to try to be like a new GTO wizard, but better apparently? Is the thought?
Yeah, but a bit more.
Lichtenberger came along from the big blind. King, 3 deuce, rainbow here. And Lichtenberger checked.
The other idea is like
19.
they're gonna be able to take hands like on stream and have like a database where you can like look up hands.
19,000 is the bet, and that gets it done
Playoffs,
quickly.
whatever, like, so, and then there's gonna be like a community.
Are they going to give people like live poker tracker numbers type of thing, like scraping all the live hands, or no?
We'll make a database, yeah, so you can look stuff up.
But that not necessarily that you like compile all of it for them and give like what poker tracker would give, but for live.
Well, once you have a database, you can pretty much do whatever.
If a player opts out, do you have to respect that?
It's a good question. We haven't really gone there yet.
Yeah, that is a great question.
Yeah. I'm inclined to say no because it's all public, but I don't know.
26.
Yeah, I doubt they would be able to legally force you.
Yeah, I can't imagine. You just playing on streams.
Yeah, I
someone
agree
watched.
with that, but obviously not really trying to make people's lives worse, right?
Brent Kenny under the gun here, 26,000 is the raise.
One step too far.
You're certainly going to make people's lives worse.
You said I'm certainly going to make people's lives worse.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sharing a database, a huge database collection of a bunch of people who didn't opt in to you're scraping all their hands is no different than scraping all their hands online.
Well,
I think it's quite different.
I mean, scraping all the hands that were cards were at showdown, something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Lichtenberger made the call to the small blind. Check on the flop, and
not great.
Bryn Kenny makes a straight on the turn.
Chewy kicks it in and has a bit of a frown as he's trying to
for the
figure it out.
Players, I think it's really bad.
Yeah, I guess it makes recreational players just get crushed more.
Crush more, for sure.
Yeah.
And hurts.
And like the people who are
like
the best
when,
anyway, it's not like they're going to get really...
And when the hood's opened up and people see how much they've lost, it's also really... Yeah.
Well, we're not tracking winnings.
Okay, well, that's a good thing. That's
Well, we can't really. How could we even do that?
Yeah, it's
like
very
buy-ins and
hard.
such,
You
yeah,
definitely
event
track
trees.
winnings and cash games, of course, right?
That people are already doing that, though.
That
Yeah,
is
that's
already
already
happening.
Yeah, there's a website that has every single stream ever with the results.
Who's the biggest stream winner?
Robo. It's Robo, Tony G, and Leon, I think, are the top three.
3 best players in the world.
Juan's up there, too. I think Juan might. Those were the top 4 or something.
What's like Robo's amount that he's up?
4.8 or something, huge number.
On like big games though too.
Yeah.
$1 million buying game.
Yeah, he won over $1 million in that one game.
I could be convinced I'm wrong, by the way. That's just my first hunch. I'm not trying to be,
Yeah, no.
I'm not trying to argue or make you, put down. I'm sure whatever you're doing is awesome and I'm going to support it, but
Well, I appreciate that.
yeah.
I think everything, but if it goes down like the tracker route of like compiling like amount of hands and then like giving actual numbers like based on like live players would be a bit like too far.
You mean like an online HUD?
Yeah, like but
There's
for
never
live.
going to be a meaningful sample.
Yeah, you're gonna have.
Yeah.
Like how many
Not
hands you
enough.
play on like streamed tables? Like
You're gonna have like
You know who
200
Chris
hands.
Brewer is?
Well, how many hands do you think you've played on stream tables? Must be thousands, right?
yeah, but that's still
10,000?
Maybe
not
even.
very
I
meaningful.
doubt it's 10.
I doubt it's 10.
Different
No way,
sizes
it's
of the
2,000.
It's probably 300.
2,000, you think it is?
What's that? What was the
That's
question?
fair, too.
How many streamed hands
yes,
Chris
like
Brewer has
30
played?
hands an hour,
It's a tiny
probably
sample.
less.
And it's going to be like, even if you're trying to look
Yeah,
at like
that's true.
stats, like if it's
There
like
aren't
final
so
table
many.
hands,
Well, I guess once you like have like
It might- it
Tritons
might just
where,
say
like,
that,
all those
like-
Somebody
hands
was
are,
chip lead at a
tracked
final
through,
table.
like,
and they have
50
42% PFO.
every hand that you play
Yeah.
at Triton is in that database then.
That would be big, yeah. But those are wrong too much to include them anyway.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big project to have a large sample of accurate hands that like you can filter down to comparable scenarios. Like, yeah, I'm not that stressed about it.
I think the interesting part about it is just matchups. Like who's done, like how have you and I done against each other? How have you and Stevie done? With me and Stevie, et cetera.
Interesting for people that think that
viewers.
would be interesting.
Yes.
I think viewers will-
Not
I think
actually
viewers will enjoy
interesting.
that. Yeah.
That would be such bullshit.
It is so fun.
You mean in terms of like what you actually learned from it?
Or even just the results of it,
Yeah, but it just paints a picture, right?
I guess, yeah.
It's like for every like sports match, they're like, oh, like when they're on the road and it's like less than 40 degrees and it's a Tuesday night.
Wow, we got
Never
trends
come
talk?
back
Yeah,
from
trends.
7.5 or
Trends
whatever.
talk?
It's not, though, because it can be like, oh, Nick Flop is set versus Stevie that one time, and he's up 800 big blinds on him.
And Stevie's never forgotten about it since.
Yeah, I mean, it adds something, I think, to like commentary. If it's like, oh,
Yeah, I agree.
these are the 5 biggest pots they played against each other. Nick's won all 5 of them. Like, I wonder if Stevie's like gonna try and get this one or whatever.
Yeah, I agree. I think.
I can promise I will do it tastefully.
104?
It won't be it would be an offensive thing.
Look at Kenny just continuing with the overbets, tossing out 104 and sort of taking charge here in a big way as Koon lets go of his queen high. Brent Kenny now up over 1 million chips. Kenny, Chidwick, and Haxton, all 3 of them over 1 million. Sort of the haves and the have-nots, but the have-nots still have between 43 and 52 big blinds, so...
Bryn, you came in today with one of the shorter stacks, but you've been able to spin it up. You had a couple key double ups early. Now you're third in chips. How have you been able to pick your spots?
You know, like a little bit of making good decisions, a little bit of like fortunate scenarios. Won a coin flip for all my chips with 7s versus ace queen. Then in a 3-bet pot here, flopped a set of 3s and got my opponent to make an aggressive play and fortunate. Yeah, so some fortune, some good play, a mix of both. And then, you know, poker tournament's like a roller coaster. You know, even like at the beginning of today, someone's asking, oh, how many chips do you have? It doesn't matter how many chips you have. As long as you're in the tournament, you have a chance. The problem is if you think you're short and like out of the tournament, then you don't really have a chance anymore. So just try to like ride the wave, play the best you can with the cards you get, and hope for the best.
You're also always one of the most stylish and fashionable players at the table. Can you walk me through this outfit today?
Yeah, okay, so let's see. We've got comfortable slippers, comfortable everything. So yeah, the Tokyo story, I love Tokyo. This necklace was made by a Japanese designer. I've been wearing this recently. These shades I got in London. I like them for the poker tournament. They're kind of perfect, especially with the lights, since the lights are on you and you actually see a bit of pink instead of, so it's like it makes the world nicer.
Love it, Brennan. Thanks so much. Best of luck.
Of course, thank you.
Donnie, I need a pair of pink sunglasses.
Awesome. Matchup time. Average time per hand.
I like them. I think they're great.
Same. I agree.
It was like Makita tape.
Probably way out of my price range, but you know.
Of course.
Start a petition, like, dude, what are you doing?
We got the
23 and a half.
We got the doubles.
Yeah, his is somewhere high up there. Like that.
He's
very thoughtful.
He's not that bad anymore, I don't think. He's still sometimes.
Natalie Bodie already tweeted the side-by-side of her outfit today and the Ghostbusters outfit.
Of course. Looks great. We just need to get a little patch on the arm. She'll be in there.
Oh, by the way, Donnie, Halloween is coming up. What has been your best Halloween outfit, and what are you doing this year?
Probably the panda suit.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm very clumsy with my
When
left
myself and I think, I don't
clumsy
know,
with my left hand.
8 of my friends dressed up as pandas and
Except shuffling chip.
had a party bus and a videographer and went running around Las Vegas for a weekend. That was a fun time.
David Blaine trip.
Chip shuffling is different.
I'm out.
Got enough reps. If I try to write my name with my left hand.
Oh, someone tanking the big, please.
Go.
Chris Brewer running through the bathroom.
Andrew, how many chips did you start with?
680, I believe. Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. 620. 626.
You cover me. Fold, fold, fold.
You're good. Yeah, no sweat. Haven't even gotten to a flop yet.
The big.
Wow, that was uncomfortable.
I wasn't even going to call. I just didn't want you to miss a hand.
8-5-5 here on the flop between Isaac Haxton and Andrew Lichtenberger. $25,000 is the bet from Lichtenberger after he was checked to. Haxton does have the best hand here, but the equities are running very, very, very close.
$57.
Check raise to $57,000 announced from Isaac Haxton. Lichtenberger makes the call.
God, he's late.
Pot just shy of 200,000 now between Haxton and Lichtenberger. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Haxton is first. Haxton goes with the check here on the turn. Lichtenberger checks behind. Ace of spades on the river, so if it goes to showdown here, Haxton's going to take it down, but still got a whole street here to play. Haxton checks. Gotten to this point here on the river, and Lichtenberger's got 9 high, so is he going to take a stab at this one?
$130.
There it is, 130,000. It's on you, Mr. Haxton. What are you going to do? Those fours go into the muck. Lichtenberger takes this one.
Making someone's life force is way too big of a stretch. But
Well, you know my general philosophy.
Yeah.
It's not to.
I didn't mean it like that. I just meant, I think that there are going to be some people who are not happy with it. That's a better way to put it.
I think that's probably very true.
Undoubtedly.
Definitely not.
That is a much lower bar.
Yeah, much lower bar, yes. But yeah, I'm not.
As much as I would like to make everyone happy, I've realized that it's actually a fruitless endeavor.
That is a B, so we're going to. No, he's out. But we'll get him if he comes back.
I'm gonna
Maybe
knock
you
him.
will.
Bees buzzing around the studio.
Bees? I land on my hail,
Those are
though.
carpenter
They
bees.
like to
Those
do-
guys
they
are
like to
docile.
do that.
They don't sting. Yeah, no, you're going to piss some people off. That's a better way to put it. I don't think you're going to ruin anybody's lives, man.
Glad you think so.
Yeah. 500, yeah.
Yeah.
I just understood.
In the wrong profession. Don't worry about a few people getting mad.
Yeah, of course. You tweet the sky is blue, someone's going to go crazy on you.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't know.
Someone asked.
I do think that it's probably pretty complex and something that there should be a lot of discourse.
I welcome the discussion. Yeah, it's not a trivial thing, but I do think it's generally a nice thing to move the sport and the industry forward.
You might be right. It helps the sweat, which is cool. Like the sweat is anything that lets people sweat is great.
Yeah.
Koon came in with a raise here to 30,000. Nick Petrangelo defended out of the big blind.
Say again?
Petrangelo flops top 2 on the Jack 10-7 rainbow board. Koon's got a whole bunch of nothing.
Or whatever. Could help like build appreciation for like players or whatever. Like the way like people used to have appreciation for online players.
Yeah.
And then they become fans or more into it.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure those dudes we like poker.
Continuation bet here from Jason Koon.
Jason's won like 9 fucking Triton
24,000.
If they was like look at them the side and be like, holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it allows us to celebrate the game's greats.
Yeah.
$90.
Where'd the name come from?
Just a goofy discussion with friends where
Check
I referred
raise
to
to
someone
90
as an
gets it done.
octopus, and I said Carrie's not really an octopus, and it was very much appreciated. And that's pretty much it. Stuck from there. But actually, Carrie kind of is an octopus. He's very shifty.
He's a shifty fellow.
Yeah.
Are octopi shifty?
Well, they camouflage. They're very good at getting around.
The question was if octopi was shifty, not if KO's shifty.
I accepted that already.
That part of the premise was sound. It was the octopus fault.
Still 7-handed here for just tuning in. 4 places will get paid. Still unsure how long we will play tonight, but action is going to continue for quite some time. Looks as though we'll play to at least 6, maybe 5 players. The best of the best have gathered here at the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas. 2.76 million up for grabs for the winner. Donnie, do you think that the fact that we're down to 1 table makes these players think about the payouts at this point?
I mean, yeah, you're a little bit closer. You can see everyone right across the table from you who's still in the field. You know you're only a few spots away from cashing.
Negreanu was just eliminated. Bit of an unfortunate situation.
Oh, it was unfortunate.
I mean,
it was about as unfortunate could be.
It was brutal. It was painful.
A couple of 10s here for Nick Petrangelo.
You're right. That data is going to be crazy anyways, too, because there's going to be so many, like, 7 deuce, jack 6 games, stand-up games, all this stuff. So you're just going to see these hands and say, what? Antonius just open ripped 50 bigs with 9-4 offsuit on the button? What?
Yeah.
That actually happened. But yeah, if you just see that as a stat in a cash game, it's going to be like, what the...
Yeah, the stats are going to be all over the place.
Yeah, when you're playing stand-up and you're one of, like, the last 2, it's...
the worst that game. That's always pay.
Both blinds defending here. Queens and
Yeah,
10s for almost everyone.
And then the cumulative
Ace, 6, deuce on the flop. Aggression might take this one down. Brewer with backdoor hearts. Petrangelo with the pair.
I feel like everyone's had, every time somebody's had, you know, like a 10s, jacks, queens in this tournament, there's been an ace. I feel like every time.
Yeah. We'll still be playing.
Oh, yeah. I don't think it's bad for us.
No.
24.
I don't think so either. For some reason they do.
Yep.
The real stat will be who's been decimated the most times.
I hope that one day that appears on the site.
What's that?
I said I hope one day that's something
you can filter to decimators.
Yeah.
You should have a stat of like who's just lost. Like it should say like who's been decimated, but it's just that they lost an 80-20 for like greater than 20 big blinds at a final table. You have like league lead on that. And then the people who give decimations are the opposite, obviously.
I mean, I feel as though Chris Brewer is going to be way up there. We've seen him lose so many massive hands on live streams up until this summer
right now.
at the World Series of Poker.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Seems like a fail. Seems like a failed deal.
I think I have to opt out of that.
It's your idea.
I know.
You can't. You're paw committed.
We're only talking about it because of you.
Viewers don't know about the decimator, so we should explain exactly what you're talking about.
We should.
It's very straightforward. That's one of the best things about it.
Regardless, your chip stack high card, whoever has a low card is eliminated from the tournament. Has been decimated.
Once per hour.
Once per hour.
Wow.
It's cruel and merciless, but it's fail.
Completely fair. And yet completely senseless.
Just like life.
Yes.
I think that's why Willie got sold the idea was you responding to people when they kept trying to fix it. You guys like, you're ruining the beauty of it. Like, what if you got hit by a call and they made funny noises?
We're reaching that time of the day, Donnie, that everyone is just starting to feel a little bit loosey-goosey. Maybe those Fiji waters were spiked. Who knows? Chewy, meanwhile, with a pair here against Chitwick and Kenny on 3-7 deuce. Action on Mr. Octopi. Chitwick studying as Chewy throws out a bet of 33,000. Two folds, and Chewy gets to take this one down. Chris Brewer, by the way, the short stack with 40 big blinds. Koon, 46 big blinds.
That's your favorite part.
Yeah.
Trangelo, 53.
Thank you.
I'm really imagining the tournament being ran. I'm just imagining like some security guard who walks out, and like you get the low call, and security guard just grabs you and just pulls you out. You don't even get to say bye to anyone.
The floor opens up.
Yeah, yeah. You're just escorted out of the casino.
Big gap.
Doesn't have to be quite that extreme, does it?
But it does.
550, 530 or something?
550, I think, yeah.
Kenny, blind battle with Koon. Two of the best to ever do it. King 5 versus Queen 5. Let's see if this goes anywhere. Big O is saying, how come some events allow bystanders but this one doesn't? Who said this one doesn't? If you're in Las Vegas right now, you can walk into the studio quietly and you can watch from a distance if you want to. However, they are playing on a closed set, so you can't get as close as you might at your local casino, but you can definitely come in here and watch.
450, Chris?
I will say the viewing experience is a little bit better
465,
on the stream.
476.
By the way, we got some new super high rollable swag available. Shop.pokergo.com. Go check it out if you want to look the part. Donnie, when you show up to the South Point Nightly wearing your super high rollable hoodie, do you think that players think that you're just a $300,000 buy-in player who's down on his luck, trying to make back that
Quite
bankroll?
possibly. But I usually try and refrain from wearing any poker gear when I go and play poker.
You wear like a Patriots jersey to like look like a tourist?
I just wear plain stuff. I just try and look as normal as possible.
You don't bring a box of Oreo cookies?
No.
Come on,
I like
man.
to kind of wear like a World Series of Poker hat or something like that. Look like a look like somebody who just went out there, went to the gift shop, picked up a little souvenir, and now I'm back at the South Point Nightly.
Do you ever wear sunglasses at the table?
No.
Have you? Or
no.
Well,
I don't. I'm not used. I've tried it a couple times. I'm not used to it, and I just like I try and look at my cards, and I'm like everything looks really dark. I can't do it.
I feel the same.
You know.
Even when I see people,
I'd rather just like if the lights are bothering me, I'd rather just wear a hat or something.
Right. Sometimes I see people that are trying to be cool wear sunglasses indoor, and I'm like, that would just annoy the shit out of me.
Yeah, I think it's something that certainly takes getting used to.
Like Elke, he just wears sunglasses all day, every day.
All the time, yeah.
Caitlin Jeffer says, Donnie Peters plays poker in a shirt that says poker.
Like a mill?
No. Thanks.
I like that. I know that back in the day when I first started coming to Vegas,
A
I
little
was
over a mil.
21, 22. I almost thought that you had to wear a hoodie. Like it was like part of your
You have like 1.5?
outfit.
Yeah.
I had the Bose noise canceling headphones. I had the hoodie, trying to look cool. Then I lost 2 buy-ins at 1-3 and just went to see a movie and got some popcorn. Eat my sorrows away.
10s again for Nick Petrangelo.
Everyone's feeling cool and confident until you lose 2 buy-ins at 1-3. Reality all of a sudden sets in.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to race to beat each of them up.
Jason Koon's got 2 9s
done
here.
it so far.
Ooh. Interesting.
I got a quick release.
You got what, sir?
I have a quick release.
You do.
Koon's going to come with a
You know who's
call
the best
here
marker
on
in
the
the game?
button. That
Oh,
open
yes.
was
Yeah.
to 26,000 from Nick Petrangelo.
Unbelievable.
He just
Going heads up to the flop here. It's going to be Koon
Consistency is
in
just
position
unparalleled.
against Petrangelo. King 8-8, 2 diamonds.
Equally annoying for both players, this kind of flop.
There's the wall smoke in the game. You're going to laugh when I say it. Good ball. 16.
Slow poke muck.
Yeah. For sure.
Does like a 360 with
So annoying. Yeah. You got to give it to him though. He's especially talented.
I mean, yeah.
It's very tough for someone.
Bet of
to, like,
16,000
bother me at the
called
table,
here.
and He's
By
in
Koon.
there for sure.
4 of clubs on the turn.
He doesn't bother me that much. But I also just won a tournament when I was next to him, so that probably helped.
I think that helped.
Yeah. Turns out if they give you
He
$5
bothered everyone else.
It turns out when they give you $5 billion, you usually are pretty happy.
Average payout when sitting next to.
Yeah. He just put a smiley face. Sad face if it's 0.
Check, check here on the turn. Jack of clubs on the river, so Petrangelo's got the best of it here. 114,000 in the middle.
Thomas Clark chiming in saying, this is a disgusting table, and yes it is. 7-handed with the 7 best players in the world, arguably. At least they are among those. Still 10s and 9s battling here.
Check, check, and
Koon does not show. 10s hold up.
the Koon did a little like, give me the pot, like he thought, he was going to check behind with the best hand, but Nick Petrangelo had him beat by a little bit there and took it down.
Wow, 11 final tables already for Petrangelo.
That all?
Yeah, that's all. I mean, you should take a look at Isaac Haxton's year for a change.
It's
not quite.
insane.
I had 640 before that hand.
Yeah.
Right out,
I think Isaac Haxton's won $10 million this year. I think Chris Brewer's won $11.9 million this year.
Oh my God.
You talked about Bryn Kinney earlier, $6.5 million this year already. So I'm sure Jason Koon's got a whole ton of results. He was crushing some of the Titan series. So
yeah, Jason
Triton
Koon,
series, excuse me.
Jason Koon's, or excuse me, Isaac Haxton's 3rd, 4th, and 5th largest cash of his career were all in this calendar year. Absolutely insane how well his year has been.
I'm sure it's going to be great.
40
You're
million
the head of
rings
it. Thanks,
already
man. It'll be
for
great.
Haxton.
I wouldn't let us down.
You know, octopuses have 3 hearts.
And 9 brains.
Damn, that's strong.
Wow.
Hyper intelligent creature.
Chris Brewer's won 11.9 this year alone. Isaac Haxton 10.1. Jason Koon 8.8. Stephen Chidwick 8.1.
I actually saw
Bryn Kenny 7.8.
presumably lesser known like Spanish YouTube thing about octopi.
Nick
that
Petrangelo
I thought was
4.8.
They did a bunch of experiments where you put it in like a maze and it gets out, like unscrews the jar that it's inside of, that kind of stuff.
The octopus t-shirt was like sad though, and then you like
Three
felt bad
Jack,
for the person.
deuce,
Yeah, it
Rainbow.
was. It's
Six
like
is
the
for Chewy, our
whole
best
better
here,
have loved
but
and lost than not loved at all.
might
right?
not be able to
Still a
take it all the way
beautiful
to
story.
showdown.
Yeah. Sometimes though, because when you felt it and lose it, it makes it harder.
Of course, but then you still want that essence of life, love.
Yeah.
Existence is fleeting.
For sure.
Axton betting 28K,
Okay,
sniffing
yeah,
that he might be able to get away with this one.
We're gonna be fucking immortal. 285 years old.
He's gonna pay whatever he can to be as immortal.
22. Still playing poker.
1.8 billion in live cashes.
No, the crazy one is that that tech guy,
for
Brian
200
Johnson
years.
or something.
Yeah, he's all in on anti-aging.
Yeah,
Yeah,
told
he's
him
nuts.
He went from like a good-looking dude to a fucking vampire.
It's true. Brian
like a
Johnson,
good-looking,
the
bloody
blueprint.
old dude.
Doing
Now
such a creepy thing, like having his son, like that whole shot of like his son next to him, like, as like
Yeah,
the
okay.
blood bag, like.
that guy seems. Whatever that guy's doing, I want to not do.
Spending about $2 million a year on anti-aging.
Kyrie was saying that he's like solved the like perfect 1 hour workout. Like that this Brian guy solved like the perfect 1 hour workout that like in 1 hour you target every
I watched
muscle.
I watched a video with him. I was just curious what he's up to. Yeah, I guess it's efficient.
Part of what he's up to has to be sharp. He's just went like probably way over the deep end of it.
He's super committed.
Yeah.
There's one thing I pick I've learned, it's not to trust billionaires to be sharp.
Decent sample?
Trust them to be lucky.
Decent
not
sample?
sharp. I mean, I just think that
160.
there's this big bias to people who made $1 billion to assuming that it's a skill thing. When
Yeah.
Usually it's a luck thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they might have had some skill, but not genius level.
Not the biggest geniuses.
The diamonds 4.
They're the people that were the most aggressive.
Had a
and paid
diamond.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I mentioned it many times before. We have a new merch drop in our shop. Check out shop.pokergo.com. Maybe get a hoodie, a hat, or a nice bag to take you to the next level as far as poker attire goes. The iconic super high rollerball logo on our new exclusive merch. Check it out right now, shop.pokergo.com.
One big tournament we were playing and you went like climbing at the end of the day. That's why I asked.
Yes. Yeah.
I wasn't sure like
720.
I got
your MO
decimated.
for like climbing would be.
See, they take our
I got
phones.
massively
It's not
decimated.
useful.
Did you that day?
Yeah.
That's true. Not having a phone makes me anxious. Not.
I needed
that,
the
like,
life extension
I'm worried
equivalent
I
of
need to check
poker
for
tournaments.
something. I just keep having this like little thing go off in my head. Where'd my phone go?
Ships, generally
Did I lose my
speaking.
phone?
Mark Zuckerberg talking to you.
No, I don't even want to check it. I just want to feel it in my pocket. No, I didn't lose it. I just have to like put some sort of little box in my pocket. Calm me down. My time banks. I don't have enough of them.
Chris Brewer opens up under the gun. King 10 of clubs makes it 26,000. Andrew Lichtenberger defended out of the big blind with 5 deuce of clubs. Lichtenberger flopping the best of it here on the Queen 5-4.
Yeah.
He checks and
Thanks.
Brewer's coming with 17,000.
Luckily for Chewy, no clubs in the mix here. Even though his 5 gets him ahead in this game right now. We're not in the clear just yet. Brewer, by the way, has been rather quiet here. I mean, he's been the most vocal at the table, telling jokes, talking about a wide variety of topics, but his play has been quiet ever since we got down to the final 8. On the contrary, Bryn Kenny chipping up second in chips right now. Where we're going for it, 65,000. Look at this. Tubes, welcome to the rail in our YouTube chat. Thank you for joining our small little community. You get access to our custom emojis as well as some exclusive member content. We've added some of our best throwback stuff to our YouTube memberships for $2.99. You could also be part of that little group there. And of course, this stream and tomorrow's stream will be available for free on demand as well for everyone. So if you're enjoying this content, please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. As we see Lichtenberger come along for the call, Brewer now has to make a decision. Can I realistically bluff at it, Donnie? What's going through his mind right now?
I think it might be hard for him to pull another trigger here, but then again, these players are the best of the best for a reason. We saw him fall through with a bluff earlier against Daniel Negreanu, and it worked, so we were certainly capable.
He does bet 150. And now the decision is on Andrew Lichtenberger. Does he believe that Brewer has it here? Brewer came in with the under the gun raise. Lichtenberger called from the big blind. Got to give credit for some kind of queen combo. Going for value with a hand like jacks or tens, perhaps, Donnie? What are we sussing out here as Lichtenberger lets it go? And Brewer again is right with his timing as far as the bluffing goes.
The kid's good, man. What can you say? He's won $11.9 million this year for a reason.
Tension slowly building here inside the PokerGO studio. We still need to lose
do you have time bank somewhere there?
3 more players.
5 of them.
Okay.
I'm running low, but I do
before
have some.
We get more
the
than
money
6.
has been reached.
You can't believe I only have 3.
You only have 3.
It's very strange for me.
You look like the shortest stack. Just 3.
Yeah, it's incredibly unusual
28.
for me. But a lot of tough players, a
Still
lot
here?
of tough spots.
Chip leader
Still here,
Isaac
at
Haxton coming in with a raise here, 28,000. Two eights for Lucky Chewy. He's in the small blind. Lichtenberger coming along. King, 9, 4, 2 diamonds. Lichtenberger's pair still best, but he's facing a flop with 2 overcards here, out of position against the chip leader.
42.
42,000.
Lichtenberger realizing that Haxton is capable of making his life very uncomfortable on turn and river, especially with a hand like a pair of eights on this kind of board.
10 seconds.
Lichtenberger indeed decides to let this one go. Interesting note here from Estate Review says, this table needs Aaron Zhang, Martin Cabrel, and William Kassouf. Let us know in the chat if you enjoy that type of game more, or whether you can appreciate the beauty of this high-level play here at this super high rollerball final table. RMX Indiana says, would love to see Polk versus Jungle heads up. Well, that's the type of match I think we can all get behind. Here's a look at our tournament summary presented by GTO Wizard. 300K buy-in, like we've mentioned many times. 20 entries, 4 places paid. First prize of $2.76 million. Negreanu, Bonomo, and Katz were all eliminated today on day 2.
$30,000.
I feel like I played some big pots at this final table, but I haven't. I only played one fucking 3-bet pot, and we checked it down to the river, and I folded.
You played 2 3-bet pots. You 3-bet Ben false 10.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I meant ones I got clipped.
Winning
Just remember the bad one.
Yeah, not those. The one where I undeservedly won. Worst hand.
Deservingly.
Deservingly. I was going to turn a flush draw.
If you felt it, you probably were.
Yep. Favorite suit.
And probably a good one, too, where it was like a 4 or something.
Yeah.
Marco Giordano with a $2 donation. Thank you, Marco. Much appreciated. Ace-6 and Ace-5 in the blinds. Ace-King-Jack probably stay relatively small. If you have questions for us in the chat, please send them in. Donnie and I will be here all night.
Really?
All night, Donnie.
Wow.
You're committed.
Producer Aiden better get the cots out, man. Let's go.
Bryn Kenny just so solid here at this final table, up to over 1 million chips. And Donnie, say what you will about his playing style or whether or not he's studying, which he always says that he doesn't. This man is a gamer.
Yeah, let's go. One of the best is Mr. Kenny.
Always delivers in the big spots.
Call it flow, call it street poker, call it a field player. I don't know what you want to call it. Call it whatever you want, but Mr. Kenny gets it done.
I thought they were doing it at 10 before.
We did it last
like
night.
bluff. Table break, like redraws
Yeah.
and stuff.
Nice.
10 seconds.
I think
Jack
that's
10?
a good one. King 10 of clubs.
Yeah.
No back door.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Not 5. A very unimpressive kicker.
Not too fun.
But I guess the kicker is.
Wouldn't the low one be good?
Time for the next blind battle.
That was about
King,
to say
queen,
that.
and 9-4.
Octopi.
Looking at 8, deuce, 6, 2 hearts. Koon with a heart. 2 overs.
Second.
King 10, Jack 10 is no back. King Jack, no back doors.
Yeah.
In that order.
Well. Yeah, I was wondering that too.
I just said yes.
Yeah, the size was appropriate for such things.
Haxton bets 12K. Koon comes along with the call. Haxton also has some backdoor draws here. Turn is the 4 of hearts connecting with both players. Haxton making a pair. Koon with the heart flush draw. Haxton checks to Koon. 2 overs and a heart flush draw. River is the 7 of spades. Haxton's pair of 4s is best. Donnie, people are asking for a hoodie or swag giveaway.
What do you want me to do?
I know the super high roll. I know the super high rollerball stuff is limited edition. Do we have any extras?
Any extras today, boys?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's not a question for me. I'm not the merch guy.
I thought you were in charge of things.
Listen, you wish I was in charge of things, okay?
This goes check, check, and Haxton takes it down. Koon gets a little bit shorter. Koon now sitting on 39 big blinds.
We can just do like a gift card to the shop, and then they can apply it to the super high rollable stuff.
Okay.
We can do that.
Okay, Donnie. We'll give away some gift cards. All right, we got a break coming up in probably 15 or so minutes. After that break, we'll give away some gift cards. How about that? Here's a look at the final table chip counts presented by StormX. Haxton on top. Unthreatened by the rest of the players. Sprint Kenny, the only other player over $1 million. And you see Koon, the short stack. But Brewer, Lichtenberger, and Petrangelo all looking to add some chips to their stack. By the way, let's check in on our chat audience. Let us know where you're watching from. What's the weather, by the way? Hope everyone in New York City is doing well. I saw some pictures of flooding that looked absolutely awful. And, yeah, where are you watching from? What's the weather like? What are you drinking? I switched to decaf coffee. I hope that it tricks my brain to stay awake, while at the same time allows me to fall asleep tonight. Does it work? Can it work both ways?
No, I don't think so.
Damn it.
I
have no clue.
Could. I don't know. I don't know your body composition.
Producer Aiden is nodding
Life
yes.
is a
and
mystery without the phone.
he knows everything.
No one has a phone.
That is true.
Old
You're the
school,
only
baby.
one with a watch.
We're just in a void.
Stevie might have that
Yeah.
watch too.
Or maybe not wearing it.
Round of shout-outs here as Donnie pays attention to the board because who knows? You never know when these
Flashed the
guys
light at me.
blow things up.
But you know.
I'm going to guess these two are not going to get the money in here. Just a hunch.
I gave the other one to Paul.
Yeah.
But the truth is, I should have 5 of these.
5? You've won 5 mains?
Yeah.
Wow. Pretty good.
Is that even possible?
Or I guess the 150K does. I have 1 4 mains. The 150K doesn't.
I'm not even impressed now.
Sorry.
2 short deck, 2 no limit?
3 short deck, 1 no limit.
I need a win and no limit to get the all 3 games.
12,000?
Yeah. I chopped a no limit, but I finished second on the chop. That would have been the full stuff. One in each.
Jason watching from LA, focused and motivated. Pittsburgh, 64 degrees.
How's it work? You get a
Punksy
trophy
Sports
for any
Cards
win,
from
and you
Punksy,
get a watch for
Pennsylvania.
the main event?
East
You
Coast
get
of
a-
Canada
you
is
get
in
a
the house
bracelet,
as well.
if we win also.
Rainy Boston Sour Beer.
Is that it? No.
Holiness watching from
They're not.
Nigeria. Shout out to
All right.
Nigeria.
I'll go
Thank you for
commandeer
tuning
some.
in.
They're worth like 6K or something.
Yeah, I was looking at something like
Orlando
the
is always a
6
warm
Depends.
and a
I couldn't
ginger
tell
beer for
exactly which one it
Dreamweavers.
is
Thank you for
'cause
tuning
You
in.
gonna go play?
Caitlin Jefferson in the house
I'm
from
gonna go
LA
play,
on a clear night with a bottle of
See that?
water. Watching from Gardens Casino. Good luck at the tables.
I love you, man. I don't know, reading, hiking, mountain biking.
The other week.
Did that for 5 weeks.
Fair enough. Golfing.
Yeah. I've been golfing here. Good. I played with Nick the other day.
Nice.
Actually reminded me, there's a bomb restaurant like 30 minutes outside of Monaco that I always wanted to go to, and I never booked. I make sure I try to book.
We got Quebec in the house.
Funny thing is
Seattle.
that even Monaco, which is like so expensive, is still
Lima, Peru, 64 degrees, Coke Zero, says Beluco.
Really? Yeah, the U.S. Food in the U.S. is just off the charts expensive.
Now, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like, Monaco is significantly cheaper food-wise.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Evan Block watching from
You can get,
Seoul,
I'll be testing your theory.
South
You can go to,
Korea.
there's like a bunch of like random Italian.
Love it out there in South
places.
Korea.
Super
Spent
good.
quite a bit of time there.
Place
Like
on the
12.
beach.
The one on the beach, yeah.
You remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
That place is gone, though.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? That's a shame.
But yeah, you can just get like some pasta for $20 or something.
Yeah, a place on the beach was perfect, and it was close.
Megfish. Megfishy.
Ike looked so confused that he didn't win.
I'm sure I was.
Yeah, I was anthem. He's like, I present the King 10.
I have the best 10.
Oh, Corey Sands watching from New Zealand. Love hearing that. Already probably having lunch again.
That was a fast hand.
I didn't even pretend to think about leading the turn.
Oh, man. It's only kind of a joke.
That's an actual thought I had during the hand at about 4 seconds into the turn. I don't think I need to pretend to think about leading here.
Pass.
Action back on Haxton, who picks up a real hand.
Was 640.
It's been a while since we've seen a real hand, Donnie. Ace Queen suited. Hopefully, there are some takers in the blinds here.
In spectrum on the strategy it approaches.
Well, you're a very quick player.
I'm saying I'm always just trying to play. I'm saying I'm like quick and constantly just trying to keep things as simple as possible for myself. I said well, the opposite end of the
Oh,
spectrum.
yeah. I'm definitely trying to make things as complicated as possible.
Or that's just what happens.
I mean, if I haven't stopped doing it by this point, I don't think I can say it's by accident.
It's who you are.
It's who I am.
The robotic mechanisms are deep, though, of things, so...
True.
Can't know for sure until you get out of the cycle.
What is that? Just under 6?
Just under 6.
Donnie, if you had to hire one of these 7 to be your coach, who would you hire?
Poker?
Yes.
How many more hands after this?
The one more hand. It's my big, and then
By the way,
Jason Koon.
By the way, chat, who would you hire as your coach
You'll make it.
from
I'm
these
dying,
7
bro.
players?
Bladder?
You know what? Who I would hire? Andrew
Bladder? Something
Lichtenberger,
like
because I think he's the best at explaining it.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a coach.
Exactly.
I have a very bad stomach flu.
Jason Koon,
Oh,
I think, has
really?
also been a
Sorry.
coach. You know, works
You're
with
holding it
run it
together
once,
very
or
well.
everybody has in the
Literally
past. So
yesterday at noon.
Oh, wow.
Nick Petrangelo also
Sorry to
coached
hear
though.
It's like I just keep picturing myself like MJ in the finals, baby. Sick as a dog. Towel on my head. That's why I've been so... I don't know if I've been quiet, actually, but I feel like I've been a little more quiet than usual because I'm very sick.
Wow. Flu game for Jason Koon, dealing with a bit of a stomach bug.
Maybe he should be the one wearing
Maybe
the
you need
mask.
a coconut.
What'd you say?
Maybe you need a coconut.
I just had one. It was really nice.
Nick's a big coconut guy. All ills in the world can be killed by a coconut.
Yeah, Vietnam was the best. They had the best coconuts.
You never know where the conversation's going to go, Don.
No, it's all over the place.
Chipwick, by the way, mentioned a lot as the...
He's just eating the coke. He's spooning out the coconut meat.
Chipwick mentioned a lot as the preferred coach. Bryn Kenny get some mentions? That would be a... I think the Bryn Kenny style of poker would be the hardest one to replicate.
Don't we already know how that's going to go? You
Yeah,
can't
you
go to Taco Bell and you got to see the shaman.
You gotta-
so
you gotta
I
go
mean,
see the
if that's what you want to do, then yeah, you hire Bryn Kenny.
Exactly. Go to your local pond like a
Didn't mean it
frog.
like
MJ
that.
game.
Picturing
Yeah.
yourself like MJ.
I'm not sure I could get coached by Stephen
I didn't
Chidwick
mean
if
it
he's
like
not
that.
going
I
to
just
speak
been
to me.
sick and tried to play good.
Good point.
We understood.
Axton, by the way, betting here with the pair of fours.
Yeah, in
Kenny,
mid-game you beat
2 overs, some back
13
doors.
guys.
He's going to get involved here, makes the call.
Yeah.
The final 35% of the tourney.
Yeah, exactly.
Sick.
I'm in the third quarter.
Very interesting turn card here. Third club, Kenny now. Flush draw and gut shot straight draw. Haxton also has a club for a bit of an emergency flush potential, but we know and we can tell here on the screen that that would of course not be good. South Rule says these dudes are either delirious or stoned because they're far from funny. I think they're hilarious. The very next person, Spencer, says, this is the best table dog I've ever seen in a poker tournament. I love how polarizing the chat is. It's almost like it's replicating real life.
You like the Hokas?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're my favorite shoes.
They came out. They like started coming out when I was in college. They sponsored a
Legit
bunch of my
runners.
friends.
They wear them, right?
Yeah, no, they sponsored a bunch of my friends too. They're a good trainer. Like you probably wouldn't want to race in like the Hoka racing shoe, but like, for what you like walking around with that,
these are
they
sick.
look great. Super comfy.
What shoes are we talking about?
Hokas.
What is that? Never heard of it.
I think they specialize in running.
Did we ever see what Ike had in there? 3
Yeah, these shoes are ugly.
He said A7, turned straight.
Oh, yeah, it's straight. Okay.
Yeah.
Super comfortable.
I mean,
you're too young. You don't know. At some point, there's an inflection, and you're gonna ditch the good-looking stuff, and it's all about the comfort.
Donnie, I'm wearing Boosts.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this foam. These things are super.
Those are not comfy.
They are.
They might be comfy for you right now compared to like the Converse and stuff like that, but
These look like hospital shoes.
yeah, those are like pillows.
Oh my God.
How much am I allowed to do that? Chewy's behind me.
You had an 8?
I had 8.5.
Yeah.
More than never.
Yes, certainly more than never. It's also just not very hard for you to call with a flush.
Yeah.
Obviously.
6 is here for Koon.
I
Raises it up to
card
28K.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I believe this is the final hand before break.
He's definitely decimating us.
Decimated D-Nice.
Action folds around to the big
These
blinds.
just turn themselves
Chris
off
Brewer
automatically.
tosses
that's
it
your
in as
chip.
well, and Koon takes this one down. All right, we're going back on break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Top up your drinks. We're We've got a lot more poker left to be played. Thanks all so much for tuning in. We'll be back in about 15.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
Tomorrow will be a third day of coverage. And only half of these remaining 8 will find the money as Kenny finds a raise here.
I believe he's got a 3-bet in his hands. He does.
65.
Poorly timed in terms of being dominated pre. Understandable choice, of course, between Kenny and the cutoff to shoot it up to 65. Now Negreanu with the king-queen.
Does let it go. Appeared he thought about it genuinely. I don't think that was stone posturing. And for Bryn, cutoff button, ace-jack is a lot of hand. It's also uncomfortable. Four bet a little bit. Call a lot, perhaps.
Heads up. After Kenny calls the extra 43, neither player making a pair. Bryn's hand still best, but we'll pass it over to Jason. Built this one up to 155.
Interesting sizing choice from Jason. Goes for 2/3. A lot of players default to the small bet and 3-bet pots always. This is an example of a spot that Koon deems worthy of the 2/3. And for Kenny, ace-jack still ahead of all sorts of things like we're looking at, but out of position versus a player such as this, bit treacherous. He is gone. Very nice start for Koon.
No, not upset.
Jason came into today with 623,000 in chips as of that W.
What does that
He now sits with 789.
No backdoor flush draw?
Yeah.
2 overs? Maybe. Yeah, no, I had 2 overs. 2 cards higher than a 10. I folded.
I just had 3s.
Huh? You just
You
had
just had
goodies?
3s.
Oh, 3s? That's all. No big deal. It's just a set.
A lot of high cards around.
Chewy with the ladies.
Too many high cards for you to have 2 also.
And the best hand.
No takers all the way around to Chidwick. Suited combo.
Covering Chewy, which is so important in these spots. Does defend.
Now I'm thinking maybe you had. I thought you had king queen. I was like, I have you very beat. But not very, but
I might have
2
the best
clubs.
hand.
Yeah, you might have the best.
2 ducks. A 10. No heart.
Good bet.
Thanks.
15.
Take it, Chewy.
Straightforward check
Maybe
fold.
One of the most loaded final tables in history.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Koon making a really interesting point.
Yeah,
This is quite a
Dustin
final
bowed out,
table.
Cannot make all 5.
Whispers of perhaps it being one of the most stacked in history.
I mean, it has to be.
It's got to be the most money cash for a final table ever. I don't see how there could ever be another one that's bigger.
Bonkers, yeah.
Mio Chewy's the least.
I gotta be the least.
Yeah, we're talking about
Yeah, I think
number 1
I
all
don't know.
time
I think I'm around.
for Kenny.
I don't know.
Believe number 3
I think I'm around.
for
I was trying to think what it
Chidwick.
was, and I was like, I have no clue.
5 for Koon, if I'm not mistaken. I mean,
Got to be like 20 or something at least, right?
insane 9 figures.
What's
plus.
Daniel, 4th or 2nd?
Oh, maybe he's 3rd.
Right,
Chidwick's
'cause
4th.
Bonomo
yeah.
is...
Daniel's 4th,
already?
maybe.
5-3-3.
12
Hang on
to
a minute.
15 range.
20
Kenny,
already?
Bonomo, Chidwick,
Yeah.
Negreanu, Koon.
There you go. I
The
mean,
top 5. Haxton
decision
in
for
11th.
Koon.
Yeah, lowest on the table, 15.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Petrangelo, by the way, 19th all time.
Let's it go. As does Daniel and Ike.
What did you say again? 5?
533.
Thank you.
We got a lot of poker left, hence
Strap in.
tomorrow will be a 3rd day of coverage. And only half of these remaining 8 will find the money as Kenny finds a raise here.
I believe he's got a 3-bet in his hands. He does.
Okay, 65.
Poorly timed in terms of being dominated pre. Understandable choice, of course, between Kenny and the cutoff to shoot it up to 65. Now Negreanu with the king-queen.
Does let it go. Purity thought about it genuinely. I don't think that was stone posturing. And for Bryn, cutoff button, ace-jack is a lot of hand. It's also uncomfortable. Four bet a little bit. Call a lot, perhaps.
Call.
Heads up. After Kenny calls the extra 43, neither player making a pair. Bryn's hand still best, but we'll pass it over to Jason. Built this one up to 155.
Interesting sizing choice from Jason. Goes for 2/3. A lot of players default to the small bet and 3-bet pots always. This is an example of a spot that Koon deems worthy of the 2/3. And for Kenny, ace-jack still ahead of all sorts of things like we're looking at, but out of position versus a player such as this. Bit treacherous. He is gone. Very nice start for Koon.
No, not upset.
Jason
Would've
came
been annoying,
into
wouldn't it?
today with 623,000 in chips as of that W.
What does that
He
mean?
now sits with 789.
They're back.
Backdoor flush draw?
Yeah.
2 overs? Maybe. Yeah, no, I had 2 overs. 2 cards higher than a 10. I folded.
I just had threes.
Huh? You just
You
had
just had
threes?
threes.
Oh, threes? That's all. No big deal. It's just a set.
A lot of high cards around.
Chewy. With the ladies.
Too many high cards for you to have 2 also.
And the best hand.
Yeah.
No takers all the way around to Chidwick.
Probably then.
Suited combo.
Covering Chewy, which is so important
Yeah,
in
me
these
by 1.
spots. Does defend.
Now I'm thinking maybe you had. Thought you had king queen. I was like, I have you very beat. But not very, but
I might have the
2
best
clubs.
hand.
yeah, you might have the best.
2 ducks. A 10. No heart.
Good bet.
Thanks.
Take it, Chewy.
Straightforward check
Probably one
fold.
of the most loaded final tables in history.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Koon making a really interesting point.
Yeah,
This is quite a
Dustin
final
bowed out,
table.
Cannot make all 5.
Whispers of perhaps it being one of the most stacked in history.
I mean, it has to be.
It's got to be the most money cash for a final table ever. I don't see how there could ever be another one that's bigger.
Bonkers, yeah.
Mio Chewy's the least.
I gotta be the least.
Yeah, we're talking about
Yeah, I think.
number 1
I
all
don't know.
time
I think I'm around.
for Kenny.
I don't know.
Believe number 3
I think I'm around.
I
for
was trying to think what it
Chidwick.
was, and I was like, I have no clue.
5 for Koon, if I'm not mistaken. I mean,
Got to be like 20 or something at least, right?
insane 9 figures.
What's
plus.
Daniel, 4th or 2nd?
Oh, maybe he's 3rd.
Right,
Chidwick's
'cause
4th.
Bonomo
yeah.
is...
Daniel's 4th,
already?
maybe.
5-3-3.
12
on
to
a minute.
15 range.
20
Kenny,
already?
Bonomo, Chidwick,
Yeah.
Negreanu, Koon.
There you go. I
The
mean,
top 5. Haxton
decision
in
for
11th.
Koon.
Yeah, lowest on the table, 15.
I'll take it.
Petrangelo, by the way, 19th all time.
Let's it go. As does Daniel and Ike.
Would you say it? 5?
5-33.
Thank you.
Sevens for Brewer. Deuces for Chidwick. Comes with flat and then another baby pair for Petrangelo in the big. Very nice to be able to close the action and mine a set here.
Very much so, Ali.
Fuck, I should have 4-bet.
I had the Ripper.
There were 3 different cards that would have given us a set on this board.
We got
Instead,
that
it's
peak
Jack
hand.
10-8. Brewer. Best hand in more than one way.
Ace 5 suited.
Connectivity to the board texture gives him the gut shot.
Ballpark, yeah.
Check back. Closes things. Everybody enjoys the board pairing. Another round of checks in front of Brewer. Doesn't bet. Now a king on the river. It would seem that maybe rattling a few chips forward on the turn, Nick, designed to clear an 8?
Well,
from time to time would be a thought.
Bluffing with deuces always comes to mind when you see these overcards.
More Brewer in position.
But for Brewer, I like his procedures. I just meant Stevie now. I think everything up until now has been fairly normal. Stevie has a bit of a decision. Deuces exerts pressure on 3s, 4s, and 5s. This is lovely, 25 into 75. Let's see if Brewer sniffs it out. That's really great from Chidwick there.
Stevie, just, you get a little desensitized to him doing things like this because we look up at the screen and we see it so often.
It's particularly pretty when the 4s fold and then the 7s.
Yeah, looking up here, this is a bit of a no-holds-barred 8 animals into the cage you go. There's only 4 pieces of pie. Someone's going hungry.
Who is that famous Persian wrestler?
The Iron Sheik.
The Iron Sheik, that's right, I like that guy.
His special move, of course.
Suited for Daniel Hijack. Here we go, yes.
The camel clutch.
Was it really ladies for Stevie on the button? No air coming up for Daniel.
Three bet.
Welcome back to Super High Roller Bowl 8. The final table is underway. My name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. We still got plenty of action for you tonight as the guys are battling here. 7 players remain. The final 4 will get paid. It's a question on whether or not we will get there tonight. Tomorrow this event will conclude. Alina Jada, Nick Schulman are on the call on PokerGo.com. Donnie and I will be here with you until the night wraps up. If you're still with us in the chat, much love to you. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being with us all night.
I'm going to request that you have
Isaac
one.
Haxton, the chip leader, Brent Kenny, second in chips.
He's so open to it.
That last unlucky water really didn't work out. I went from chip lead to out of the tournament in like 8 minutes.
You also got to chip lead after it, though.
I got to chip lead after. Yeah, that's true.
Donnie, we're talking about unlucky water again.
There's no prize for getting chip lead.
I'm not really shocked, to be honest. I mean, at this point, I'm really not shocked about anything getting brought up.
Have you heard Ike's bit about how he wants to have a Triton banner that says Isaac Haxton 0 wins?
They have all the banners up. 2-time champion, 3-time champion, 5-time
They should for sure give you
I want
that.
0-time champion. I may have played the most buy-ins in Triton history.
Yeah.
0 wins. I mean, for someone with 0 wins, for sure. But I think I may be first place in buy-ins.
First place in buy-ins.
I like it.
That's brutal.
They should definitely put one up.
It is.
I've been lobbying Paul for like 3 stocks.
All right, Isaac Haxton, the worldwide leader in buy-ins, but also the chip leader of Super High Roller Bowl 8. Chip counts here presented by Storm X. Donnie, do the guys at the bottom of the counts, from Lichtenberger down to Koon, are they starting to worry a little bit?
I wouldn't necessarily say worry. I mean, you're definitely going to want to start making something happen. This level, if we get to the next level as well, I mean, the next level for sure, I think that's when the heat gets turned up quite a bit on those shorter stacks.
Does it
just
feel
like
everybody
the
else
pockets turned out and looking sad.
It also makes things quite interesting on
Everybody else is
the
looking
top
at
of the
camera, mine's
leaderboard
me
because
walking away.
Isaac Haxton has a big lead here. So Curious to see if he just
Running
really
to the
starts to
ledge
apply the
desk.
pressure on
Running
some
to
of these
that-
smaller
that is
stacks
a
around
good
him.
A photo of you Biden.
The cartoon with the.
In London, as I was firing like my 4th bullet in the mystery bounty or something, Nikita's like, you know, like only you and Devoris just full speed to reg desk as soon as you bust. Other people, like, sometimes they take a break. You and Devoris,
They pick up their phone, send a few messages.
Nikita's so funny when he points stuff out like that too. He has such like a mad on the fact tone, but he like, hits it with. Dude, Nikita's reaction when he bubbled the 200K, like, I'm always rooting for him, but it was just so funny. he like jams on the button. Espen calls and he just goes, fuck. He goes, I did not think I was bubbling this one.
What do you have?
He had 7s. He jammed like 18 bigs, and Espen just like kind of quickly calls in the small. And then he found ace king.
Oh wow.
And then he goes, and then the flop comes like bricks, and he's like, why do we do this to ourselves? And it's just king on the middle.
A pertinent question in such moments.
It was just such a good reaction. He's just this really long fuck.
10 seconds.
Speaking of pocket sevens, sevens here for Bryn Kenny. Haxton and Koon also in the mix. Button, small and big blind involved here. Ace, king, 8, 2 spades. Haxton, of course, with a flush draw. Always catches some kind of piece. Action checks around to Kenny on the turn here as the 5 of diamonds pops up. Happy, of course, to go see a river card with his underpair. 10 completes the board. Koon's pair of aces still best here. Going to do give away some gift cards in just a few minutes. Just make sure you're subscribed to the channel and you've hit that like button. We'll drop some in a few. Kenny comes out firing here, 120. Donnie, is this exactly what Koon was hoping for?
Yeah, you know, keep the pot small. Maybe just pick up a bet on the river. Don't go too crazy.
Look at this, Koon burning a time extension. I really thought he was just gonna, quickly call, try to get this to showdown. But perhaps there's more going on.
I mean, it makes it kind of a little bit awkward with Isaac Haxton there behind him still. So, wow, into the muck it goes.
Wow, interesting here. Did not see this coming. Chat, what do you think? Koon playing it conservatively after players checked every single street. The overbet from Kenny on the river looking this strong.
Oh no.
You saw it?
I
saw when it flipped?
Low diamond.
You saw a low diamond? I saw a heart with a lot of spots. One of us needs our vision checked.
There's a heart and a
we saw
diamond.
different ones. You saw a low diamond and I saw a big heart.
Sounds like a
That's not
good
a
hand.
good hand.
The high-low offsuits are usually good hands.
And not paint. Just a lot of spots.
Yeah, there is no paint.
No
Sounds
paint.
like a bluff.
I could beat.
Had to give it a shot. Board is
Beat
nice
most
for
no
my
paint that's
button
bad.
limping range. Just didn't want to lose the pot with my sevens.
You're the only one that knows what your button limping range is.
Yeah.
Tough to say.
Everyone else thinks
At
garbage
most.
only, for sure. I seem to get pummeled every time I limp on the button, so I don't get much respect for it, that's for sure.
Gotta get the KO coaching.
Yeah, it's true. Only one who knows is me. I don't even know what it is. I
Axton
ain't
here.
fucking limping, but
Pocket aces.
So I was like, okay, let's limp.
10 deuce for Chitwick. Not going to do it for him. Haxton, of course, not even showing. Just going to move on to the next hand.
I should have called. Actually, would have called a lot of worse hands. Actually.
Real tempted to call queen 3 high, but I was also real ready for Bryn to shake his head and roll over queen 9.
200%
Let's grab milk.
6 before I posted.
35.
35.
Haxton continues to apply the pressure, this time at king-queen suited. Donnie, life is not very difficult when you keep receiving those good starting hands.
10 seconds.
I think this is the type of stuff we're just going to continue to see where...
170.
Oh, I mean, I was going to say, I think Haxton's just going to be applying the pressure, especially in later positions pre-flop, but listen, kudos to Petrangelo here. He said, you know what, man? I know you're the chip leader. I know you're going to probably abuse this situation to some extent, so how about a 3-bet to the dome? Let's go.
Petrangelo making it 170 to go.
We got a pot, Remko.
Wow.
Haxton makes the call.
And now Petrangelo out of position with the ace-high holding, which of course is stronger than Haxton, which is what we can see. However, Donnie, position might play a vital part in this hand. Donnie, what are you thinking here as far as the way this hand could play out? Petrangelo checking immediately. Is that a check to surrender most of the time?
I mean, yeah. I mean, ace-3 with that 3-bet, I'm assuming, I'm not going to pretend to get in Nick Petrangelo's head, but I'm assuming he was just looking to take that one down pre-flop and then just end the hand there. I think, you know, one of the best skills that you can exude as a poker player, and something that's often overlooked, is kind of just knowing when to give up. So maybe Nick Petrangelo just took a shot pre-flop and he's just going to give up here. I think Isaac Haxton, you know, having 2 overcards to the board, having backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw on the flop, can certainly check behind there, and, you know, he just certainly doesn't want to face a check raise, I should say, excuse me. Can't talk. Paxton here turning that straight draw. You know, not the most equity here, but you know he's got something to work with. Most importantly, as you mentioned, he's got the position. All powerful and no limit hold'em, of course. He's also got the chip lead.
$140.
There it is. Haxton taking control of this hand, betting 140. Petrangelo with the snap fold. And, you know, Petrangelo just deciding to go for the 3-bet and then just giving up when the flop is not favorable.
Yep.
Is that a strategy more players should incorporate? You know, you take that chance, but then you don't marry yourself to the hand in a way that it's going to cost you a whole lot more.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth considering. I think it also goes the other way, where there are times when, you know, you'll find yourself in some hand on the river and you're like, I got 9 high. You know, you could just quickly check behind or whatever and give up, but it's like, well, if you think about it, I have no shot to win this hand. Should I bluff at it? And then you lean to maybe bluff. So it can kind of go both ways in a lot of spots, but I do think some players tend to, I mean, myself included, you know, you tend to put yourself in trouble when you start a bluff and then you think just because you started it, you got to just keep it going all the way to the end, and that's not always the case.
Koon, ace-6 suited, comes in for the raise. Feels as though the pace of play has picked up a little bit since we've had a little break. Ace-king for Lichtenberger might encourage him to slow things down a little bit and really think through what this hand might become. Lichtenberger in the big blind, perhaps able to, you know, find a nice sizing here for Koon to shove into.
$145, yeah.
Koon lets it go, and Lichtenberger rakes this one in. Does feel as though we're on the brink of some all-ins, Donnie. We have 3 stacks below 40 bigs, and in the context of this event, you might as well be super short.
Yeah, I mean, getting closer and closer, that convergence just continues to happen. I'm sure Petrangelo is not too happy about not connecting in any sort of way that he could possibly continue on with that ace-3 or even get the job done pre-flop with the 3-bet. So now it's really him and Jason Koon just at the bottom. Also, Chris Brewer not too far ahead. And, I mean, this chip lead, Isaac Haxton just keeps running away with this thing. He's just very comfortable up there, can really do anything that he wants. Bryn Kenny, Stephen Chidwick, and even Andrew Lichtenberger to some extent are just going to be like sandwiched in that weird middle spot here. So I hope you guys are ready for some ICM poker. I mean, because that's what we're going to see.
Maybe the word blender will make an appearance, Donnie. Seems as though some tough spots might be arising here as the money bubble looms. 7 players left. Final 4 will get paid.
You gotta interact with that 10 somehow. Apparently not. It's a fucking huge bet.
I don't like to call with queen 3 of spades, especially after you thought about it.
Look at this, Donnie. Chidwick raising with ace-10. Lichtenberger finding aces the very next hand after 3-betting with ace-king.
I love it. Great spot for him.
I'll push it forward.
But he's against the player that I feel like is just always going to figure it out.
Yep.
It's just
action back on Chidwick with ace-10 off.
Yep. Shoved free, stepped out.
A lot to shove, though.
Yeah.
40 bigs or something?
I think it was 30, yeah.
not much of a 30.
No, because then you like lost to raise and then blind.
It was like 30 too big. I had a suited ace.
Yeah. Could have shoved and got lucky.
Wait, you had something that
Look,
was calling?
he figured it out.
He figured it out.
Of course he did, right? I mean, it's like, why do we even question it anymore?
Yeah, red sevens.
Checks out. I would have felt really bad if I called and lost to sevens.
Sixth part is if that hand plays out any other way, you lose the pot. He had a flush draw. I had top pair on the flop. Like,
Yeah. I guess I could have raised the button and it would have played out different.
yeah. Yeah, it would have.
You might have shoved. No.
Nah. You would have probably got a little bit of my chips.
If I raise, then it's different. I might not even, probably just lose the pot, actually. Yeah, so you're right. If it plays any different, I lose.
You found the one path?
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Ace-5 suited here for Brewer in the small blind. Attacking, potentially, the big blind of Bryn Kenny. However, he does decide to limp. Donnie, Sid says, I don't understand the pre-flop posturing. Just fold, bro. You know the charts. What's your response to that?
Well, one, I mean, these guys like to, I mean, I know it's not a popular thing, but they like to be as robotic as possible. So they're going to think everything through. They're also not going to want to give out any sort of timing tells, stuff like that. So they're going to just weigh all the calculations. I mean, yeah, is that a fold at the end of the day? Okay, yes, it is. But 2 hands ago, we just saw Nick Petrangelo 3-betting ace-3 off. So it's these guys don't always have to have aces, kings, queens. You know, they can certainly be doing stuff with different types of holdings. Maybe Chidwick just wants to kind of wait it out, put a little bit of pressure, some stress on Lichtenberger, see if maybe he gives something off that he can use later on. Like, you know, stuff like that. There's 9,000 different things at play here that these guys all have thought about that no one else has thought about. So, you know, I understand that, you know, you just want to see them kind of flick their cards into the muck. But
I mean, poker is such a simple game when you can see the whole cards. Sometimes we forget that these players do not get to see the whole cards.
Yeah, no, of course.
Perfect path, but the perfect gin card on the river, too, really. Everything had to go right.
Yeah. This is a bit of a parlay.
Bob is asking, are they playing all night? I believe the plan is to play down to the final 5 and then return tomorrow to play down to a winner. Stream tomorrow starts at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern, playing down to a winner. Petrangelo here, raising it up with ace-jack off.
You have 3-bet save me from having to make a tough decision.
What's that?
You have 3-bet save me from having a tough decision. Fold. I have a tough one.
If we jam, then
Call.
yeah.
Flat it, I would bet 61.
Oh, I was in the way of that
65,000 is the
Okay.
bet here from Petrangelo. Koon's got nothing much that he really wants to work with there. He just gives it up. I know Koon talked about being extremely sick not too long ago before we went on the break. I wonder how much that is, affecting him. Not that he probably isn't playing, his A game or as close to his A game as possible, but still, would he be a little bit more frisky? Would he be open it up a little bit more? I mean, we've seen Jason Koon plenty on these types of stages, and I feel like he's being a little bit more conservative right now, but maybe that's just the spot. Maybe it's a little bit like, I don't really have to think about this one. I'm a little sick. I'll just put my, I'll just put my hand in the muck. No big deal.
So you're saying he's mailing it in?
No, I mean, I'm just saying I'm sure you've played poker sick. I mean, it's not cash game. You rack up your chips, you leave. Tournament, you're stuck. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? I mean, remember that time I had the headache?
Oh my God!
I couldn't function. I was sleeping on breaks. It was the worst thing ever.
And you were sitting next to Brandon Cantu.
Yeah, it was torture. I mean,
maybe that gave you the headache.
Go on, take it.
But I also feel like if anyone was able to perform in poker in the Jordan-like flu game, it's probably Jason Koon.
He's been training for this his whole life.
I'm going above the rim heel.
He could run a 10.5 100-meter dash while having the stomach flu.
Don't want to tempt fate, right?
By the way, I'd be interested to see if
jams, he wins.
If Chris Brewer can get back into running, and who would be faster on the sprint. Was Brewer a middle long distance? Long distance?
Yeah.
How
He's
long?
like Steve Prefontaine long.
He's like, I think you have
what, like 10K?
Yeah. What's like the longest? I don't even know. Every time I think of anyone who says that they like ran track at Oregon, I just think long distance, as long distance as possible, like running across the state of Oregon, long distance.
Ultra marathoning?
Yeah.
Donnie, I have a friend that runs 100K running races.
It might have been 12
for fun.
100K?
Yeah, like I'm not even kidding.
For fun?
Yeah, and
you need to question that.
He has a whole team of supporters, like hand him drinks and
I think
food
he's
and stuff.
it's
a crazy sport. All joking aside here, Petrangelo raised before the flop at 35K. Chubik defended the big blind. 10-9-3 on the flop. Open-ended and 2 overs for Petrangelo. Must be feeling confident in this spot. Chubik, not a whole lot to go on, and folds right away. I think that will please the people in the chat that want to see some more quick action. Randy says, I wish everyone that makes a comment, your hand and mop was buyer expert comments. See the guy with $900 in earnings telling the pros are playing bad. Love it. Love it, guys.
That's poker viewership. It's the same thing that, like, when I sit on my couch and I tell Patrick Mahomes, why didn't he throw it to this guy and he threw it to that guy? Like, that's the same thing.
Exactly.
In no way am I going to be in the NFL ever.
Yeah, I'm watching the Tour de France and I'm like, just pedal harder. Come on.
Yeah. Just pass him. You can pass him right there.
Oh, it's the beauty of being on the sidelines. By the way, it's the beauty of live chat, too. You know, I love to make fun of live chat sometimes, but it is what makes this fun for us to do, Donnie. You and I rely on the engagement and interaction, and we very much appreciate it. By the way, if you enjoy our banter, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. I'm on my 6th Diet Coke. I'm starting to turn a corner again. I was tired there for a bit. Now I'm feeling good again.
There you go.
Comes and goes. Thanks for the love, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
Kenny here coming in with a raise, ace-9 off. Made it 35,000. Haxton decides to flat in position with ace-7 of diamonds. This could end up just being an annoying spot for Bryn Kenny. Kind of what we talked about a little bit ago, where Kenny's second in chips, but he certainly doesn't want to lose a chunk to the chip leader because that would be very detrimental to his proceedings. King high here. Kenny was the pre-flop aggressor, and he's going to continue. 30,000. Backdoor nut flush draw? Is that enough? I mean, it used to be like, you know, you were like, do I play a flush draw? Now it's like a backdoor nut flush draw. I mean, we're in there.
We're all in.
Oh, he's going to give it up. Look at that. You didn't want to see if a little diamond peeled off? Come on, Ike. You got all those chips. It was only 30K. It's only 2 big blinds. Get in there. A little 9 of diamonds on the turn,
I
keeping
know.
things nice and fun. Like,
Always love seeing a clash between the big stacks. Kenny, by the way, 1.2 million. And look at this, side by side here.
No, I had it.
Terry Savalas, is that how you say it? By the way, he is in the video that is on PokerGo. I want to say the 1980 WSOP main event.
Wouldn't be the Michael Jordan crossover if you punted.
Go check it out.
Right?
Yep.
See, I could totally pump with his hand.
Yeah, you could, but
I'm just
Koon indeed.
How much you got?
Talking about some
745,
punt
I believe.
possibilities, perhaps because of how he's feeling.
I mean, it would make things exciting.
Yeah. And also, it would apply a bit of random pressure on the other players, perhaps not expecting Koon to get so out of line.
Haxton here. In the cutoff seat, 10-6 of hearts. He's going to raise it up because he's the chip leader, and that's what he can do.
Koon now our short stack, 24 bigs. Just 6% of the chips in play.
He's going to get involved, is Jason Koon. Queen Jack off, 35,000 is the raise. Action folds over to Brewer. He's got King 6 off in the big blind. Brewer makes the call. Heads up to the flop. That short stack that you mentioned, Jason Koon, could have an opportunity here to pick up some chips.
I like your positivity, Donnie.
Yeah, you know.
Going into it with the weaker holding, and here getting even worse. Brewer, by the way, also not sitting on a whole lot of chips. These are two of the shorter stacks going at it. Busting in any one of these spots shy of the money will feel like finishing on the bubble, even though there's still 7 players remaining. You're so close already.
king on the turn, pairing the board, might make Koon feel like his hand is best. Not necessarily that he might be betting here. I don't know if he will or not, but 2 kings out there, I mean, kind of feels less likely that your opponent has one, right?
It's automatic, Donnie. That's just how the brain works. 5 completes the board. 3rd club out there. I wonder if Brewer is going to go for some value here, or if he's going to perhaps think, let Koon do the betting here. Keep this pot relatively small. He's going to bet 100K. Massive decision for Jason Koon. Time extension being used here by Koon. Donnie, of course, a very tough spot here. He still has a pair of queens on this board. Wow. Great discipline.
Discipline is the name of the game.
It's so interesting, this kind of discipline. This doesn't seem like it matters all that much, but the way the hand played out, it is totally reasonable for Koon to think that his queen is going to be good here some part of the time.
Yeah, of course, and especially if he has knowledge of some of the pots that Chris Brewer's played where he's bluffed already.
Here's a look at our 2023 PGT leaderboard. Of course, the main event champion Dan Weinman on top, Chris Brewer second, Isaac Haxton in third. Both those players at our final table. Stephen Jones, runner-up in the main event, and Sam Soverall, one of the absentees from Super High Rollerball. I expected to see him. He's looking very comfortable, though, in the race for a seat in our PGT $1 Million free roll to close out the poker season. Donnie, tons of ways to win more points coming up in the next month or so.
Yeah, first and foremost, we have PGT mixed games starting next week. I believe it's October 5th. I think satellites start on Monday at the studio, so if you're in Las Vegas, Monday, I believe there's a $750 10-game satellite. That'll get you into the 10-game mini championship event that has a $5K or $5,100 buy-in. After that, we have the Super High Rollerball PLO, first ever of that event, $100,000 buy-in, 1 re-entry allowed. It'll be 3 days. We will be streaming the final 2 days of that one. That was a bit of a player request after we had that first PGT PLO series. The players were like, you need to do a 100K buy-in. As far as I'm concerned, I checked with the commissioner, Tim Duckworth, largest ever PLO tournament in terms of a buy-in. So that's really exciting. And the players seem to think it's going to get 60 entries or so. So
wow.
That'd be pretty awesome. And then that leads right into the second edition of the PGT PLO series. Got some 5Ks, got some 10Ks, got a 25K championship in that one. Huge numbers at the first one back in the spring, so expecting very good numbers again. So October's jam-packed, man, for sure.
Oh, my God, yeah. October is going to be red hot inside the studio here.
This hand here, Koon opened up with ace-queen, 35,000. Andrew Lichtenberger called in position with the sevens. Koon checked the flop. Lichtenberger bet 20,000. And Koon's going to make the call here. Flop is Jack 10-5, all diamonds. Koon does have that queen of diamonds. Lichtenberger has the 7 of diamonds. 8 of spades on the turn. Koon checks again. I know the action doesn't seem extremely large right now, but the pot in relation to Jason Koon's stack is extremely important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Cannot afford a misstep here as we go to the river.
That's an ace, and that's
wow.
gonna give Jason Koon this check mark as long as he can get this one to a showdown. Action did go check on the turn.
Looks like Koon checked again. Action on Lichtenberger on the button. Curious to see if he's going to take his sevens to showdown, but instead he's going to fire out. Wow. Look at this. 115 is the bet. Koon calls it off almost immediately and wins a crucial pot here. That ace saving Jason Koon. He now up to 520K. All of a sudden, the bottom of the standings so close together, Donnie. Chris Brewer, Andrew Lichtenberger, Jason Koon, and Nick Petrangelo separated by 7 big blinds. They are ranked 4 through 7. And remember, the top 4 will get paid.
Is that a coconut getting delivered back there?
Oh.
Oh, thank you.
She said the word coconut. I heard it.
I just leave it in the bag. Oh, I'm gonna eat it on break. Thank you.
Oh. Still 7 players remaining.
Cold-blooded.
Because it's cold-blooded.
Coconut without a straw.
You don't need a straw, sir. Come on, crack it open.
Which one of you did this?
I saw Chris just left with a straw.
He is the one guy who's live to have done it, too.
Let's see if there's a straw on here.
Straw, so it doesn't work.
Wow. Am I the guy that's live to that?
Could I get a straw?
I didn't know I had that in me.
Yeah, thank you.
I might do it.
Yeah.
Not to you. Someone on my bad side. I have to get mine some straw sabotage.
Lichtenberger not deterred by one mistimed bluff. Picks up the blinds and Andy's here this hand.
You said your dad's side?
No, I said someone on my bad side.
Oh,
I could do some straw sabotage.
How many people are on your bad side?
Not that many.
5?
Oh, over 5.
Over 5?
Been around a while.
I guess it depends how you classify like bad side also.
Donnie,
Also
how long?
a lot of overlap.
How long's your
between
list?
People on my bad side.
What's that?
I'd be pretty scared to fuck with.
How many people are on your bad side?
On my bad side?
I've got a
I mean,
hobby
it's
of like
small.
fucking with those people too, which is like so stupid. I don't do
I'm
it
getting
anymore.
older. You just got to forget about stuff, let it pass. But I mean, there's probably a couple people.
I would just talk shit to these
But
guys.
hey,
and
man,
like,
whatever.
What are you doing?
At least you're still here.
Yeah, like, somehow.
Made it through.
King 10. Chibwick comes in for the raise.
Can I get 5 back?
For sure.
Exactly 8 is on him.
Thank you.
Couple of jacks here.
Under the gun versus big blind. Always interesting. Just a call here from Haxton.
Yeah, that place is pretty decent. I like that. One of the best ones here. I forgot about it today.
Queen 10-5. 1 spade. Donnie, if you're raising with King 10, this is not the worst flop.
No, it's not the worst flop. You're up against a big blind range from the chip leader. You know, he could have a whole wide range of holdings.
That's like a perfect thing for grinding too.
Yeah, it's good. Filling, but not like.
Yeah, and you don't have to like go at it with like a fork and a knife for too long.
Yeah.
25K is the bet from Stephen Chidwick. I'm curious if Isaac Haxton's decision to not 3-bet pre-flop, which certainly could be acceptable given the chip stack situation, you know, he's the chip leader, he could really put pressure on someone like Stephen Chidwick, or if he just thinks, you know what, Chidwick's opening into my big blind, he's under the gun, he's probably got to be in the upper part of his range, so I'm just going to play a little bit slow, wondering how that ends up playing out here. I'll tell you what though, Remko, Jack of Spades turn would be a sexy card.
Oh boy. It is the deuce of clubs,
Except we get the
however.
deuce of clubs.
I know. The stone opposite of what would be the most exciting card. Haxton again with a quick check. Action on Chidwick. Donnie, if you're Chidwick here, probably not going to look to bet 3 streets with this hand. Is the turn the right time to slow this down, or are you more in the mood to perhaps check back a river in case Haxton comes along?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think I would be looking to check back that turn there and just slow it down a little bit here. Now, if that turn was a spade, deuce of spades, then
right?
Maybe we do something a little different. You know, you could also check back that too. We'll see what Isaac Haxton wants to do here. Could see Haxton go for some sort of little bet here, maybe kind of like blocker-ish.
40.
There's 40 into 145.
I mean, Haxton doesn't even realize how milky this bet is here on the river.
He gets called. Look at that.
It is exactly the right fit here to get value with jacks from that 10 that Chidwick holds.
Oh, man. I'm not one to read Stephen Chidwick, but I feel like he gave a little surprised look to see
Right.
Isaac Haxton turn over those 2 jacks there.
I was going to ask you, which other hands is Chidwick calling with on the river that Haxton, you know, beats and gets value from?
I mean, it's just most of the 10s there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can get with something like 2 9s, maybe.
Right. I'll give her that.
But I think most of the time it's, you know, the ace 10s, the king 10s.
I wonder if she's still grinding.
She plays?
Nah, she just watches. She was wearing a super high roller roll hoodie today.
I don't think my parents know I'm playing.
Really?
My dad does. He called me yesterday, and I was like, oh, I'm in this tournament. But I mean, I have great parents. It's just not a. I don't tell them about PokerGO really.
They missed the whole arc, the recovery, the.
They know bits and pieces of it, but yeah.
You don't tell them about what you do for 120 hours a week.
I don't know.
I tried telling my mom once, and she was like, "The deck needs stained." I was like, "All right." Cool.
Different deck.
Good talk. Yeah. Can you hire someone to mow the grass? Yeah. No worries.
My oldest sister watches a bunch of the stuff.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, she likes it.
All right, we're still waiting to find out who will be heartbroken on day 2 here. Donnie, look at these standings. 32 bigs apiece for Petrangelo and Koon, 39 apiece for Brewer and Lichtenberger, and only 44 big blinds for Stephen Chidwick. Are we just waiting to see when Haxton and Kenny are going to go heads up?
I think we're waiting to see what's going to happen with Petrangelo and Koon there at the bottom of the leaderboard, and who's going to double up first.
Yeah. I don't blame anyone for not watching.
You don't follow.
You have to really love the game.
You don't follow.
to, like,
If you don't like follow
love the
PokerGO,
person or love the game.
I mean, yeah, I would.
But then it's like different, yeah, because then it's like love the person is more like a grandma or like mom. It's like type of job. Then like sister.
Yeah,
sit
Bianca's
there.
perfect because she loves the game and loves watching, but doesn't want to play at all. So it's like
She sweats all the streams.
Yeah, she knows more about everybody that plays than I do, for sure. I never watch a stream.
Yeah,
Ever.
yeah, me too.
Yeah. She's like, "Did you hear about this guy on this stream?" I was like, "Nah." Great.
Got an all in here
Yeah.
from Petrangelo.
Did you see her? She came down to say hi.
No.
You didn't see her?
What, on the break or
It's
so?
a shame you missed her.
Oh, yeah.
She's looking mighty fine tonight. Just saying, she's a sight to see.
And she's killing it as a mom, huh?
Killing it as a mom, just had a baby 3 months ago.
Amazing.
She's ridiculous.
She's a savage.
She's unreal. She's crazy.
Are we just taking a lap, giving Jason Koon's wife compliments?
I love it. I love it.
Are we supposed to chime in on this?
I love it.
Shout out Bianca.
Yeah, I mean, just pain tolerance in general. She's amazing.
This reminds me, back when I was in college, we had a guy on the team who his bit was he would evaluate whether or not he liked, he would be like, oh, I would fuck you golf, and that means she's good. Like, I like golf. And then it was like his whole bit.
Jesus.
It was so, it was so awkward.
Well, at least you didn't tell it on national TV, Chris.
You would tell, like, freshman did that.
I mean, we're global. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Worldwide.
We should flop.
Yeah, let's go. Rabbit hunt. Let's go. Straight flush. Let's go.
Look at the chat. Chat has not fallen asleep just yet. Waiting for those gift cards. I thought you guys were here for the poker. All jokes aside, let's think of a question real quick here. Donnie, you tell me how many gift cards were given away.
3 $20 ones.
3 $20 gift cards. All right, there you have it. Since it is late at night, let's go for what is your favorite late night snack? Favorite late night snack. No wrong answers, as always. When we do giveaways, give me your best. Donnie, I always start with you. What's your favorite late night snack?
Good God.
Is it like leftovers?
I mean, I'm really not picky with food. I'll go with like what's my favorite late night snack right now.
Okay.
Well, probably of all time is just popcorn.
Popcorn, right?
But right now, we buy these Annie's cheddar bunnies for my 2-year-old.
Like a crackers?
They're like Goldfish. But
right.
You know, they're supposed to be organic and whatever, and you know we get them at Sprouts, so they're I don't know. They tell me they were supposed to be a little bit healthier.
What happened in that
I'll put a whole
hamburger
box
was that
down.
you only
Oh,
get one
wow.
card?
And then the next day, my wife will be like, "Where are the
No, but I
kids?"
mean, like, how-
Bunnies.
why'd they only
And I'm
give
like,
one card?
I got hungry last night. What do you want me to do? I was on a stream for 19 hours. I
small blind and
got hungry when I got home. There's no
something
food.
I'm not
Want
sure
something quick.
Amazing.
exactly what happened.
And you can
but
tell they're one
by
of
the
those
time I
foods
noticed, I
where
only had one
they
card
make
that
it so you
already
eat
raised
it, you
and
just eat more.
Oh,
You
yeah.
just keep going and
100%.
going and going. It's like I know I'm killing myself here, but I don't care. These are too good.
Off the deck.
That's what I thought.
how it usually goes in cash games.
Look at
but,
this one, Donnie. Petrangelo versus Brewer. Top 2 for Brewer. Top pair for
I understand why
Petrangelo with
they're
the backdoor clubs.
Yeah,
Nitty about
Petrangelo
the
raised this
favor
one on the
and
button.
stuff.
Brewer defended from the big blind.
I tried
Brewer
and I
just
feel like
leads
that's what
out here.
happened. You would have gotten top card.
They might have given him a bonus.
Yeah,
I got to play
you might have
3.
gotten 2 more cards.
Turn card, Jack of
I
Diamonds.
wonder if it would have been any different at Triton. I think it would still be a dead hand.
Yeah, Luca. Runs too good of a ship.
Action goes check, check. 10 of hearts on the river. Brewer's 2 pair is best here. We also have a pretty easy straight on the board here. Curious to see if this is going to result into anything.
Yeah, I think ultimately Petrangelo could rep some 9. Brewer's going to come with a small bet here. A little bit of a blocker. Well, that doesn't look like the face of a man who's going to rep a 9, so. Some dusty 5. It's not a dusty 5.
Nick Petrangelo, costly loss here, down to 405 now after this one. Brewer chipping up, getting some value. I've been very impressed with Chris Brewer's plays today.
I was just about to say, I think Chris Brewer has played extremely well, which, you know, is pretty much the norm for Chris Brewer, to be honest. I mean, we always see him play extremely well. I know he was kind of the butt end of a lot of jokes for quite some time on the PGT, just bubbling everything, taking these crazy beats left and right, but this year, that variance is swinging right back around in Chris Brewer's favor. He's had an absolutely incredible year so far. He's won almost $12 million. He's won 2 gold bracelets. And here he is, you know, trying to get into the money of the super high roller bowl, but he's made some big folds today when he's had to. He's made some nicely timed bluffs right there. Good little value bet. So just kind of well done all around from Chris Brewer.
Brewer up to 48 big blinds right now. A little bit of separation between him and the bottom of the standings.
He took some time away from poker after that run of some bad luck, that bad streak. Went and got a real job for some time.
Right.
Comes back in January, just starts ripping off results left and right, and you know what? I think I'll stick around for this poker thing.
I mean, Daniel Wyman retired from professional poker, showed up to the main event, and won the whole thing.
Yeah. Daniel Wyman showed up at the beginning of the WSOP, played a couple of events, said, I don't know about this. Went home, comes out for the main event, just rips it off. Variance, man.
Next is 1020. I was thinking about the one after that.
Yeah, it's
By the way,
1525.
if you're just tuning in, we're in the middle of a giveaway.
Take it away for this.
Let us know what your favorite late night snack is in the chat. I'll draw 3 random winners, and you'll all get a $20 gift card to our shop.
Playing some days of poker here.
Indeed, we are.
It's a worthy situation.
Yeah.
Worthy adversaries and worthy situation.
Indeed.
Lichtenberger opening it up with ace-5 offsuit. Action on Koon in the big blind.
Some of these responses I just can't get down with. And the reason is that late night snack to me is like it needs to be available immediately.
Right.
Like I can't be spending no time to make a quesadilla. Like I just can't do it. I love a quesadilla, don't get me wrong, but I'm not spending 15 minutes just to make one. Like I want my food. Late night snack. Let's go.
Do you always have ice cream in your freezer?
No.
Too dangerous?
Yeah, for sure. And even if we do have ice cream in the freezer, I mean, it's gone in a day. I mean, so we're more of we have a craving for ice cream. We'll go buy some. Usually it's like those small pints. Like I'll get one flavor for my wife. I'll get one.
Halo Top?
I mean, sometimes, yeah. Usually just like some Ben & Jerry's or something good. I mean, listen, if you're going to have ice cream, just have ice cream. I mean, you know what I mean? So, although I will say that Halo Top, there are... I think it's chocolate chip cookie dough now. They like redid their formula and it's way creamier and way better than it was. It used to be like eating shaved ice.
Right.
Now
right.
it's much better than it once was.
Wow. Meanwhile, this hand checked all the way to the river after Koon defended. Lichtenberger's ace high is best here. Looks like Koon has given up on this one. A lot of people who are saying pizza. I find that funny too because I never have the patience to wait for delivery.
Yeah, wait for delivery if you have a frozen one. I mean, that's a whole 20-25 minute thing. Like, I mean, you just can't do it.
My fiance and I have a rule at home.
90.
We do not
95.
order food delivery. We either make it ourselves, or if we really have to, we pick it up. No food delivery.
Yeah.
We made that rule after the pandemic sort of came to an end because we realized how used to it we got, you know?
How it's 200% more if you have it delivered?
Yeah. Like you pay $50 for a single pizza.
It's insane.
It's absurd. And also, you know, it's 5 p.m., you're getting hungry, pull the trigger on some delivery. It's just a nightmare. All right, I'm going to draw winners here for our $20 gift card. 3 winners will be announced. If you hear your name called, drop us a line on social at PokerGO.com. Winner number 1, Michael Goodwin. Very easy name to pronounce as opposed to some other of the YouTube handles. Next one, Dathan Smart. Dathan Smart. And the last one here, Shasta Jones. Congrats all. Thanks for playing. You know what I've recently been doing, Donnie?
What's that?
Speaking of food, I get those hash browns from Trader Joe's. You know, the little sleeve of hash browns? There's like 20 in a pack. I have them in the freezer. And then sometimes in the morning for breakfast when I want to get fancy, I throw some of those in the air fryer, get them as crispy as possible. And then the key is you let them cool down for just a few minutes so they really harden up. And then you make your own little quick guac that you smear on top, and then a fried egg on top of that.
15.
So it's kind of like avocado toast,
Yeah.
but on a hash brown.
Deja vu.
Okay. Speaking of that, I think I haven't been, but I think there's this new restaurant or cafe or whatever. I think it's called like Toast.
Toasted, I think.
Yeah, I feel like that would be your spot.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, Donnie, you know this. I live on bread. I came walking into the studio today with a baguette in my hand.
Yeah. After he did the same thing yesterday.
True. Different bakery.
Yesterday he had. Would you have a baguette and a sliced loaf?
A sliced loaf that I sliced at home for you guys to try.
It was very good.
It was a bacon Gruyere loaf from a local baker here in Vegas. Shout out to Café Bryce in Summerlin. And today I went to Café du Sud. Got to support my local French bakeries. When I first started visiting Vegas, there were no French bakeries. Now there's like one in every part of town.
I feel like the cafes / bakeries, you know, little shops are having a moment.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely.
Which is good. Jason Koon here, ace 5 of clubs. The solver special, ace 5 suited.
Exactly. It's like the hand you're allowed to go broke with. Like, oh, you had ace 5 and you were all in?
Yeah, but I
of
had
course.
the blocker.
The blocker and the wheel draw and at least 30%.
Ike 3-bet.
You heard him.
There you go.
You heard him there. He said, I hoped Ike 3-bet.
As good as gold.
Ace 5 suited, as good as gold.
Good job.
Remember when you used to get made fun of for going broke with ace king?
Yes.
Like in like 2004 when you know the WSB was on ESPN and stuff, and it's just a drawing hand.
Exactly.
Now, I mean, ace 5, just YOLO. Let's go get your money in. Doesn't matter.
If you're just tuning in, my name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. We're just having some fun with it here. 7-handed play. The final 4 will get paid. From 3rd down to 7th, any one of these players could be out on the very next hand. Blinds are getting big. Bryn Kenny and Isaac Haxton, the only two looking very comfortable right now. Chef Henry says, whichever announcer said a quesadilla takes 15 minutes has clearly never cooked in his life.
Well, you make a pretty crappy quesadilla, sir.
Well, maybe he's saying that it's taking him longer.
Well, that was a good one.
I didn't like that one as much. It was too much.
It feels good, though.
Quesadilla for me is the
First
number one
seemed
food
nice,
where
the second one seemed painful.
when I order it, I'm super excited, and when I finished it, I have deep regrets.
E6.
I always eat the whole thing, and I'm always so full.
635.
By the way, if you're loving the content, smash that like button. Let's get us to 4,000 likes before the night is done. We're approaching the 10 p.m. hour here in Las Vegas. We're going to keep on rolling. We've got to lose at least, I guess, at least 1 or 2 more players. Looks as though we're going to play at least 1 more full level after this one.
I might need to go get another coffee, if that's the case.
I mean, the machine is like literally right here.
It is. It is.
Queen 10 of hearts for Kenny. It's gonna
Beautiful looking hand.
Oh, looks so good. Maris says it's 8 a.m. here already. Maris, are you watching from Latvia by chance? Maris sounds like a Latvian name. John says, all these guys looking really tired. Donnie, do you think fatigue is starting to become a factor here?
I think you're going to be a little bit tired. I mean, they did start playing at noon. It's almost 10 o'clock, as you just mentioned, so. Had a pretty, you know, not the longest day yesterday, but, I mean, poker's stressful, man. It really is. It takes a lot of energy, especially when, like these guys are, you're trying to watch every single move, every mannerism, every bet, you know, calculate the sizings, this and that. I mean, it's a lot of work. Yeah, they're not running marathons, but it's a lot of mental energy that you're expending, so it can get exhausting, that's for sure. I'm sure it's extra exhausting for that guy right there, Jason Koon, who's said he's been battling a bit of an illness for the past couple days, so.
Yeah, it's the Jason Koon flu game. Right now, 4 players supporting their head with their hand. Of course, Jason Koon doesn't need that. He's got the strongest core of any of these players. Petrangelo has not had a good level, down to 365k. He is our current short stack, raising it up with Jack 9 of hearts.
Did you hear the beat? Yeah, pretty good, wasn't it?
The beat is still here.
Spot on.
I think that one was fine, but can we just be a little careful on the pitch? It just like caught off the button. It's fine. I don't think anyone saw it, but just.
I was not looking.
Yeah.
Busy making beats.
Yeah.
Like 500 or something?
Yeah, I think touch over. 520.
Kenny attacking with the lousy looking 6-3 offsuit. Koon makes the call with King 7, picking up on the fact that his king is going to be ahead of Kenny's range a lot of the time. Kenny looks to crank up the aggression here. 9-6-5, 3 diamonds. Koon with the king of diamonds and the 7 to give himself a gut shot.
And I see GTO Wizard, I get a little angry.
Kenny, however, has the 6.
Not my favorite company.
What?
I do not believe that they care about.
About
making
RTA.
games. Yeah.
35K is the bet from Kenny with this pair of 6s.
Actively, no.
Donnie, if you're Koon here, trying to keep this small, or is a bit of a semi-bluff perhaps in order here?
They bought something that had, like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure you're just going to want to just go nuts here with the king high flush. I know you got that straight draw to go with it, but. Kenny's probably feeling somewhat decent about that turn there, giving him a straight draw to go along with that pair of 6s. Also interesting here is that Kenny could just really put a lot of pressure on Jason Koon. I mean, this is not the easiest spot for Koon to maneuver. Koon's there to make the call. Here we go to a very, very important river here. 355K in the middle.
It's the jack of spades. Kenny's 6 is best. However, we're not quite to showdown yet. Koon perhaps realizing the nature of this situation.
Not even 25.
Perhaps he's not able to check behind because he needs this pot.
I should bluff unpaired.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Right? Can't bluff with an 8. Definitely. Stupid.
Fun. I mean, like, yeah, you block 9-8.
Just about the smallest of bets here from Bryn Kenny, 20,000.
You still just have, like, I would assume, like,
I think I can have 5s.
What do you do when you're faced with this, Donnie? It almost feels like a check to me.
Yeah, I mean, there are times you can treat it like a check. There's times you know need to treat it as a blocker. I mean, it's tricky.
I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Like king 5 suited? What some shit?
Jason Koon using at least one time extension.
That's 20,000, yeah.
Yeah.
What is going through Jason Koon's mind right now? And what are his options? How does the jack come into play? Can he do anything here on the river?
Six.
Donnie, the 6 was announced and shown with confidence.
Well, when you get just called, you're feeling much better about your 6.
Bryn Kenny gets a little richer here, up to 1.4 million. Jason Koon now the shortest stack. Donnie, it seems as though Kenny and Haxton just cannot make a misstep.
Oh, they just continue to chip up.
Impressive stuff from Bryn Kenny. Jason Koon in trouble. Just 22 big blinds from him. Here's a look at the chip counts presented by StormX. Nick Petrangelo also below 30 bigs. And there's 3 players in that 40 big blind range. Everyone looking at Haxton and Kenny, who are sitting comfortably at the top of the standings. Let us know in the chat who you are rooting for. Who do you got your eye on for the title tomorrow? Seems as though we got one more level coming after the conclusion of this one, so still some more poker to be played.
think they might have drawn for hands.
Oh, for this level, you mean?
Yep.
I think we got 2 hands left before we go on our next break as Isaac Haxton.
Looking like a construction worker
6
or
times
something
to start.
with that hoodie. Maybe we should send him out to the 15 and Trop, and he can solve whatever that disaster is that's been going on there for a year.
Did you just put the hoodie on?
I did.
All right.
Is there a tell? Is there something there?
He's running cold, you know. He's trying to get warm.
Isaac Haxton is not running cold. He's-
Lichtenberger bets 20,000 here on Queen Jack 6, 2 hearts. Haxton has the ace of hearts. Haxton makes the call for 20K, and the second queen pops up on the turn. Haxton checks again. Perhaps Lichtenberger happy to take a free card here. Opening a straight draw to go along with this overcard. Does decide to check. River is a 3 of spades. Ace high best now. Donnie, I was a day early with my congratulations to the Aces for making the finals again. They've done it tonight.
There you go.
Finals bound, back to back.
There you go. Let's go.
Got to go to an Aces game.
How much?
By the way that Haxton said how much, you know he's thinking about it.
I mean, this goes back to what we talked about, back when there were still 2 tables left in regards to Isaac Haxton. I mean, it would just be easy for him to just flick in his cards and just fold quickly with the ace high here, but he's always thinking, always assessing the situation.
I call.
Wow, look at that.
Wow. A rather quick call by Isaac Haxton shows the ace high, and the rich get richer.
I feel like the way that Isaac Haxton wears his glasses and how they're kind of falling down his nose, he's like the old wise one. And like he just had to put Lichtenberger in his place, just call that one with the ace high, be like,
It went so well, I'd like to do it.
chill out, young one. This is still my game.
This
Okay?
is my game.
This
Exactly.
is my table. He's Splinter, and they're all
Splinter.
They're all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Wow, that's what he is.
Is he the oldest?
He's like the sensei.
Is he the oldest at the table too?
He looks like he's the oldest.
Well,
I don't know if he is.
He's been around for many centuries as the wise elder Isaac Haxton.
I mean, it's probably him and Koon, I think, would be kind of similar in age.
Yep.
Came up together too,
Definitely. Players
Wow.
are
Thinking about it.
getting
No,
up
I guess
out of their seats. And you know what that means. Going to go on a little bit of a break again. Kings for
luck,
Chidwick
Jason.
receiving a walk. Brutal stuff when you're on one of these shorter stacks. There it is. We're going to go back on break one more time. One more level still to come here from the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas. Still 7 players remaining, as you can see on the screen here. Chip counts presented by StormX. Jason Koon will return with the shortest stack right after this. We'll see you guys in about 15 minutes.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at GTOWizard.com.
Looking up here, this is a bit of a no-holds-barred 8 animals into the cage you go. There's only 4 pieces of pie. Someone's going hungry.
Who is that famous Persian wrestler?
The Iron Sheik.
The Iron Sheik. That's right. I like that guy.
His special move, of course.
Suited for Daniel Hijack. Here we go. Yes.
The camel clutch.
Was it really ladies for Stevie on the button? No air coming up for Daniel.
Three bet. Ease of departure with ace-9 for Pietrangelo.
We do love to speculate with a hand such as this, but 35 bigs, the 6 high sort of hands, kind of. And then the soft ICM pays 4, 8 remain. Maybe he's in the mood to gamble though, Ali. He's out. Little glance over at Stevie.
You know, true story, I had a buddy back in Los Angeles who sought out the Iron Sheik in retirement, Nick, and offered him money to come just hang out with him for a weekend. King, Queen offsuit. The episode at hand.
Under normal circumstances, certainly Chewy is in against cutoff. Here, it's a little bit more delicate. He's weighing it.
What makes it so much more delicate?
8 left. 4 get the golden coins. And Chidwick's stack being the overall chip leader, he can just put so much pressure on. It makes our EV worse when they can just barrel us off. Brewer defends with a pretty one.
Flops top pair, the immediate reward. Quickly checks. Check back from Chidwick renders a queen on the turn, which feels like quite a lot of hand in the face of a second check from Brewer.
It certainly does. Queens with a king, Ali.
And just given some of the draws that present themselves, firing here is very understandable.
Well said.
45.
For Brewer, we're borderline delighted to be check calling here. Occasionally, Stevie's drawing dead.
Oh, now this is a little weird, I suppose.
I think in the form of the club, Stevie probably just settles on check back. Were the ace not a club, might pursue value with his aces and queens with the king. Nice pickup for Brewer, obviously.
Nick, his now fiance, proposing at picturesque Moraine Lake. He says one of his most memorable victories, a personal one.
Beautiful, you know.
She does travel with him quite often, and, you know, he puts a lot of miles in. International circuit. Nice to have someone there.
They travel together very
you.
seamlessly. Not that easy, you know, but they're professionals.
28.
28 to go from Haxton.
You know, it's interesting that Brewer once was averse to tournament poker and actually watched Nick Petrangelo's training course on Upswing. Kind of fell back in love with it. Raise and take it here for Haxton, really picking the series that they want to play.
Yeah. Probably watching right now too.
Oh, of course he is. Hi, Slammy. We love you. But
It's an
he's
incredibly
so good at that
brutal
shit.
Him and Watts on a group text.
Note
right now.
Haxton snap folded the ace-jack off next door. Go
Yeah,
on, Ollie.
Saw it. To
Got the 2-4,
endeavor
yeah.
to play, you know, even just the big stuff at this point. There's a lot of places, you know, to plant a push pin in on your world map in the interests of playing high stakes poker these days. And it does take a toll. Time zones, planes,
Check.
trains, and automobiles, hotel rooms. So that work-life balance, something guys are keeping an eye on. As Koon
Check raised me today when I thought he was.
keeping an eye on Negreanu from the big with the 9-7 offsuit, straddling the
I
8.
went to grab chips. He played with his call, and I thought he was just gonna
Let's
muck it.
go.
Put the bets. I wanted it. He did it. I was so confused, and I got check raised instead.
Who, Slammy?
No, Nick.
Oh.
You thought I had something weird? Whatever worked out, you won the tournament.
Yeah.
You lost that pot.
It was a weird hand.
Would you have pair plus or unpaired diamonds?
Some resistance for Brewer.
I flopped the set.
Oh. And then you tried to make
You had it?
cheap.
Or did you make some sick play with like aces or something?
Yeah, aces was the one, right? Aces or ace-2 barrel. Set. You led the river on the straight completer with the set. I thought you would have had like
The ace
some diamonds that check
versus dominant ace theme really has been prevalent here today. I mean, I know it's not an altogether infrequent development, but you know, I've looked up at this screen on many an occasion and seen exactly this sort of stuff here. Raise 3-bet or raise flat, ace on ace violence. Ace king. Earning Koon 26,000 off a Brewer's stack after the 3-bet.
You know who else inadvertently tricked me a few times recently? It was Byron.
Yeah.
He puts him out, but then he just keeps it there. It seems like it's kind of far out from your chips, bro, but...
I haven't seen him in forever. How's he doing?
He's playing. He played a few here.
He played
maybe.
here.
Yeah.
Did you observe that with him? His cards are kind of far out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Verified.
There's guys who have a lot of like play with the cards, like Sam, just like shuffles them back and forth a ton.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Also,
Sovereign?
my favorite thing about Sam, since I
green
know
one?
he's watching, is he'll be all in like a 250K for like a 600 big blind pot on the river at level 2, and I'll just be like walking by drinking my water, and he looks right up at me and stares me in my eyes.
And
Like while he's all in, I'm like, this guy's so cold-blooded, bro.
sometimes he just
He's so
He'll
cold-blooded.
be in that spot and just be laughing.
Yeah, no,
Like, he'll
it's-
be like, I probably got nothing.
Yo, he's just all in for heaps, and the dude's in the tank, and I'm walking by, and he's just like...
195. I started with about 3.
I will say,
3 and change.
It's pretty sick.
I think almost everyone I've ever played with, like, there's been some hand or like I've thought there's something. Sam is like truly, I feel like every hand he's ever played, he's just completely indifferent to the result.
He's unreadable.
He's like, I know he wants to win.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
absolutely unreadable.
great
Lovely.
limp from Negreanu.
Absolutely.
And what was I just talking about? More Ace on ace violence, and this time
very much so.
Yeah,
Gripping
advantage
close to
Negreanu.
30 bigs with ace 4. Big time advantage Negreanu, Ali. 688 in the middle. Defending champ.
By the way, this would put him into 6th of 8 runners.
We were like four-handed. Yeah. We were like four-handed for every dollar in this gigantic short stack. It's like a 150K rebuy euro. And we're 400.
70%.
And everybody's like,
to haul in the pot and
Chop?
keep his hopes of defending
is
his super high roller bowl title from a year ago intact.
You just start talking about darts. We're four-handed play for fucking $2.5 million.
Oh,
I have a heart.
Oh,
look
you
at
do.
this
Have
though.
the heart.
Put a heart out.
I saw the 4.
No, don't do that.
No, don't do that.
And then suddenly, all heart texture.
Not sure what was said.
In front.
That's an
7,
interesting
5,
card,
heart,
right?
queen.
You got a lot of them. Got a lot of
Way
them.
too many.
5, 7, heart, queen.
Yeah,
At the top
he
of
could
the screen,
counterfeit.
17 outs.
Make a bigger 2 pair. Hit the flush. 17 ounces. A lot of outs, but the deuce of
I
spades.
hate losing.
GG Daniel, that's really.
No, I've definitely just always been that way.
Chris, you're at 6.
Yeah.
I'm at 570, I think.
Oh, mama.
No, a little less, 552.
You're a coffee guy. Nick, straight black hot coffee, right? No
Yeah.
tea?
No, I like
You
tea.
like the tea?
Yeah, I'll have a little tea.
You partial to any sort of particular variety?
Kind of like mint.
Okay.
A little chamomile.
Yeah.
You know,
That'll wind you down,
the,
though.
I like the wind down tea. I'm not a morning. I'm a nighttime tea guy.
What the fuck is happening, man?
Ladies for hacks.
What is this injustice in the world?
Like 900 to start?
I think 800.
8?
Koon raised it up from the button here. Haxton's got new biscuits in front of him.
Yeah, 803.
Ball
30?
stacked by a wide margin.
803.
2
No,
queens.
bet is 30.
Yes.
$123.
There's the 3-bet, as the queens are somewhat vulnerable. Don't want to necessarily price in Chidwick. Now it's back over to Jason.
He
Assumes the
does
position.
seem to be settling into seeing a flop, doesn't he? The kind of scooch up, the hoodie.
Yeah.
The rhythmic shuffling.
That'll happen.
Button small blind, pocket pair, a lot of hand. Okay. Everybody's watching with bated breath, Ali. Hoping Jason busts.
Fourth
Just
and
is what it
chips.
is.
It would be a pretty big pot. And the needed 5 is absent this King 10-6 board, but 1 overcard to the red queens. As follow through isn't a given from Haxton. Let's observe.
Could see Ike going not that big here. Goes for just the check straight away.
Hello.
270 in the middle already, Nick, and you know, the pot control slant spot like this is something we can.
All right, welcome back for the conclusion of day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl 8. The final table is underway. 7 players remaining. The final level of the night is upon us. Average stack still 42 big blinds. Still lots of play left. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman on the call on PokerGo.com. If you're not yet a subscriber, check it out. They got all the jokes. We just ran into Ali Najad in the hallway. Couldn't stop laughing at his own joke on break here. Payouts for Super High Roller Bowl 8, $2.76 million for the winner, $600K for the min cash for the final four. Blinds now up to 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante. Short stack right now, Jason Koon. He's in a whole lot of trouble, Donnie.
Yeah. This is the level I said, those short stacks, you know, a lot more pressure on them. Koon, 16 big blinds is what he's working with.
Levels are
Petrangelo not too far ahead of him either.
True.
20 big blinds.
Levels are 75 minutes apiece as Koon finds ace-king offsuit. Brewer already has 45,000 invested here.
Could see all 16 of those big blinds going in here.
Shout out, by the way, to all the OGs
there it is.
that are hanging out with us in the chat after all these hours. Koon all in and maybe at risk if Brewer makes the call. He does not. Let's go right away. Koon picks up this pot before the flop. Petrangelo now the short stack. All right, chat. Who will not survive the day? Give me some predictions. Of course, easy to say that the short stacks will bust. But of course, they are the ones in the most trouble. Here it is, the final table chip counts presented by Storm X. Lichtenberger, Koon, Petrangelo, all looking for a quick double up. Brewer and Chidwick a little more comfortable. And then there are the two with all the chips. Haxton and Kenny, very comfortable right now.
How old are you? How young are you?
I'm 40.
That makes sense.
93. If you're trying to figure out the year.
Chris Brewer, 30 years old.
This is breaking Ike's brain. In Ike's head, I was just like 42.
No, it has more to do with when Kim Possible came out. I thought it was later.
Probably like 2003 or some shit.
Amazing.
40.
Isaac Haxton and Jason Koon, both 38.
38. And aren't you 38 too?
I am. No, 39.
Wait, you're turning 40 this year then?
Yeah, I am.
Wow. You going to the Hall of Fame?
Is that what happens?
I mean, 40, then you're eligible,
I get
right?
voted in?
Yeah.
Let's go. Hall of Famer, baby.
All in. 445.
There it is. Chewy all in. 445 announced.
I guess that roughly checks out with I thought I was an adult when I first heard of Kim Possible.
Today was the first day I ever heard of Kim Possible. I swear.
They didn't have it in West
You were an
Virginia.
adult when you first heard of it.
Hmm?
You also were an adult when you first heard of it.
For sure.
What is this?
Kim Possible?
Never heard of it.
Middle-aged adult.
Isn't that a cartoon or something?
Never heard of it. Donnie Peters, Poker Hall of Fame.
That's right, baby. Let's go.
Turning 40 in December. First ballot, baby.
These players all first ballot? I mean, all Poker Hall of Famers?
Wow, I mean,
it's,
there's a case to be made, at least
Yeah.
for the majority of the table.
yeah, this is the debate we always have. When you're only letting in one person a year, you know, you're going to look at all these guys.
Yeah, this is almost a decade's worth of Hall of Fame inductees. I mean, by the time Brewer turns 40, he'll probably also have a strong case for him. I would say of these guys, most likely to get in right away,
You have
it has to be Bryn Kenny.
515 to start.
First on all-time money list. Does hold some weight. Lichtenberger limps in from the small blind. Brewer with ace-queen comes along from the big.
Had it.
Congrats. To the victor go the spoils.
Brewer with the real hand. Does not get the action that he wanted.
I almost raised, but then I thought
I would have.
Kim Possible ringtone, and then you having yeah, it's just all too much.
That was his moment.
It was his moment. Yeah. We'll see if the moment persists, but
I had a lady. That was one of my calls.
Congrats. Ren's at home, just super pumped.
Nah, it wasn't King Gaga. That's his fave.
Yeah.
It was one high.
We're 20, yeah?
Now we're at 40. Queen Jack off under the gun for Mr. Koon there. Brewer's turn with the Ace King. He's in the small blind. Just put this in. What has he got? 32 bigs? Would imagine a 3-bet is coming at least.
$110 is the raise here from Brewer. Action back on Koon. This is one of those where you raise to take it down or play post flop, but as soon as you get any pressure on you, you're just out of there.
Correct. I mean, you even don't really want to get flatted in position. I mean, it's just can get a little bit dicey.
Everyone's starting to feel a little bit tired. Of course, the heartbreak will be a little worse if you bust out after playing 2 very long days, getting to go home empty-handed.
40.
Ace-4 hearts for Haxton, raising it up. Chitwick, ace-jack offsuit, sitting on 31 big blinds.
You're kind of in that weird middle area, also facing an under-the-gun raise. I understand it's the chip leader, but
I mean, no man's land a little bit.
yeah, I mean, it is tricky here. But as we always say, Stephen Chidwick will figure it out.
He knows what to do.
Look at that. Perfect again. The 3-bet.
Of
It's
course.
just, I mean, every time. He just knows. He's the best.
It's over, yeah.
Knows exactly what to do.
I know a lot of people might say, ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited, let's just rip it in, right, Ike? Well,
I mean,
he's the under-the-gun opener. Under-the-gun +1 is 3-betting him. In this situation, just a couple spots off the money. Chidwick not the deepest stack. I mean, this looks super strong from Chidwick, right? Like,
there it is. Isaac Haxton does move all in. Wow. And Chidwick lets it go right away. Isaac Haxton in full control, putting on a display.
I mean, that was...
with confidence, too.
That was incredible.
Wow. Isaac Haxton cannot be stopped here at the final table so far.
$2.3 million for Haxton.
I mean, biggest career cash. Super high roller bowl win.
Yeah,
3.6
super high
million.
roller bowl 5.
Yep. I was there. We recorded a podcast right after he won.
With him?
Yeah.
He stuck around?
Yeah.
Wow.
At the bar. In the studio here.
Just at the bar. Were you guys having drinks?
Yes. Isaac Haxton had a glass of whiskey.
Okay.
Yeah.
He definitely looks like a whiskey guy.
Yes, definitely. Cannot remember what the brand was, but probably some good Japanese stuff.
Yeah. Nick Petrangelo here gonna try and pick up some chips. The ace-3 of diamonds.
Brewer on 36 bigs.
This looks like a 3-bet is coming. folds up back over to Pietrangelo. And he gives it up. Losing that pot there, Pietrangelo is now back at the bottom of the leaderboard. It's basically him and Jason Koon just kind of going back and forth depending on who goes through the blinds.
Yeah, it's a bit of a staring contest at this point. None of these players want to go out, but they are all one bad hand away from being on the rail.
I think you're feeling very good, obviously, if you're Ike Haxton. You're feeling very good if you're Bryn Kenny. Chris Brewer as well. You know, don't really think they're at too much risk, at least right now, with 7 players remaining. Kenny comes in with a raise here, up to 40,000. Chidwick's in the big blind with 9-5 of diamonds. Elects to give it up. He may defend that at some earlier junctures of the tournament, but getting close to the bubble now here. Just puts that one into the muck. Getting some Elton John vibes from those shades, you know. I like them.
Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Yeah, I can see it.
You could see Bryn Kenny on the piano just
Yeah.
belting it out,
100%.
right?
100%.
Right after he goes to the farmer's market and walks across, walks along the lake.
He goes to the little oat milk coffee stand. There's a piano at the farmer's market. He goes, "Hey guys, do you mind if I sit down here, play a little tune?" And then he just rips off Yellow Brick Road.
You think Bryn Kenny has any idea what Yellow Brick Road is?
No. Do you know why? Because he's a rocket man.
Oh, you love it.
What's the best Elton John song? It has to be Rocket Man, right?
I mean,
It's such a
there's so many that are just so good. Isaac Haxton here attacking on the button. With Jack 9, Nick Pietrangelo is going to come along with the Queen 7. I know this was just a min-raise pre-flop and a call, but very, very important for Nick Pietrangelo. Pietrangelo whiffing on this flop. Still has the best, or no, sorry, he doesn't have the best hand because Isaac Haxton flopped the pair to 9s. My apologies. And min bet here. Pietrangelo's hand quickly into the muck, and the rich get richer, man.
I mean, I'm starting to worry here that Isaac Haxton is going to run away with this thing.
Shades of what Stephen Chidwick did when he won his Poker Masters event. Just had all the chips.
Yep, there's no
could
looking
do
back.
no wrong.
Exactly. Sometimes it is just your day. Here's a look at the Golden Glory, the Super High Roller Bowl Championship ring. 2 ounces of 14-karat white gold, 4 carats of natural diamonds, and the 1 carat centerpiece gemstone. What a thing of beauty this is. Feels like it should be mandatory to wear this if you are a former champ.
I don't know, it might be too valuable, too nice to wear. You don't want to scratch it up or anything like that.
It would look really fun on Isaac Haxton.
He already has one.
Yeah.
So we've got to wear both?
Yeah, like Tom Brady, collecting all the rings.
Haxton's got the King Jack off, and as the chip leader here, that's a raising hand, so he's in there. Lichtenberger defends the big blind. And here we go. Ace, King 7, Also 1 diamond out there.
We are in the 10th hour of play on day 2. Still 7 players remaining. The final 4 will get paid. If you are new to poker or new to this event, you might be looking at the toughest table ever assembled. Nearly $500 million in combined career tournament earnings between these players. Absolutely insane how successful these guys all are at the felt. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to call the action here. Meanwhile, Lichtenberger looking quite good here to pick up some chips.
$100.
100K is the bet from Haxton. Call has been made, Donnie. Things are looking good here for Lichtenberger.
Yeah, so far so good. We'll see what this river brings and how the action goes. 4 of hearts. Isaac Haxton cuts off the bluffing. And Lucky Chewy takes this one down.
The difference between winning and losing this pot is the difference between being the short stack and being pretty comfortable. Last year, finished 3rd for 1.1 million. Pietrangelo got 2nd and Negreanu won that one. Negreanu.
Who got 4th?
4th place was Justin Bonomo.
That's right.
5th place, Donnie.
I think if I just asked you, like, you know, what person finished in 3rd place in Super High Roller Bowl 4, you'd have a good shot if you just said Justin Bonomo.
Yeah. Just respond with Justin Bonomo to every question.
Ace King of Diamonds here for Stephen Chidwick. And he is in the cutoff seat. Chidwick on 22 big blinds.
45.
45 is the raise here. A couple of kings for Nick Pietrangelo. That's a welcome sight when you're sitting there with 12 bigs.
It's the kind of hand you're hoping to see when you have a chance to put your tournament life on the line. Also,
there it is.
Chidwick with ace-king suited. Not going to back down from this one. Let's see which hands are being folded. And there it is. Chidwick with the insta-call. 540 in the middle. Pietrangelo at risk. Chidwick about to be our shortest stack if he doesn't win this one. After nearly 10 hours of play, this is what it all comes down to for Nick Pietrangelo. If he doubles up, he's going to be pretty comfortable. But of course, 34% next to Chidwick's name. He has a chance here to reduce the field down to 6. Here's the flop. Queen. Queen. 4. Okay. Queen of diamonds. Had me worried there for a second, Donnie.
Yeah, Queen of diamonds in the window there, but only 1 diamond.
Pietrangelo looking pretty comfortable right now. Turn card is the ace of hearts. A dagger in the heart of Nick Pietrangelo, who is down to just 1 out. The king of spades. Petrangelo, runner-up last year. And this year, he will fall short of the money. 7th place exit for Petrangelo as Steven Chidwick gets lucky on his opponent. And we are now down to the final 6 players. What a brutal turn of events for Nick Petrangelo. That is not what you want happen when you're this close to a multi-million-dollar payout. Chidwick, meanwhile, has probably been
What?
Are we still playing?
in many of these spots himself.
Are we
on the
still
receiving
playing?
end of a bad beat.
They did pause the clock.
They did pause the clock.
We're playing till 5, aren't we?
That's what they said.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, let's keep playing.
I think keep playing as well.
I'm cool to play, yeah.
100%.
Finish out
Sure.
the level,
Yeah,
still.
let's finish it out.
Yeah.
Or one person.
Finish out the
One more
level.
person, yeah.
I assume if someone else busts, they'll stop.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
'Cause
They want
Yeah,
the
they can't
dramatic
be
bubble
coming
flow.
back to only 4 players left tomorrow.
Down to 6 here. Super high roller bowl 8. 2 spots off the money.
725, Stevie.
A min cash worth $600,000. More than $2.7 million up top for the winner. Chip leader here, Isaac Haxton, looking down at 2 red 10s.
45.
Haxton is working with more than 100 big blinds in his stack. Jason Koon, the current short stack. He's got 325K or 16 big blinds.
Sounded like you will rock.
It was.
Haxton puts in a raise to 45,000. Bryn Kenny makes the call from the big blind with King 9 of spades. Kenny second in chips. Some careful treading will be needed here for Kenny. He flops top pair, good kicker on the 9-7-4 board here. Haxton, though, still with the best of it with that overpair.
$105.
Haxton coming with a larger sizing here. 105 into 120. Kenny's in there. That larger bet sizing there from Haxton. Doing quite nicely against the type of hands that Kenny has. Another check here on this queen turn from Bryn Kenny.
$440.
Hello. Wow. Quick fold here from Bryn Kenny. Just a little. All right, all right, all right.
Respect.
That was the heat.
I surrender.
That was more than my whole chip stack.
Good board for heat.
That was half an average stack.
Isaac Haxton toying with the opposition here, Donnie. All right, Haxton still comfortable in the lead here. Bryn Kenny not hot on his heels, but he is the only player that is also over the 1 million mark. Jason Koon, the short stack, 16 big blinds. Going to have to see some maneuvering from him here in the last level of the night. just tuning in for the
once
late
there's
night portion of the action here.
Oh,
Be very much
including-
appreciated. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, become part of our community. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when we're live next. We will be live tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern for the conclusion of Super High Roller Bowl 8.
All in.
And there it is. Jason Koon all in with ace-10. Brewer lets it go here with Queen Jack.
Did it?
It did.
Both times I was going to be in front of a lot of stuff that called me, so I was okay with that.
This would have been a
Didn't look
ambitious
snap
call.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, I just had a hand. Pretty good hand.
I'm happy you raised.
You would have doubled me up, huh?
Maybe.
We
I might have been live.
5. We would have saw 5. Yeah, you were definitely live. I said.
My hand's not the one you really want to see if,
Oh, no.
if it's live.
I'm glad.
Yeah, yeah. You would have rather this way.
You had the
for
9-6
sure.
suited or something? Or
They're in that range, yeah.
Yeah, I was out of here. I would have been the next eulogy face on the screen. Black and white, Jason Koon. Eliminated.
Be careful.
Well, the thing is I've learned is poking at the devil, I don't give a fuck, you know? I might run hotter if I poke at the devil.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's been my experience.
Yeah. It's when you shy away from the devils when they get you.
One cannot shy away from such things.
No.
Wow. Learning something tonight here, Donnie. He's got to
Always be learning.
He's got to face it. You got to just face it. Don't shy away from it. We lost Daniel Negreanu earlier in 8th place. Quite a sad way to see him go. He was the favorite going into the hand. Ace-Queen versus Ace-4. 4 on the flop for Isaac Haxton. Negreanu had some outs going to the river, but those did not come through.
You have like 7.
Haxton, meanwhile, continues to be on the receiving end of strong cards.
$130.
Look at this larger sizing for Haxton from the small blind. Attacking Chidwick, who doesn't find anything playable.
70. Jesus.
Oops. Did you get gypped of a flop?
Hmm?
Did you get gypped of a flop?
Same result.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Glad I'm not the only one, bro.
5x. It's probably actually.
Wait, you announced the wrong amount?
94.
Yeah.
I meant to make it 3.5. I made it 6.5.
Oh, I was thinking like really laying the heat today.
Main.
Yeah, I should have straight faced it, man.
Yeah, yeah.
There was 600 in the pot against you, right?
No. there was 330.
And that,
He's kidding.
that one,
That one was on purpose.
That one I was like 400's coming, and then he said 440. So that wasn't a misclick.
Maybe I should have called there.
Players
You
received
want to call the
I
last?
have
You want to call the last 700?
Probably.
9 additional time banks
I
here.
think. No, 635.
No more after this, though.
Yeah, 635.
For the remainder of the final table, those are the time extension chips that players have to work with. Once we reach 6-handed play, they got a final
Maybe. You might decide yourself the next
final
hand.
pile of those.
Bigger mistake.
There are a few cards that it's tough to call off on though with my hand on the river, even if I call the turn. Bunch of cards first. definitely curious what he had there.
I am too.
That's dangerous though. You could just have like the ace-9 there, going for like full heat.
Steven Chidwick once again figuring it out. Just figuring it out.
Yeah, it's probably
Getting it
ahead.
done. The old ace-7 offsuit.
Risk reward.
Not great risk reward.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
It's pretty good reward.
a lot of reward.
A lot of risk, a lot of reward,
Yeah, a lot
actually.
Yeah, I guess it's just a
I mean,
lot.
when he wins, though, it's a pretty fucking sick situation.
Yeah, it changes the whole tourney for sure. If I call up on the river and win the hand, if he shoves.
Average stack 1 million chips right now. 49 big blinds.
About 2.7 million
Yeah,
of reward.
Yeah. Half the chips in play reward.
Acting like the river bet was definitely coming.
Whoa. I have 7-10, I think.
The river bet was definitely coming.
Queens though for Haxton.
No, I was saying you're acting like
what
the
is
river
he?
bet.
This guy's
Oh,
a
yeah,
card
why
rack.
not?
Unbelievable.
Last off the turn.
This whole
to usually
tournament,
not bet the river.
it's just coming up
probably.
Haxton
Or a good
time and
percentage
time
of the
again.
time not bet the river.
It's been scary. It's been scary times.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta let him have it.
Yeah, 60 big blinds.
Had a nice hand too.
Did you? King 9.
I feel like this is a bad play.
Your fault?
Yes.
Want to feel better about it?
Yes. I'm the best.
What'd you show?
Queens. That was very kind.
I gotta start pulling out.
I mean, people want to make bad folds to me. I want them to have a nice experience doing it.
Yeah, as long as everyone's just happy making bad folds to you, you'll keep showing.
You want to feel bad about it? You say no. He's like, okay. Hand in the muck.
What even is 130? 130 is not 3.5 times anything.
Yeah, I was wondering where that number came from, really. Yeah, I was wondering. One.
Pressure coming from
I think somehow I
Rinkema.
simultaneously did 3x is 120, and the big blind is 20, so half of it's 10.
That's the worst math ever.
Wow. These are the smartest people in the world. Unreal.
But you know, I kind of love the 130 bet there too. Even.
I mean, it's not the worst play.
No.
You can probably carve out a range to do that with.
Yeah.
No, here you go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I love
As
it,
long as you can
actually.
explain it to yourself, Donnie, that's all that matters.
Oh shit! I'm gonna pick that up.
I might do it on purpose next time.
You got good reviews.
Yeah. Yeah.
3, 4, 5.
Brewer here comes in with a raise on the button, attacking short stack Jason Koon's big blind. Koon's got the old 5 deuce off, so nothing there. And
I might have been calling Ben too.
Holy shit.
It's a good one there then.
I I would have had to think about it, but I probably would have called.
Thank you.
I would have asked for some pounds from across the table.
Happy I wasn't suited. Would have thought about it.
Off we go.
Probably had 2 live cards, unless if you had a pair.
Probably would.
Yeah. Yep. You didn't have ace king.
Didn't have ace
I was live.
King Jack off for Koon. Will probably feel like a very strong hand there in the small blind.
I'm all in.
And there it is. Moves all in for the remainder of his chips.
3-2-5.
Big blind is 60.
What'd you say? I was like, I can't tell if this motherfucker's joking or not. I'm all right. If it's 60, I want him to call. If he thinks it's 60. If I came out of there real quick, like, it's 20, it's 20, you should have probably called me.
Oh, man. Isaac Haxton full on trolling with everyone now.
I can't tell if he's serious. I mean, it's like, oh, shit.
That's 5 1/3 big blind. Oh, 5 1/3.
Donnie, it's the time of the night where everything is funny.
It's like call and roll over Jack 6 suited.
I'm very happy to see that.
It was close. Jack 9.
Yep.
Well, Queen 10 off action for Jason Koon here on the button. Up to 40,000 we go. All right, chip leader, Mr. Haxton, what are you gonna do?
Raise 8 times the big blind probably.
Man, is there a world he just rips this?
Yeah, there is probably.
10 seconds.
All in.
There it is. Donnie had it right. Maybe Haxton moves all in.
Maybe just shoved myself out. Pretty close. Maybe. Be bad.
Like, what do you have, like 2.5?
Not quite, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2.45.
I think I do dominated. Maybe. Probably not.
Say there's a
Deep in thought.
slim chance.
Got a real hand here. Bryn Kenny's got the ace queen.
Fuck.
45,000 is the raise.
Sounds like yours was suited.
Check. That's probably a head then.
I had a Broadway. Yeah, so you were a slight favorite.
Yeah.
That gets it through. Bryn Kenny's he's still been holding strong there in second place on the leaderboard. You know, just kind of picking up some pots here and there. Won that kind of important one against Jason Koon earlier when he had that pair of sixes and just bet the minimum on the river. Play here folds over to Andrew Lichtenberger in the small blind. He's got pretty bad looking 3 deuce, and Chris Brewer gets a walk.
Wow.
With 2 8s.
With 2 8s. That is not what you want to see when you're.
That's why you never look.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Very good point.
Never look. Tell yourself you had 7-3 off or something. Just move on.
Raise call bullshit.
What's that, sorry?
Is that a flat bull Stevie and Ike, but a big happy raise call bullshit.
Oh, I had a marginal open. Folded it. So at least we were at least in the flop.
I think I flatted. I think I'm supposed to flat against you.
Yeah, the king jack suited.
We'll flip in, but I think I'm supposed to flat.
You had king jack.
Like
suited?
no, I had 8s.
Oh, you had 8s. Okay. I missed.
Not that small.
Nope.
But I think I would have flatted against Jason.
At least I'm not seeing 440 on the turn this time.
With Haxton this dominant, up to 2.4 million.
You do. It's going to be all in.
Are players starting to cater their play towards wanting to avoid Haxton?
Like 7.
I mean, yeah, I think the players that really want to avoid him, or at least avoid getting put in some really bad spots or some big bets, you know, like you just saw recently with, as you see Bryn Kenny shove there. He shoved a couple times now. Pretty big shoves on Chris Brewer, blind versus blind. No, but like Bryn Kenny, when he saw earlier when he had to face that overbet on the turn, the 440, you know, stuff like that. Bryn Kenny's in a really good spot here. You know, he's second in chips. He's got more than 60 big blinds. He can certainly maneuver his way into the money from here, so he really just needs to avoid that really big clash with Isaac Haxton. And then also, you know, Chidwick and Chris Brewer.
Total?
Pretty healthy, 35 big blinds or so each.
Thanks.
And on the other side, you know, Lichtenberger and Koon on the shorter side, they might just look for spots against Haxton, you know? Like,
right.
Because he's going to stay active. He is, so.
I'm tired, so it's taking me a second.
Since the start of
into the muck, but I have
8-handed
more
trajectory.
trajectory.
Only Haxton and Kenny
You're flat
profiting chips.
Unless I'm really annoyed by it, then it's high line.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
All right.
Kenny here.
Slow.
Putting the pressure on. Kenny's really been attacking from the blinds. These past 2 rotations, we saw Chris Brewer limp the small blind, Bryn Kenny jam big blind. Wonder if that comes into play later. Maybe Chris Brewer limps more of a premium hand, gets Kenny to jam, and goes, I call. He's king. And there we just saw him put pressure on Jason Koon, who's now down to 14 Justin Biebers.
That's one I haven't heard in a while.
I guess
You know.
800 is decent.
The old Justin Biebs, man.
Like just under average right now.
Yeah, but everybody here's probably had more than 800.
That's my peak.
Only by a bit.
Robot
800 is
says,
my peak.
the announcers making it seem like pocket 8s are
500,
aces.
800.
I mean, they might as well be at this final table.
Yeah, I mean, what you don't you like to see 8s? I mean,
I love a pocket pair. Can I get a pocket pair? I don't know. I was talking about the specific spot.
Chris
here.
Brewer can.
I mean, 8s turned into 9s, which is basically the same thing. He's going to raise it up.
And 800 is a great stack now since Ike's got 2.5x average. What's the grinder stack? All puddled together in the 6 to 8.
Isaac Haxton defends from the big blind with the ace 3 off. So here we go to a flop. 9-4 deuce.
That looks like top set to me,
That
Donnie.
does. That's all of it for Chris Brewer. Haxton, though, working with the wheel draw.
Haxton never given up without a fight.
Wonder if this is a flop where Haxton wants to take a lead here. Okay, he does check.
Some people in the chat rooting for a 5 for maximum drama. Chris Brewer, of course, top set, but has to fade a potential wheel here. That's 30K action now on Haxton.
All right, Haxton's going to make the call, so we'll see if that 5 comes home.
Fishing for the 5 or an ace. Deuce pairs the board. I mean, it strengthens ace high a little bit, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Chidwick with a yawn. It's been a long day for these guys. Dr. Haxton looking straight at Chris Brewer, who is now going to try to figure out, can I just keep making money here? Do I have to slow this down? And he does decide to slow this down.
I mean, he just has such a strong hold in here.
Haxton checks again. And now Brewer double checking his cards and, of course, going to fire out something here. $110 is the bet from Brewer as Rinkema blocks the view there of Isaac Haxton. Good thing we have multiple cameras in this setup here.
Fold.
Haxton correctly lets it go, and Brewer takes this one down. Interesting how both players basically took the maximum time without burning a time extension on every decision in this hand.
Yep.
That is one way to burn clock.
Had you jammed on me, my reaction would have been very funny. I would have called, but
on the river or pre-flop?
I mean, actually, at any point of the hand.
Wow. That's
Considered a bunch of different ways to put a lot more money in. I'm glad I didn't do any of them.
I would have started laughing on the level. Yeah, cold.
You have 9s full?
Yeah. That makes
There
sense.
is Jason Koon all in over the top of a raise from Bryn Kenny. Kenny open to 40K with Queen 10 off, and Koon jams 2 6s here on the button. Kenny gives it up, and Koon gets that one through.
I don't think I would have been happy if I shoved and you started laughing.
It would have just gone, well, I guess, man. It might have been like 20 seconds.
Of laughter.
Of just like, wow, this would be one fucking way to be out.
Yeah, all the 9s, huh?
Yeah.
The ace of spades. Good one to have.
Kenny's turn with 9s, and Isaac Haxton picks up 2 queens.
Wow.
I mean, the situations just get better and better for Isaac Haxton.
Wow. How does this just get called, Donnie? Where is the aggression? Big stack on big stack action.
Yeah, we see 1-9 was folded too.
Some real potential here. Flop comes out here. Let's have a look. 8-4-9.
8-4-6.
That's 8-4-6. I saw the 8-4, then looked back at the 9s. No, they did not connect. Kenny's still in a world of trouble. But the pot is small, so maybe this won't be that concerning just yet.
If I could get a napkin or a tissue, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
1 second.
$45,000.
45,000 is the bet from Haxton. Kenny did check his overpair here. Would expect Kenny to put some money in here. He's going to play it cautiously and just make the call. Going to a turn. Pot's now over 200,000. 10 on the turn. Kenny picking up a straight draw now to go along with that pair of 9s, and Haxton's queens are still best. Kenny checks.
We could do the sweeps, the hamstrings.
Mm-hmm.
That's the good stuff right there.
1 second.
$165.
Healthy bet here.
Very healthy bet. And if Kenny calls this, we'll be on our way to a river card with the potential of giving Haxton such a chip lead that it's basically him versus the rest, because he could end up having 50% of the chips in play.
Wow.
With 6 remaining players. Of course, his hand is far from over yet. Kenny could find a fold here, but this is definitely a very decisive pot here in the tournament.
Here we go, Remko.
Kenny makes the call. Over $500,000 in the middle. Massive river card incoming. If you've stuck around all night, this is sort of like the payoff. River card is the 6 of hearts pairing the board. Looks rather inconspicuous, Donnie.
Yeah, that might be some bad news for Kenny, that board pair.
Thank you.
Haxton burning a time extension chip to figure out what the right amount is going to be.
$275.
275 into 550.
Half pot.
Kenny having a look at how much he has left behind. If he calls and loses, I mean, what can he put Haxton on here given the action? Wow.
Makes the call.
Call is made. Isaac Haxton shows a pair of queens, and the domination of Isaac Haxton continues as he is up to a whopping 2.9 million chips.
Jacks. Nines.
Wow. I said it on the turn here, Donnie. Isaac Haxton now up to 49% of the chips in play, with still 6 remaining players. Absolutely dominant showing by the winner of Super High Rollerball 5, Isaac Haxton, in the driver's seat here. It is late in Las Vegas. We still have some poker left to be played, but all eyes here are on the bottom of the chip counts. Can Lichtenberger and Koon find a way to get hold of some more chips, or are they slowly but surely on their way out the door?
Excellent assessment of the situation there from Isaac Haxton. Certainly under rep there, having flatted in position with the queens, and I think ultimately that board pairing on the river is what got Kenny into some trouble. That board pairing not really changing too much of the dynamics of the board out there, and Kenny decided to call it off. For the first time, and as long as I can remember, Remko, Kenny's not in second place anymore.
I mean,
that's Chris Brewer's spot right now. Kenny's still healthy, but I mean, lost a huge chunk of chips there.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Kenny does raise and take that one, so now he is back into second place.
Oh yeah.
Man, this chip leads something.
Well.
Again, a pocket pair for Isaac Haxton. This time it's 7s. He raises it up. Chris Brewer now. Ace-Jack suited in the small blind. Just makes the call. A little bit of a passive move there, Donnie, especially against the chip leader.
Yeah, but I don't think you want to go too crazy against Isaac Haxton in this spot. I mean, He's got the chips. He's absolutely just dominating in the play. He'd have position on you here, so certainly just take a flop here from the small blind. Uh-oh.
Wow. Jack, 7, 5, 3 spades. A set of 7 for Isaac Axton and Chris Brewer with top pair, top kicker.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
2 quick checks over to Isaac Axton, who just smashes middle set like you would expect nothing less at this point.
$45,000.
Chris Brewer makes the call of the 45,000 bet from Haxton. Kenny gets out of the way.
I mean, at this point, if this hand goes to showdown, the other players might be like, "Okay, Ike, take the ring. Let's just play for the cash. You know, you can have the trophy. We get it. It's your day. It's your moment to shine. We understand it." When you're playing good and you're hitting cards, you become unstoppable, and that force right now goes by the name of Isaac Haxton. Haxton once again letting it come down to the dying seconds of his clock.
155.
Brewer burning some clock here, finding himself in a tough spot this close to the money. What is this?
I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Brewer gets away from this here on the turn, just because Chris Brewer seems to be just seeing it all day.
Wow. And I also thought I just had the best hand.
Very, very good fold there from Chris Brewer.
Whatever, some random spade.
No harm in showing you this.
We can make a Chris Brewer compilation of all his good decisions.
I didn't even want to bet because I thought you were going to do that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think it's whatever. It's just not that good a hand for that spot.
Yeah, I think that's
probably
what
don't
on the
have
street.
King Jack.
Finish it
With what?
level and
Sure. I keeps having sets, so I'm down. Fucking in the night.
Yeah. He's also struggling to count the pot size.
Every pot to a guy who doesn't know how many chips are in the pot or how big he's betting. This is the game's highest level. Where we make and break millionaires.
Humbly requesting a handicap from the poker gods.
Donnie, Isaac Haxton might be chip leader, but
Well,
Chris
done.
Brewer is today's MVP.
345.
Yeah, I mean, he's
If you could have
playing
hold
out
my
of
thought
control
right
right now. I mean, it's
I was
just,
like, Jack,
it's unbelievable.
please.
It really is.
Fucking Jack.
I wish I had jacked.
Ace 10, that is?
Oh, and here we go. Remko. They're all in.
Wow. Bryn Kenny versus Jason Koon. Koon with the best of it. Bryn Kenny, moments ago, was very comfortably sitting on 1.4 million chips. Now, all of a sudden, on his way to be in the short stack, as Jason Koon has him over a barrel with ace-10 versus ace-9.
Yep, Kenny once again attacking from the small blind against Koon's big blind.
Here comes a flop. Koon needs to hold up here to stay alive. Ace, Jack, Deuce rolls off the deck. Very clean for Jason Koon. Kenny looking for a 9 and a 9 only to send Koon to the rail. If not, he will become the tournament short stack. 9 on the turn. Can you believe this? What a gut punch. Jack or a 10 needed for Koon, or else he will be our 6th place finisher. River card. Is the Jack! Oh my God! Wow!
I was about to get the eulogy screen. Eliminated.
You show the devil you're not afraid.
Yes, take that down.
You got a little afraid on the tall.
I was lying.
he showed respect.
No, I was a little afraid on the flop. I was out of here on the turn.
Wow! Whoa! Donnie.
Hello!
From the brink of extinction all the way back into the realm of the living. Jason Koon now, for the first time in hours, Donnie, comfortable again.
Oh my.
The flu game.
I mean, he was out the door with that turn card.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was over. Flu game stays alive for Jason Koon. Donnie, look at these chip counts.
It's also incredible that someone of Jason Koon's caliber, who's been here countless times, has tens and tens of $1 million in earnings, still, you can tell how much hitting that jack on the river meant to him. Like, it's just insane.
Absolutely insane. Also, when you look at these chip counts, these guys should form a team and just take turns playing against Isaac Haxton. Absolutely insane chip lead for Isaac Haxton. Bryn Kenny now a short stack with 20 big blinds. The final 4 will get paid.
What a hand.
Wow. Okay, I'm awake
again. That'll wake you right up. Oh, my. Well, right back to it here. Lichtenberger coming in with a raise ace-9, and Brewer finds the ace-jack suited. RMX Indiana. I don't think Chidwick has seen a flop in 2 hours. I'm pretty sure he hasn't. I think the one pot we really saw him play was he limped small, Lichtenberger raised, and he 3-bet from the small blind. And that was it.
Kenny with the mallards on the button. Will we see some discipline or will we see some aggression?
He's in there.
Wow, making the call off the 20 big blind second. Koon looks down at 9-8 suited. We might see a 5-way hand here. Look at this, some discipline there from Koon. Haxton with queen 10 off, decides to fold. Donnie, if I was Koon, I would have perhaps gotten a little taste there.
Yeah, but this spot with the ICM that's involved, I think you can just put that one in the muck.
King 8-7, 2 clubs. Brewer with the club draw.
Yeah, nothing really there for Bryn Kenny or Andrew Lichtenberger.
Brewer bet 60K. That's enough to take this one down. Important one for him.
Yeah, don't look now, but Andrew Lichtenberger down there, 20 big blinds. I mean, he's getting low.
So? Is it your luckiest?
Hmm?
Is it your luckiest?
He takes my cards and the next
Second,
time
sir?
I doubled up.
All right. 2 hands? I'll put it to work immediately.
We're coming up on the end of the night, Donnie. The question is, will we see at least one more all-in? Isaac Haxton right now, 3 million chips. That is exactly 50% of the chips in play. He has 150 big blinds. He can just go home for the night.
Oh, yes.
What's your stuff?
Started at 405.
All in.
There goes Kenny, and
wow.
Oh, Jason Koon's got ace queen. That's into the muck.
Wow. Ace queen, king jack, lots of big hands into the muck. Donnie.
I had the best one there.
Is ace queen too weak there, given the action?
Yeah, I think so.
Ace and queen.
You had a good hand too?
I had Jason Koon suited.
Oh my God, we all had it.
Wow. I had a suited Broadway as well.
I had 10 pull off.
Sounds like you had 9s.
You had
At ace queen.
I'm happy he didn't have your hand.
King queen suited.
Maybe one less.
How many hands did they say?
This is the last.
This is it.
Okay, well,
Okay.
it's clear then. Last hand of the night, Brewer with ace-4 of hearts. By the way, if you have enjoyed the content and you're still with us here, can you please hit that like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel? We'll be back with more tomorrow. Let's see if this final hand goes anywhere, but the final table will conclude tomorrow. The big question, of course, who can stop Isaac Haxton? But yeah, just hit that like button
340.
and hit that notification bell. That way you get reminded of our next stream getting underway. Action folds over to Stephen Chitwick. Jack 4 offsuit in the small blind.
10 seconds.
A walk for Lichtenberger with Jack 6. He takes this one down. Not the worst to just get a walk there on the final hand.
No, definitely take it.
All right. Players are scooting back in their chairs. There's the music. Isaac Haxton, the man to beat tomorrow at the final table. What an absolute show it has been here inside the PokerGO studio. A whopping 3 million chips for the winner of Super High Roller Bowl 5. The question tomorrow will be, can he add another title, another ring to his impressive poker resume and to his insane year? I'd like to thank everyone here that works on this show. Thank everyone for watching as well. Please don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and go back in time if you missed any of the earlier action, as we had Negreanu, Kristen Fox, and a whole bunch else going on. But for now, please have a good night. Come back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern, for the conclusion of Super High Roller Bowl 8.